responsibility for a report with a clear guidance for the pedestrian walkway. Councilman Blue last December stating the lack of guidance is going to remain that informal virtue trails and fully developed rubberized tracks. Cities is maintaining and upgrading informal facilities to trail and promote community health. A new $3 million police helicopter has taken flight in Huntington Beach to provide air support for multiple cities.
This project was a moment of silence for Nick Bella, officer who died when the helicopter went down. I think the police chief said, Pomano said Bella was killed this month last year. The new MG-530F is the first of 3 new helicopters. We had contact also with Newport Beach, with Irvine, and with Costa Mesa. Here, Tony Strickland says people feel safer when they see HC-1 in the air. Their support bureau is a critical part of our police department. Not only does it keep our residents safe, but also our officers. The other 2 helicopters are expected in the next few months. They're going to be coordinating our things to evaluate.
City directed crashed into a daycare center near Montreal. 2 kids and 36 others. The driver has been arrested and charged with homicide and careless driving.
I think everybody who's listening today should hold their kids a little tighter. It's a sad day.
Representative for Quebec, ROTHSCHILD, Christopher Street, with the can't imagine the experience that the kids are going through. The neighbors are after the crash. The driver got out of the bus, ripped his clothes off, and started screaming after we do not yet have a motive. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is in Washington, D.C., meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Stoltenberg says he does not see any sign that Russia is preparing for peace in Ukraine, but instead Moscow is preparing for new military offensive.
So we must continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons it needs to take territory after they totally independent.
Stoltenberg says since Russia invaded Ukraine almost a year ago, NATO allies have provided Ukraine around $120 billion in military, humanitarian, and financial assistance. And the survey says pizza is the most popular food to eat during the Super Bowl. Hotspot.com, 56% of their survey said pizza is the fan favorite. Second pizza on the list of game-day munchies is chicken wings, followed by nachos and slices. The KFI Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow closed down 208, S&P 500 down 46, NASDAQ down 203, and the average price of the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off wages from SaddlebackEye.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warmer tomorrow, high around 80 for Metro LA, with 70s to low 80s for San Fernando and San Gabriel Valley, upper 50s to mid 60s in Antelope Valley, upper 70s to low 80s for Inland and County, low to upper 70s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 73 in Tuscany, 64 in Vina Beach, 71 in Fontana, and 76 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 10 now in Hampshire.
Some of them went down right before the Starfield Avenue, but wrapping up the fast-track lane, so the few lanes blocked. They cleared it. Everything has been reopened. It's still going to be a little bit of rush from the race from Rosen Boulevard. And on the flip side, eastbound, it's coming up on New Avenue. We have an earlier 12 car that cleared that as well. It's going to be headed coming away from the 710. On the 5 of Fairmount Boulevard, you've got going to do a break right now to hold some lanes and fill a pothole in the middle lane. And you've already got a slow ride coming away from the 10 down to the 605. In Westville Lane, 405 north on Wilshire Boulevard. Let's get some debris across those lanes. And you're going to be tapping us right. Looks like all the way from Lawson. Till you find the sky, and I'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harnett.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
You don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has provided here. It is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is an industry leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing toxins from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes that have been doing this for years, now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Diego, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. ROTHSCHILD at 213-997. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season. There's so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting with Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. Oh no. You say stolen. Well, I talked by Norton mentioned you to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work together. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can take up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-8. More stimulating talk.
And I have to do it.
Alright, Johnny Tech Show. It's on Philadelphia TFO. It's 40 live everywhere on the iPod radio app and 104 every day. And then after 4 o'clock, you can hear us on the podcast on the iHeart Radio app. So let's get on to there. Yeah, you can use the iHeart Radio app to connect to the voice line. It's there. It's waiting. They're opening. Get in there. Try to play that. That's using the microphone icon on the iHeart Radio app or call the toll-free number 177 166 177 664 786. Well, it's time to check in on Mayor Bassetti. Tim, think of that yesterday. Somebody from the private administration town, a guy that's Interagency Council on Homelessness, like that title. Interagency, so what does he do all day? He's supposed to be the go-between between like HUD and other agencies, homeless help, I guess. Interagency Council. Anyway, he came to record with her. And ABC 7 reporter John Castle put together this pretty happy story for John that quickly. My world was turned upside down. Nearly 30,000 people live on the streets of Los Angeles, more than any other long. No, I want to number. It's a very exciting time because people are very thankful to be leaving the streets. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is stepping up efforts to house the homeless through her Inside States program. In less than 2 months, Inside States has moved 247 unhoused in temporary shelters at motels, and last week, 40 of those in motels were placed in permanent housing. The city has over 41,000 homeless, so there's a long way to go. And on Tuesday, Bass acknowledged some of the challenges, including complaints about the conditions of one of the motels. We did have a problem recently with one of the motels. It is challenging. We've been fortunate in the sense that we've been able to find motels, but we need so many more rooms than that. The other thing that's challenging is that not in every county district are there motels. So we don't want to ship people from one end of the community to the next. We want to keep them nearby where they're John calls the timeout. What do you know? Ship people from one side of the community to the other. That community too. Because they're on house if you belong there like a Venice, and they don't have a house. By definition, they don't have a community. You have to live inside a house to be part of the community. Otherwise, it's a community from the streets. They don't push these people to come out of state. They left their community 2,000 miles behind them. This is such a wall of steaming horse manure. This is another wall we face. This crowd believes that just because you plop down in that corner, you are now a member of this community, and we're going to house you there. And the word's challenging. No, I don't want to. It's challenging. We didn't know there weren't enough empty motel rooms in the city to house 40,000 plus homeless. You didn't know that? Why it's so challenging? They don't have enough homes. And you know, the hotels lining up to turn themselves over for homeless housing. I think they're going to do their business. Why would you do that unless you were just renting out to drug addicts and prostitutes? And why would you rent out your room to the takers? Right? You want this because you got to come to the So we don't want to ship people from one end of the community to the next. We want to keep them nearby where they work. 187 Western and South Los Angeles, where homeless and homeless occupied vacant tires on the near back of Inside State. On the sidewalk, still fenced off. Stay homeless and homeless so fast to be that way. We're located at 87 Western, Cahuenga, on the 101 freeway in Hollywood. 2 in Venice, 1 in Market Center, and another in South Los Angeles at 99 Flower, which was cleared Tuesday, and all 30 people living in the unit accepted housing. sure that we can solve the issue right here in Los Angeles. And if we can solve it here, we can solve it anywhere. Mayor Bass said the key to a successful conviction is by aligning all forms of government. Jackie Olivet from the Biden administration secured Skid Row a temporary shelter and a substance abuse treatment center while in Los Angeles on Tuesday. We have to address the crisis of unsheltered homelessness. Inside State is a great example of how to do that. And we've got to also attend to the permanent housing and support services that have end homelessness. If we will do those two things, and we will prevent homelessness from happening in the first place, we will have failed. Homelessness reparations. If a guy's brain is racked with schizophrenia or bipolar, or he's whacked out on fentanyl, or meth, or cocaine, or he's a drunk, you can't prevent what you have to do is not let him walk the city. Do not accept it, all right? Do not tolerate it, do not accept it. Tell people you have to find another way to do what you tolerate. He's moving somewhere, he was in a poor place to live, or to be help you with your mental illness, and all of this, you do it. I have fought here and expect us to take it out. It doesn't work that way. That's exactly why we get more homeless. We have tolerated it. From meth addict, some meth addict mom stumbles into Texas, and I've got to give him an apartment. Are you out of your mind? And I looked up 247 people have allegedly been taken off the streets by that thing. That is 4 a day to keep their boss. And the Arizona report, only 40 were allegedly placed into permanent housing right now. Okay, so that's not even one a day. Not even one a day. You know, the staff, just at the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, over 700 staff. Over 700 people working there. And they're not even the only agency, and that doesn't count all the nonprofits. There are thousands and thousands of people, billions of dollars, and we're getting 4 people off the street today, probably more than that in the front row of the first bus that comes into Texas. And it says here, WhatsApp manages over $800 million annually in funding. And they get 4 people off the bed. If it's even their agency doing it, which it probably isn't. They are thieves. They are nothing but thieves. And that day is just a front for a big criminal operation. LA County Board of Supervisors also announced yesterday they have authorized the largest ever annual budget for the county homeless, $610 million. There you go. That's right. It's an 11% increase from the previous year. You get 4 people a day off. Roughly 22,000 housing units along with more than $60 million in rental subsidies to help put the housing even homeless people. Again, you don't want homeless people, you don't problem it. Oh, by the way, I'm saying first that died. I have a question. I'm just throwing all already to you around that. I'll come up with it. Yeah, in front of the restaurant that my wife and I used to go to all the time. There's a photo of that yesterday, the next door at dead body laying. Why are they dying? They're dying everywhere around LA, but that's getting right? Yeah, because there's been a flux to the last few weeks. Better luckily. When we come back, we'll play the CNN. Took a look at that steady inside safe story at the motel. You'll see what they have a real report. CNN. Actual broadcast. You can't put money with that. So Johnny can KFIA and 640 live everywhere that I hope video. Very good. I never like live at 24 hours KFIA. I mean, put out the fire this morning in about 30 minutes. The house did not have smoke detectors. Cruising in California could soon be legal again, and someone is introduced a bill that will repeal several sections of the state's vehicle code regarding cruising activities. On the first of England is discussing whether to use gender-neutral language when referring to God instead of using masculine pronouns like he or our father. We're going to go to the 605 next. You heard this week that interest rates that jacked up another quarter point by the Federal Reserve, and all interest rates are going to be going up, payments are going up, and credit is hard to get. What are you going to do? You have a lot of that now. It's an ugly thing to look at. Everyone can see. You're out there in a terrible state. You need a one-day smile transformation. You need new teeth in a day from cutting dental to do it. And you're thinking, how am I going to afford it? Well, Every digital knows what's going on in the world, and they have very favorable, very competitive terms for a payment plan that will keep you. You have to lock in the payment plan, and then you can get your beautiful necklace and smile transformation. You keep it a day. You call Sun and Dental now, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go, please. We're going to a class on the 605 in Norwalk.
It's on 605 North Ave, left before the Florence Avenue. Grand reaction is blocking the left lane. It's just coming away from the 105, and just past the Telegraph Road, we've been no traffic on the right lane. Southbound 605, you're going to run off the brakes as you looks like we are all the way down to the 5. Monterey Park on the Inland Center before you can New Avenue. That earlier track in the fast track lanes is clearing, but now in the Delta. Right at San Diego Boulevard, got another track. This is blocking the left lane, and on the flip side, and eastbound, you just left and away from the 7 path. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Ryan. This report is sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever. And MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to annual redemption. Limitations applicable to certain purchases in certain states.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Use your lifetime to build trust. Once one, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Cooper, managing partner with Jacoby & Myers. We're honored and have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby & Myers, the leading trust. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new, unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate on quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting is flooded with thousands of resumes that don't type. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting you know you're ready to job. And most jobs receive their first application within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, staff with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your targeted market anywhere else, and we can give you access to those potential customers for more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We can figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today. iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. For a better you in 2023, start with better water. ASU starts for life sports. The whole house water system that will help you be a better you. Clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel the best thing to do. Then unfiltered chlorine water just doesn't cut it. Life source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and means no more chlorine showers or baths. Feel great, look great with Life Source water. Call 800-803-2696 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Life Source tastes and feel the difference. We have the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, all saying that this is not harmful to these kids. But let's ignore that. And we have a bunch of conservative Republican legislators, well, they know better than anybody else. They'll handle the graduates at the top of their class in medical school. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Take it on board on our website. Grand, that's grand. GRAND. Enter it now at KFIAS640.com/app. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Never been accident. Winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Grand. That's it. Grand at KFIAS640.com/app. If you're waiting to get an email, check your junk and spam folders too. This is the KFI for the winning keywords from the a.m. hour with Handle all the way to 6 p.m. hour with Conway every weekday here on KFI. You could win with us again at 3:20. You're very good at that. You got it all right through. I was broadcasting.
So now we're going to see how another media covers the homeless crisis in LA. It's on far too long. We now have Mayor Vasquez in charge. The one thing that listen to this show for is that we're the Syracuse of the city. The ABC7 did a largely positive story on her housing 247 people in 2 months, with about 40,750 to go. That's an estimated homeless population. 4 a day. Somebody on the shelf of Channel 7 guy, his name John Haskell. Why don't you do the math? Do some division. 4 people a day. I know, they got 700 people alone working at Lock. This could be means as long as the political pitch, but at least he's out there, he's putting on the brave face, he's talking about it, he's going to these encampments, he's bringing in people that want no money. He's doing it, he's got the majority of the people. That's the last piece I used to hear. Ever since he did, what was those, the program that never back, almost a kid like no, it was a homeless together district. That one was the Bridge House. The Bridge House, yeah. He was out there a lot during that, that was like 5 years ago or something, but then he just that's right, the gift basket was the service. No, they were for the homeless. The gift baskets were for the homeless. Yeah, you're supposed to welcome the homeless to your neighborhood. When you come in the Bridge House, and you're going to come down to gift baskets for different partnerships. Right, that's what I said. What were we getting the Bridge? I just get thankful for it. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you for your service. Oh, yes, they were new. They've done their time. Now they're out there. They're part of the world like you are. You can do things towards you.
Our gratitude should be something
I know. Sometimes I think it's so joke and you're making it something or not.
you was my favorite.
Yeah, really. This month is actually fun to pull out the everything out every once in a while. So here is CNN and the reporter named West. They did a story on LA homeless.
Nearly 30,000 people live on the streets of Los Angeles, more than any other city in America.
I've been raising a couple times down here. I've had a friend trying to they was analyzed.
This is bad for the unhoused and for the housed who live amongst it. And the job declared this a state of emergency. He has a plan. There's Anderson. Move the people into hotels or an indefinite stay, provide them services, and eventually permanent housing. 2 weeks began taking office, these notorious streets were clear. Before, the fact that the Congress would start so soon after he took office makes me concerned that perhaps the back end, the actual permanent housing, hasn't quite been thought through. So you're getting people off the street because it looks good.
Well, you know what, though? I'll tell you something. I'm not going to leave people on the street while we're building it. We've got to get people dying on these streets.
For psychological damage. That means I really have my own fear. I know as a motel room after decades in prison and on the street. Is there any kind of time frame as to when you might move in some place? It's just on a whole lot of documentation. That was a bit
Decades in prison. Why? Yeah, that's a typical law. How many people can you hurt? How much stuff is stolen? Decades in prison? How do you get decades in California? How do you feel sorry for someone that's been in prison for decades? What? On the streets to vote. Why do I have to give him a house? That's the other side who gets his crap together. Five-year-olds understand how to behave themselves. What's this guy's problem?
and like on the line, we're also then it's sidewalk into a motel. Push this, do a walk over, look at it like you went left, this was this guy. You are next to it. The way to not use this is very express off the region. With the white to the airbag, which is right towards it. There's our gas in my body. Look at it, it's in my heart. Yeah, these three weeks in my window. The motel room, you must let the kitchen destroy your time. You might actually get somewhere permanent. I don't know. I think that some people feel scared giving up what is their only safety net.
I absolutely understand that. You give them that.
You can only take a couple of bags that would be the most out. Everything else. Some are getting moved 12 miles across town. Some are getting moved into motels that don't have blankets, don't have towels.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Again, all of this, you're watching something being born, okay? So I want to now say to everyone, let's help these people. Instead of giving them blankets so that they feel warm on the street, give them blankets and towels and hygiene things while they move into the motel.
And these are buildings city myths.
The first night they had a gang member spiked it with a knife and said, I can't live like this. So I treated the soldier.
Warm as well. Now, very happy to give it up. You'll be glad to get into that motel.
Yeah, see? Walls, the door, shower.
Building is as optimistic and determined as the mayor. It works. Good luck. You get the motel room, the locals get their bikes off. There you go. See this big watch. That's not that saying. Who should be the force?
What a nut! He's complaining to Karen Bass that the business are losing their safety net. Their safety net, and if you're anything, he's only putting 2 bags of possessions to the day. I just feel like I'm sick. I guess this is a strategy. We have to be the parents and guardians and touch the voice of people that there's probably no reason. If that's how you approach the problem, there's no reason. You feel sorry for a guy who's been in prison for decades? Are you facing it? Why did you enjoy that report for the other universe look at this? Wow, well, CNN really is. CNN's never coming back if they're still running that crap.
I don't want that fucking thing that
There's some super show specials. They're going to be a tech battle in a year.
Why?
More coming up down the 35 a.m. to 6:40. Why? I heard them a lot. I never might want to support that. Bob Iger is the company running on 7,000 employees, which is roughly 3% of its global workforce. The New Hampshire City reported an 8% jump in revenue during the first quarter of the year. Iger said the work being done to reshape the company around creativity while cutting costs to sustain growth and profitability. The news is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers Attorney. A man accused of killing nearly 24 people in a racist attack at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, was pleaded guilty to federal charges. The man changed his plea weeks after the government said it would not seek the death penalty for hate crimes and firearms violations. He still faces a potential death sentence if was convicted on a state capital murder charge. The man surrendered to police after the massacre in 2019, saying he was the shooter targeting Mexicans. President Biden is in Wisconsin speaking at a Labor International Union of North America training center. Biden's visit to the court is the first in a series of trips he's expected to make following the State of the Union address last night.
People turn up the clean up. Fighting for the sake of fighting gets us nowhere. We're getting things done.
Biden says that the previous Congress will work together and that there's no reason that they can't get things done as well. This is Congress. Farmers have arrived in Paris to make some noise about pesticides and environmental regulations. Now the hundreds of tractors driving one after the other through the streets of Paris quite excited. Cities and out there for farmers and farmers want new restrictions on pesticides they say are threatening their livelihoods. Those opposing pesticides wildlife, because around 500 tractors and thousands of farmers participated in the first crisis. And the man from OC is a TikTok sensation not by sharing what he can do, but by admitting what he can't. Oliver James is going in an empty parking lot, pushes the record button on his phone, and why? The 34-year-old fitness instructor from Costa Rica is one of 8 million people in the U.S. considered functionally illiterate. He says with encouragement from his wife, he decided to put himself on the TikTok stage. I can't read. That's it. And it just started off from there. He's not about himself not reading, but to the 100 on TikTok this year. Then for Jelly Blue, pay up by noon.
We're going to go to the 110.
AT&T DirecTV just removed Newsmax from 13 million homes. AT&T owns DirecTV, and this is the second consecutive channel they removed in a year. Newsmax says that DirecTV is still keeping 22 liberal news channels on. If you're angry about the censorship, Newsmax wants you to speak up. Newsmax is the fourth highest rated cable news channel. DirecTV says Newsmax is not pushing up political channels, while DeSantis said Newsmax is targeted, and he says it's wrong. AT&T and DirecTV censorship is unacceptable according to Newsmax. If you care about censorship, consider canceling your DirecTV and AT&T services. If you're a DirecTV or an AT&T customer and Newsmax wants you to call this number, 877-NEWSMAX, and they'll connect you from there. And when you contact the Congress is completed our fight, Newsmax says showing support. Call 877-NEWSMAX now.
Southland weather, 205. Sunny warmer tomorrow, high ground 80 for Metro LA, mid 70s, below 80 for San Gabriel, San Fernando Valley, for the 50s to the 60s in the Arrow Valley, upper 70s, below 80 for Inland County. And then we have mid to upper 70s for the Inland Empire. Right now it's 71 in San Juan Capistrano and 71 in Stanton. We're going to a class on the 110 in downtown LA.
FM 103rd Street. It is in the Senator Minor area. You're going to be flowing from Hill Street, then on switchbound 110 north. That's good. Just go all in the right lane. Also downtown Orlando. To the right out an accidental cable vehicle on the shoulder that's been descent. In Monterey Park 10 West at New Avenue, got a wreck in the left lane. You separate from Berkeley Boulevard. On the 10 eastbound, you've got a slow line from St. Clair to Berkeley Boulevard in the west line. 405 north at Wilson. Still have reported some debris in the lane there. You're right past it. It looks like you're second time right at Sunset Boulevard with a stable vehicle in the second lane from your left. KFI and Sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting on them.
I'm Attorney Gary Capanopi, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one was kid handcuffs. Unless you're into that sort of thing, 1-800-NO-COPS. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got faced. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, and credit free. Spam, B-E-E, that's Spam, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. With the awards, fun and feels. I think that makes Orlando so awesome to times. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Orlando. Number 5.
Food is love. This Valentine's Day, certain tortillas at no time cafe.
Number 4.
Very good activity. You have concerted nature. You're using your 500 points on your report card. The first thing to do is
3.
good gold cola. Why this pretty fun? You can even get a plane in cash when you hit the report card during the day.
And number 2.
Big game yes. The big game on big screen. Now big ball game in our big resort. A major for on big festival.
And the number 1 reason.
Game day stay. This is the big screen great. $20 free play all for special price. Book now.
Orlando Casino Resort and Spa. Orlando, good time. For everybody. Download the free radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Live everywhere. Radio app. Yeah, the TRUMAN voice line. I'm here to tell you that. So if you want to drop a message, do that. I want radio app in your microphone icon. Or call the Federal Taxi voice line number 1-877-186-2077. Did you ever review the KDE? I'm not talking about more than the book. Oh, the voice one. Yeah. That's probably going to be a few people that will fire something off. You get the fuck. Like, liar. I'd like to hear from some of the Congress people at the streaming side. They have a problem with this one. And you have weaponized it. You're weaponizing the other person. You're going to weaponize everything. This story, wow. It tells you all you need to know is to talk about LA Pulse. And how they bend over backwards and spend an incredible amount of money to make little dents in the problem. Now on the other end, people that could really use their help. And I don't think these businesses got hit hard in the early days of the lockdown. There were poor restaurant people. They got pulled left and right. No, you can't have indoor dining. You got outdoor dining. But no, you want the state to do outdoor dining? You got to pay for the park. And then, no, outdoor dining is way too dangerous. For everyone else is dangerous. It's for wet. They dined outdoors that night after declaring it way too aggravating. But the Times just did this story that apparently there's going to be a whole new permitting process for what they call LA's outback. I don't know what I said it now. Yeah, of course, the outdoor diet is wonderful. What a ridiculous story. You have to start more paperwork, more fees, more bureaucracy, and more months of approval. Yeah, and the restaurant owners are more so exhausted. Why are the stupid bureaucrats in the state doing this, making them get new permits and pay more money? Why do you have to pay money for permits? Why do you have to do that? And why do you need permits when all these outdoor dining patios already exist and are functioning apparently? That's what one of the restaurant owners said. I thought this was permanent when we got this started a couple of years ago. I said, no. What did they Elysium? Elysium Planning, Chief External Affairs Office. OGA, Auto Exhibition of Justice. Out of all these restaurants, what you do in charging them money, you shouldn't get the man. Why is he charging them money just to exist? Restaurants will need to apply under the permit. Outdoor dining is very established. During the pandemic was just temporary. Now we've come up with a permit program, and the permit program is doing just want more money. So it's just the emergency orders are being lifted. And the city must codify this program to preserve the original intent of LA al fresco. Wow. The hell do you speak like that? They talked to a couple that owns a restaurant called Old Time in LA. Go see it. And he and his wife and their partner applied for the permit. They invested $30,000 for gas heating and landscaping, and they opened a new patio with 50 feet. So the outdoor dining was made up their house and bounced back. But if the ordinance is passed as drafted, instead of requiring to leave 30 feet, they have to restructure the amount of time for the restaurant until they cut it down. Yes, so cost jobs. And it's going to put some people out of business. Here's a woman, Christy Vega, invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to transform part of the parking lot into a large outdoor restaurant, Cafe Vega, and put another parking here. And then she thought that nobody's dead outside. Struggling to hire somebody to collect the bodies every day. Homeless people dying in front of those problems. She thought the allowances would be permanent. And now she says this permitting process is very expensive and will take a year to process. The city still exploring ways to streamline the process, and they're going to put forth their recommendations to the city planning commission to consider this spring. And they will put the list of businesses that have a temporary permit, process the word temporary, regular permitting, don't charge them any money for it. I'll buy the phone. I'll buy the marker. Put the word permanent in there and then go home. Go to your office and go home and get a real job. Well, the Pennsylvania woman said it's actually learning to require a paper patio of 5 parking spaces or apply for a concealed use permit, which is very expensive. Some of these owners have had patios for 3 years without any complaint. I love patio dining. What for? Not these days, it's so cold out. You like how fresh it is? Well, I do. I just think it's nice to be out. I do too. I don't like a picture. Well, most people do. But why did you come down on this? I mean, they do everything backwards. They take picture photos all the time, and yet they can't deal with the dirty of the streets or the homeless who are drunk. And that's the thing. There are thousands of people dying in the streets in Los Angeles. They do nothing to stop it other than sometimes scraping at the body. But people who work 14 hours a day in a restaurant, employing people, serving customers, creating, creating a tax base. All you get are bizarre charges, specific permits. What? They got permits. They don't need and one person here, what's their name? Their last name is Navarette. Says this ordinance is only zoning rules. It doesn't go into how the Department of Building and Safety will implement the actual permit. We don't yet know how we will approach other areas on public rights of ways, such as parkways, unused alleyways, or similar circumstances. That has to come from the Department of Transportation. Most likely a separate permit will be required there as well. So who has patio tables that fall out on a sidewalk or down an alley or into a parking lot or whatever? You need separate permits for separate sections of your table. Another restaurant owner found oyster and nothing. Said that pre-pandemic was supposed to 14 months. The time release open the restaurant. Now it's supposed to be 2 years. We've been involved with 7 different department approvals, each with their own priorities, their own fees, and their own timelines. 7? You got to fight for 7 different departments. What's that city doing about this? Because we have to build a new deck in a restaurant. We'll probably be spending $35,000, $40,000 for this for any of the city's fees and time. Right now, conditional use permit process by itself on spending $10,000 to $12,000 to apply, $15,000 to effectuate, and that doesn't include the cost of their phone. That's $45,000 to $60,000 for a conditional use permit approval. That includes building and safety fees, other permit fees, and construction costs. It really is so communist. I mean, this is unbelievable. And that guy you mentioned, Navarette, says he thinks they'll eventually become enforcement. Warnings will be followed by possible civil action if you don't comply with the new permitting requirements. Oh, this is for actual dining. This is so wrong. This is so abusive. That's the only word, really. This is abusive government. This is wrong. This is the stuff that they don't get rid of. We're talking about streamlining the legislation and the homeless program. Eddie Navarette is the guy we were talking about, executive director of the Independent Hospitality Coalition. Oh yeah, we try to get him on there. Yeah, we should. Somebody's got to go back to this restaurant. Others should all be left alone. No further permits, no further forms, no consultants, no fees, no nothing. Whatever you got, you got. If there's a new restaurant that wants to do this, then charge them $5 for the cost of the plate. And not for nothing, but they bend over backwards for the street vendors that sell their vacant lot hot dogs. They don't have to have permits. They don't have to have any rules. And they take away restaurant business, which is, I mean, I don't want to punch on those poor guys on the hot dog on the corner, but they don't take away the restaurant. Don't abuse the restaurant owners. What money is charging $60,000 just to put stairs on the sidewalk? Freaking crazy! Alright, we're retired. Time to pay a 640 live. I'll be ready. I heard radio out. Vermont live in the 24-hour campaign. A 5-year-old has died walking in the park. There was such fatality at the track in Arcadia this year. IRS is people in California, Colorado, and other states that issued tax rebates last year should hold off on filing their taxes. The agency is trying to figure out if those rebates are taxable income. Federal and NFL officials are confident in the safety of
security of the Super Bowl this Sunday in Arizona. The NFL's chief security officer said there are not credible or known threats to the big game at this time. We're going to go to the 60s next.
If you look at a cellular home called Cellular Advantage, they're going to make you a cash offer with no need for repair. If you have a release, they buy it. The Cellular Advantage with no agent, they can call the dealer today, and they buy with cash. What are they going to offer a $3,000 advance sale with moving and other expenses? What we do is use online and call for no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. Our email is 01961-658.
Southland weather from KFI sunny and warmer tomorrow, both in high greens and the upper 50s to the low 80s. This is for brought to you by Capacity International. We have a stall on the 60 at Boyle Heights.
Westbound at the Whittier Boulevard, it's in Middle Lane, along here in flowing from Indiana Street, also Monterey Park and the turn westbound before New Avenue, still up at red in the left lane, it's heavy from Walnut Grove Avenue. Downtown Orlando, 110 south at 3rd Street, got that crash in the center divider area, 110 north at 6th Street. So the silver vehicle blocking the right lane, and then on the 110 south at Stadium Way, a reported outburst fire or some type of brush fire in the center divider area. KFI in the South helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harness.
Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides the food kit to feed a family for a month. Just send the word radio to 97646. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to get the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving an experience is even better. So special with Better Show. A subscription to their longer journey app is perfect if your partner loves to travel, or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something that you and me can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of our Better Show's languages. For lunch at RothSCHILD.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. I didn't really care for Romper Room. I didn't care. I just did because they never said more. Because he was looking into that looking glass, they had no glass in it, and said, I see, as if he's talking directly to you. Morris was way more likely to be called. Look, Eric, I can see your point. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And so, Doug Doyle, Ken Stanford, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're now on from 1 to 4, so we got almost an hour left. But if you miss any of the show live, it's easy to pick it up on the podcast at am640.com and also the iHeartRadio app. We got a lot to come in the 3 o'clock hour. A bombshell report. Remember that Russian pipeline that had a little dent in it, a little damage to it? Did we do that? That somebody exploded? Did Biden order that done? It's a great story. We'll talk about it after the news at 3 o'clock. We'll also explain exactly why there's an even bigger rush to executive order. Most of this, of course, Biden has repealed a lot of Trump policies, and there's a lot of people basically running this part of the story who don't care how many migrants come into the United States. But there's another aspect of this we need to talk about, and it brings us back to the evil corporations and business owners that's coming up after the news at 3 o'clock. Well, we finally have an animal story for Deborah Moore.
Probably not a happy one.
No. And it involves an animal that is really low in my hierarchy. I mean, probably bottom 10%. And it is a kitten.
I knew you were going to do this story.
Yeah, you don't like kittens. I do not.
They're cute either. They pooped on your head.
I do get pooped on. But in fact, there was one day I was walking my friend over. You spent 8. Yeah, really. Whoever said that, she could give me the cut. Smoke at the right side. It's a very disturbing thing. it's getting pooped on. Good luck.
I heard somewhere that it's good.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone ever had that reaction.
Probably not.
Any birds? Well, if you ever lived in New York City, New York City, it's incredible amount of chickens, and they're mostly annoying. However, they found recently in one of the parks in New York City, Madison Square Park, a pink pigeon. And of course, the pigeon got a name, Flamingo. You get it? The pigeon's dead.
That's sad.
Because somebody dyed the bird pink.
Yeah, why do you have to do that?
Allegedly for a gender reveal party.
That is awful. Yeah, really.
People are still doing dopey gender reveal parties where they want to have some big demonstration as to whether or not it's a boy or a girl. Remember the morons who started a huge wildfire?
Dying of vision is better than that.
They started starting a wildfire.
Going by with just pink pigeon, I'm sure, somewhere. Something that looks like.
Why can't you use a stuffed animal? Why would you dye it? That's because I think what they did was they captured the pigeons, they dyed them pink. This might not be the only one, or maybe the only one. And they released it and flies into the air, and it's a big dramatic moment. You can't get down to stuffed animals.
Okay, then figure out something else. Leave the animals alone.
So you know your baby's genitalia? Yeah. And I thought we were entering an era now where that was being played down. That's right. Yeah, but you're just cutting off. What if this child decides to be non-binary?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently they believe the bird inhaled the toxin, suspected hair dye. Birds are highly sensitive to some fumes. The bird is already weak and malnourished. You can't change a pigeon. And you think that, well, probably, what you do is, it's hair dye. And some women have like a little tape in their hair, some kind of do it. Yeah. So you put the hair dye in a tub of water and then you kind of bathe the pigeon in the wow, that's what hair dye can do to you?
Well, actually, there are studies that, and I know many years ago, using hair dye caused cancer. You know, look what happened to this poor pigeon.
Well, you stopped dyeing your hair, right?
Me? No. I get it touched up every 6 weeks or so.
Otherwise, darkens or lightens?
Actually, my hair got light from being in the sun and driving it with my top down, so I just matched the color. I get it. So I don't really dye my hair.
What color would it come out naturally?
It's like a light brown.
Oh, it's not gray?
No, I do. I have a little gray on top. Yes, I do. I have a little gray on top. That's it. So that's why I...
It's a little stripe?
A little bit fortunate. I mean, some of us aren't as fortunate as you, John Hildout, because you don't have a single gray hair.
I don't either, actually.
Oh, God. You guys are... Yeah. I got my first gray hair when I was 24.
24?
24.
That must have been quite a shock that day.
Oh, my God.
I have some. I'm only 28.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, my family teases me about it because half my family went gray pretty young.
No, you guys are so lucky.
You know, they have to fit. Because that's, my mother was like that. She didn't go gray. Yeah, my mother didn't go gray. Yeah, my mother didn't really go gray. You know, I got a picture of her in my phone. She's 75. You know, my mother didn't even dye her hair or anything. She never really got me gray.
Well, fortunately, I just have a little bit, so it's not that.
Right. Only a little bit of dye. She's in your brain.
I'm sure I will die of something like that. Yeah.
Some cumulative damage.
Yeah.
Flamingo apparently was a king pigeon. In case you didn't know, there's separate types of pigeons. They're naturally all white. Although they occasionally get one with a small amount of dye or pink. But an all pink pigeon the first time they got this. This was the Wild Bird Fund out of the Upper West Side of New York. The parents of birds, and after this bird was found in the park, obviously it was not in good state. They brought it there to care for it. And it died after a week because probably the dye. Not necessarily the dye, but what is it?
And what's going to happen to that?
Well, they'll never find who did it. I mean, unless... I thought they made it. Yeah, somebody wrapped them out.
Let's wrap them out. Whoever knows them, sees them on social media, wrap them out.
Right. You're going to start a big...
Cool. We need to bring animals along. God, you gotta fuck it out. They're not there for you to mutilate, humiliate, and die. T-Y-E.
Even though I don't have the piggies very high in my hierarchy, she makes a good point. Wow, look at that. You got me, Mr. Hardheart.
Yeah.
Why somebody would dye an animal skin color, I don't really understand.
Oh, you know what? I do see people in my neighborhood, they have dogs and they have little cute feathers that they put on them. Now, they're not dyeing the dog's teeth, but they go and they get little cute feathers and they put it. Yeah,
I have people in my neighborhood that put like little capos on
yeah, that's an alternative right there. See, I solved the problem.
You dress up your dog?
No. They do have teeth, right?
Oh, but you don't put little coats on them in the winter because I'm seeing a lot of that.
No, I tried. And I actually did try to find a record one for when my dog years ago for the kitty. But they got
You aren't going down the right road. Hey, you got airbags.
well,
Everybody's driving around now and see people, the dogs have sunglasses on. It's really bizarre, but they wear them kind of calmly and just stand at the window with a pair of sunglasses. What kind of neighborhood do you live in? Well, it was a convertible like Deborah's car. So that was really cool. Put their head out the window.
I just like toss up when the dog
to fly out. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10, KFI, AM 640 here live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Never more live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
your vaccine for stupidity.
WST-HQ.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
New budget for a homeless plan. I'm Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County has unanimously approved a $609.7 million budget for plan to battle homelessness. Mayor Bass says she will not accept the city's homelessness crisis.
We must bring people indoors faster, and we will. We must build houses, and we will.
The budget was approved yesterday, just under 2 months. Bass declared a victory on the homeless problem. The county says its initiative plan will help move people from camps to more permanent housing. The news is brought to you by Three James Accident Attorneys. A truck driver has been given $500,000 for a wrongful arrest by deputies in Apple Valley.
The San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors approved the settlement. Deputies stopped him while he was walking back to his truck from inside a store he was delivering to in 2019. The driver's lawsuit states he had delivery paperwork in plain sight. Deputies asked the truck driver for his ID. The driver refused and asked to speak to a supervisor. Deputies then put the man in handcuffs. They say the man took on a fighting stance. The driver's attorney alleged the man was arrested in retaliation for arguing. The man was charged with resisting arrest. However, the case was dropped for lack of evidence. Boy, trolling. Hey, if I knew.
Huntington Beach has banned the LGBTQ pride flag from flying at City Hall.
We all deserve freedom to think. Even the DA flags the pride flag.
City Speaker said the decision unnecessarily sends the wrong message to millions of tourists, which the city saw.
Isn't it worth it to tell these people that something going to be easy in your local here?
Councilman Pat Burns says only the American, state, city, county, and armed forces flags should be flown.
It's not about getting rid of the pride flag.
He said during the 4-3 vote last night, government flags should represent everybody.
I have a nephew and niece that are both gay, and I love them dearly, but we in my family don't recognize them as any different.
In Huntington Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI.
Huntington Beach has unveiled a new $3 million police helicopter that will patrol multiple cities. Mayor Tony Strickland says the new MG-530S will also patrol Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Newport Beach.
Students are out there when they see it overhead.
A moment of silence was observed for Officer Nicholas Stella, who was killed when a police helicopter went down a year ago this month. Huntington Beach is expecting 2 more new helicopters to be delivered in the next few months. The Turkish Cultural Center in Irvine is collecting coats and blankets for people displaced by that huge earthquake in Turkey. Anatolia Cultural Center Attila Kasavetsky says the center is also coordinating tax donations with the nonprofit.
There are also a lot of nonprofits that are working around the clock in Turkey, and they're working around the clock. They've been full right now since Monday morning.
The center says the deadline to drop off clothing is next Monday. The close head of the Turkish consulate in LA then sits to Turkey. A man from Libya accused of being involved in making the bomb that destroyed a Pan Am flight flying over Scotland has pleaded not guilty. The 1988 bomb killed 270 people, most of them from the U.S.
Pan Am 103 was 38 minutes to take off from London when it flew up over Scotland from a bomb built out of a cassette recorder and stored in a suitcase.
As the Turkish is the man facing with the life in prison is convicted third person charged in the terrorist act of the first to appear in court in the U.S. The Verify Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow closed down 208, S&P 500 down 46, NASDAQ down 203, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.62.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warmer tomorrow. Highs around 80 for Metro LA, mid-70s to low 80s in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, upper 70s to low 80s for Inland Orange County, mid to upper 70s in the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 66 in Dana Point, 76 in Anaheim, 72 in Diamond Bar, and 74 in Simi Valley. We're going to a crash on the 10 in this city. Line Jackson reported a long sleeve eastbound sign coming up on Vermont. Everything is out of range to the right shoulder. That's how we're going to set you know what. The drive is still moving overall out of Santa Monica. We've got Mike O'Brien and Pay App on in the sky.
Yeah, those couple spots here is Diamond Bar. There's 57 North Valley Grand Record. The first to the east, they've gone to the right shoulder, but 457, they should right now back to about Connor County, coming up Orange County. The 16 south, going on this side, pretty much out of Hockey near the height. Now there's a problem issue out in Amber. Looks like the 10 westbound, just about Del Mar there. You're holding your horses, and you're trying to get the little problem over to the right shoulder, but very unusual flying there, back to about 10. Michael O'Brien, Fly in the Sky.
The drive in Santa Clarita on the 14 is looking pretty decent right now. A little crowded off the 5, looking a lot better by Golden Valley Road. Pay App in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Ethan Martinez. Things going to be here before you know it to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down to $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit and California solar rebate.
Call saving money by spraying on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Got pound 250 from yourself. Say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, to go to SolarMaxTech.com.
They can available on food credit, CFW, and 973 for you. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season. There's so much sensitive info all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no. He said stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to help it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Invest in accident? Visit superbonus.com. KFI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
CFO, 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we have openings with the Moist line. Have you heard of the Moist line, John? It's pretty popular. People choose application. Oh, yeah. One of my favorite moments of the week. Oh, and you just wanted to be the... You're doing already. Joe Biden's class. We already got one. We already got one? Yes. Hey, there's one. One's in already. If it's a good review, we're going to play it tomorrow or Friday evening. It should make it, yeah. Okay. Well, there's the man at the time. The iHeartRadio app is one way to do it. Leave a message there. Using the microphone on the toll-free number 1-877 Moist 86 1-877 664 7886. Well, speaking of Pfizer, John, we have a bombshell. Literally. The bombshell is that Joe Biden, according to this story, has no idea if this is true. He was ordered to destroy the Nord Stream pipeline after Russia invaded Ukraine. That Navy divers, U.S. Navy divers, they're the ones who blew up the pipeline. It's an underwater pipeline called the Nord Stream, and it supplied Russian gas to Western Europe. It also source of gas to Western Europe. But this is true. It's caused a big problem to the Europeans because they depend on Russia for the gas. Of course, Russia depends on the money, and then they're using that money to fund the war. Now, according to this story, and it's by Seymour Hersh, who's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. He has a Substack website on the internet, and he cites the source with direct knowledge of the operational planning behind the plot. He says that divers planted C4 explosives on 3 Nord Stream pipelines in June of 2022. And then 3 months later, they were detonated. They used a buoy, a sonar buoy, which broadcast the signal from the buoy to the pipeline that triggered the bomb. And it was a direct response to the invasion of Ukraine. It was designed to force Germany and other European nations to end their reliance on gas, which Moscow was getting billions of dollars from the sale. The White House and the CIA have completely rejected this report, saying it is confession. The blast went off on September 26th of 2022. And allegedly, investigators are baffled by what happened. Now, the impact was limited only because the pipelines were not fully operational. But the future supply, obviously, was destroyed. Here's the timeline of it. On September 26th, a Norwegian surveillance plane dropped the sonar buoy onto the Baltic Sea. And this came just after, in June, that Navy divers planted remote-controlled C4 explosives on the pipeline. So the explosives were planted first, then the sonar buoy was dropped from a plane, then the buoy emitted a sequence of low-frequency sounds, certain tones. The C4 explosives detected the signals and set off the bomb. Now, some wondered if Russia had blown up their own pipeline in order to punish Europe, and then some wondered if the U.S. had done it to punish Russia. And the investigators, if they're telling the truth, said, "Oh, we don't know. Can't tell." Repairs are going to cost at least $500 million, $500 million. The Nord Stream project could cost $20 billion in 15 years. And then just in a split second, boom, the pipes were destroyed, at least in that sector. According to the story, the cover was a series of military exercises in the Baltic Sea, carried out by 16 NATO countries. The divers used this event. It was a 13-day event known as Valtop 22. I guess it's an acronym for something. And the event is used as a cover. It was a top-secret mission. Now, in February, Biden said the U.S. would bring an end to Nord Stream if Russia invaded Ukraine. The exact quote was, "If Russia invades, then there'll be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it." And somebody asked, a reporter asked, "How would you do that?" And Biden said, "I promise you we'll be able to do it." But then, of course, he did it and denied it, and they're denying the story. Well, if the story is true. Joe Biden reportedly oversaw the plot. And then it reiterates that the White House and the CIA claim this is false. Oh, yeah, the CIA said it's out the truth. This is a perfect example of something we were discussing the other day. You have no idea who to believe. You certainly aren't going to believe the Russians. You can't believe our government. And then they have good reasons for covering this up. But still, if you're a regular person trying to understand what's going on in the world, Russia not being able to send natural gas to Europe is going to drive up the price of natural gas around the world. And you've seen what your bill looks like these days. So that's I guess that's where unless somebody keeps publishing, somebody involved with the operation, and those guys are sworn secretly, I guess the story's just going to continue. So you have one journalist with his sources. Nobody's named, as far as I can tell. Everyone's denying it. It probably needs a skirt. More coming up on the Johnny Thing Show. Yep, Mark Live, the 24-hour campsite newsroom.
A proposed bill would give people in the state a chance to reinstate voting rights to felons in prison. An assemblyman is introducing the California bill Monday, saying democracy thrives and everybody has a chance to have their voice heard. Power bills could be going up for some people in LA, so Cal Edison has sent a request to the California Public Utilities Commission for a 4.4% rate increase. The company says higher natural gas prices are impacting its ability to deliver power. Numerous state attorneys general want Mexican drug cartels to be classified as terrorist organizations. They made that request in a letter to President Biden and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. We are going to go to the 210. It is slow in Pasadena. We're looking at that 245, and the lake is going in all the way from Mountain. We're in on a break in Pasadena. Just a little opening after Foothill Boulevard as you roll into Upland. More growth continues from baseline as you roll towards the 15 freeway. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Just looking at the Santa Ana Canyon run, which is sort of like a walk right now. Not even eastbound, jamming up there just a little past the Imperial as the first rear kicking across scales. First track heavy over the Green River, and then back on a little gap and back onto the 71, most of the way to Riverside. Now, heading up towards the El Monte area, actually we're closer to Alhambra. We take the 10 westbound at Del Monte. I feel like an accident there. First time on that stretch out of El Monte. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
If you see any problems, you can always give us an update. Pound 250 keyword KFI traffic on some road work heading out of Cerritos, 91 westbound approaching the 605. You've got a backup all the way from Beach Boulevard. KFI and 9. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez. And this report is brought to you by Lowe's.
Weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's, you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup.
This report is sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having the time of your life is more than ever when you MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, save, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states.
AT&T DirecTV just removed Newsmax from 13 million homes. AT&T owns DirecTV, and this is the second conservative channel they removed in a year. Meanwhile, DirecTV is still keeping what they call 22 liberal news channels on. So if you're angry about the censorship, Newsmax wants you to speak up. Newsmax is the fourth highest rated channel. DirecTV isn't taking off the other liberal channels. Longitude says Newsmax is targeted, and it's wrong. Newsmax says AT&T and DirecTV censorship is unacceptable. If you care about censorship, seriously consider canceling your DirecTV and AT&T service. And if you're a DirecTV or an AT&T customer, call 877 Newsmax, and they'll connect you. You can contact your congressman to complain about censorship. Call 877 Newsmax. They'll connect you too. Millions that join Newsmax's fight. Show your support. Call 877 Newsmax now. Walgreens wants to make it easy to refill your Medicare prescription. That's why they offer 90-day refills. Refill by phone using your phone. Even send a trip refill, so you can pick up all your prescriptions with ease. Or when at Walgreens. Exclusions may apply. Contact your license 4771. We fit together. One of our team review the nation, where we help understand breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments with a $149. Another one is more for our new drains with $80 to 3-foot drain set. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $80. So nice on $30. Get air conditioning and plumbing. PCL.com. We drain the right way, not the easy. John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury trust in the world, and our thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the power. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan, MorganPeople.com, for an office near you. Even if it's just the weather balloon, it's not okay for it to invade the sovereign airspace of the United States. It has made a massive impact on our foreign policy when it comes to China-specific bag of dog on our front porch. Barry and Shannon, after you don't do this again. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we have more money to give you. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide word on our website. That's CASH, CASH. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If ever an accident means everything, call the winning attorneys at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Want $1,000? Enter the words cash. That's cash, KFIA640.com/cash. So text, if you win, you get an email check your junk spam folder too. Listen to the box for the winning keywords from the 6 a.m. hour with Handle all the way to 6 p.m. hour with Conway. And it'll happen again next hour here on KFI. All right, so last night during the State of the Union, Biden made another pitch for amnesty. It was approved by the Republicans. They also approved him because he talked about fentanyl deaths, and that's also the consequence of a wide open border. Now, another aspect of the story that we don't talk about as much. Obviously, Biden has been waving in migrants from all over the world into the country. He's come up with some cockamamie new idea to sort of recategorize them out of the illegal category by giving them some sort of special status. But here's what it often does come back to, besides the politics, that was ever running the Department of Homeland Security, and that is the job situation. The Wall Street Journal did a long story, and this is what gets back to people in foreign countries just as much as Biden's open door policy. There's jobs here, and they're paying better than ever. You have heard time and time again that we've hit a pretty low unemployment rate. 3.4% in January was the lowest in 53 years. And whether or not that includes people that just don't want to work, so they're not looking for work, so they're not encountered in the unemployment number, right? It's not included. You know, right. You know how many people dropped out of the workforce the past few years? But they're alive. They can work, but they don't. 7.5 million. 7.5 million people. The pandemic really took some people up, and they just decided they didn't want to do the job they were doing anymore. And that's what those jobs often were. The lower-paying service jobs. Apparently, there's a shortage of cooks and dishwashers, and in some regions of the country, they are trying really hard, distributing flyers in subway stations and bus stops with large migrant communities. Well, and what has happened with this is the pay has increased dramatically for some of these jobs. One guy who came from Honduras 2 years ago was paid for $13 an hour. Now he makes over $18 an hour, assembling shelves and warehouses in Florida. Tell me why everyone on welfare has been contacted and told to take one of these jobs or you lose your money. Why wouldn't you do that? You could do that. That should be an absolute. We got 11 million job openings. Why are we paying 11 million people? I wonder how many people are on welfare. There's no excuse for it. Food stamps, whatever you call it. You know, because there's 100 different programs, but it all involves the same thing. You're getting cash or the equivalent of cash to buy stuff. Migrant construction laborers in the Washington area make an average of $120 a day before the pandemic. It has risen to about $200 a day. That's how in demand that type of labor is right now. That's where it gets back to these countries of Central and South America. And that's going to bring another flood of people, along with the fact that, yeah, they've heard it's easy to get to the United States to stay here, but they're also hearing about the money. You see the remittance numbers? The U.S. World Bank estimates remittances to Latin America grew more than 9% in 2022 to $142 billion being sent out of the country. So we've heard this before. These are the jobs America do. Well, now you can see that that's kind of what's happening with something. You know what? I don't really understand. We forget that he paid out debt. I mean, he got billions of dollars. Right. You shouldn't get a single penny you haven't earned unless somehow you're physically or mentally incapable of working. But if you can stand and breathe and speak, then you should be forced to go to work, or you don't get $1 from the government. We can give you a subsidy if you're not making enough, but you should be able to take the highest paid job that you are qualified to take. And it should be mandatory. It's like you have to check in with a parole officer, right? Every week if you're a criminal, well, you have to check in with a welfare officer. And the officer should say, well, did you get a job yet? No. Oh, well, you'll give you a check then. We'll give you half a check if you don't get a job, and slowly wean them off. That's just inexcusable. 11 million job openings. Oh, we need to pay all these illegal aliens. That's nonsense. We got tons of Americans just flat out refusing to work, and we know who they are because we're sending them checks. We have their names and addresses. We know exactly who they are and where they live. So then you ought to get a knock on the door and say, hey, time to go to work. Here, I got a list of 11 million jobs. Surely there's one in the neighborhood for you. The smallest job seekers is helped along by an informal network on social media. Many migrants know a job is waiting for them in the U.S. before they even leave home. Facebook, Maya communities in Mexico and Yucatan Peninsula get job offers on the U.S. West Coast. Team staff wanted, pay us $16 to $18 an hour. Schedule parents. So that will drive people to the city. Yeah, I'm looking here. Right? I'm looking at some websites here, how many people are involved in. The U.S. has a welfare program. Temporary assistance for needy families, supplemental nutrition assistance program, and others, right? So now the states that have the largest number of SNAP recipients. California, 3.8 million. Now, 3.8 million people are getting the supplemental nutrition assistance program. Yeah, so that's the food stamp category. And the Texas has got almost 3.5 million, Florida almost 3 million, New York 2.5 million, and on and on and on. So why are there 3.5 million people getting money to buy food when I'm sure there's probably 1 million jobs unfilled here in California? I know there are. I mean, I go to the local drugstore. There's 22 people in line. And I talked to the manager there. I told the manager, this is ridiculous. Why do I have to stand in line by 22 people? He goes, well, we can't hire anybody. I mean, we can, but we try, and nobody shows up for a job interview. And if they are hired, they just don't show up for work. Now, desperate employers then will take on migrants because you got to have somebody to wash the dishes. But it's in the table, it's to cut off the free money to these the lazy bums. Oh, the ones that, the ones who are getting some kind of government assistance. Yeah, because it's the same type of job they see in the story. It's restaurant work, it's housekeeping work, it's construction work. It's stuff we talked about for years that usually shifts over to migrants, but I think it's even bigger than ever. And migrants have one for these jobs. Yeah, I just got no shit for these people. If your mental health and physical health is in susceptible shape, then just stand up. Go, do something, move. And they talked to a migrant from Venezuela. A lot of people from Venezuela came here. He actually crossed the Rio Grande last year. Started a tomato processing plant in Tennessee. Now he's at a vegetable processing plant. This is $15 an hour. Well, because the migrant, as a waiter in Ecuador, made less than $2.50 an hour. The migrants, by and large, do work. And they work very hard. I mean, if you see any of the crews that work on homes, whether the construction crews, the gardening crews, or maintenance crews, yeah, they're largely immigrants. You can just tell. You hear them talk. They're mostly talking Spanish. I don't know what their legal status is, but they're working hard. They're sweating hard all day. They're lifting lots of heavy things. There's very few breaks. There's one brief lunch period from what I can see, and that's it. So what are the Americans' excuses that? This is the Americans umbrella about it. I know. I mean, everything's relative. People in these countries that make so little money and so desperate they want to work, they'll come here and take a job. Yeah, Americans will too. I mean, that's why a lot of them are coming over the border, obviously. And so, what's your excuse as an American you don't feel like it. We've always pondered that pandemic. A lot of people just walk away from the job. And that's just didn't work. Opening the libraries. That's another reason that the border is getting rough. But they sit around, they're getting free money. What do? They start doing drugs. They start doing booze. And next thing you know, they're out on the street, and I'm supposed to give them a house. But didn't you say yesterday that that people's reserves are really low now? Remember that the money they saved up from the pandemic, they release money, and they are getting low. Savings accounts are being depleted. Their credit cards, the balances are starting to balloon. They're at the end of the road here. Part of it is the inflation, right? Everybody's got it. In fact, it costs 14% more to live today than it did at the beginning of Joe Biden's term, which is this inflation now into their second year, so it's cumulative. Right. And so now it's 14% higher total. And that's not going down. I mean, the inflation rate is going down slightly, but even if it's at 6% instead of 8%, it's still at 6%. That means it's 6% more expensive than a year ago. A lot of things aren't making sense to me because they're raising the interest rates, and that's supposed to have an effect and result in unemployment and a weaker economy, but the unemployment is the lowest it's been for years. Well, what would be the number? These two have to match and then cross over somewhere, right? So what would the employment number be if you threw in the 7 million who dropped out of the workforce? Yeah, that's exactly right. We don't know what that number is because they're not counting. I've always thought for a long time the unemployment number is the safest number the government puts out. It doesn't account for people who were looking for work or not looking for work. Right. And then I look at the millions and millions of people on these various welfare programs. And I mean, there was a brief time when Clinton was president. Clinton, of all people, was you had to work. You weren't going to be on welfare indefinitely. There were going to be strict limits, and then you were going to get weaned off. And you had to work, and then the more you worked, the less welfare you got. And I don't know what happened to that point. You got more coming up, John. It's KFIA on 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Rock Live in the 24-hour KFI News.
The LA City Council has asked for a report on the impact the shortage of bus drivers in the city is having on transit services. Officials say there have been around 10,000 canceled gas routes per month over the last 2 years. That's an average of 15% of scheduled trips. Officials say it's a nationwide trend. About 96% of transit agencies across the country have reported a workforce shortage. Huntington Beach has unveiled a new $3 million police helicopter which will patrol multiple cities. Mayor Tony Strickland says the new MV-530S will also patrol Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Newport Beach.
Cities throughout the area depend on HCTV air support to support their public safety efforts as well. Residents and businesses in the area know and recognize AC-1 and feel safer when they see it overhead.
Huntington Beach is expecting two more new helicopters to be delivered in the next few months. The Tennessee Police Officers Standards and Training Commission is one of the 5 officers who brutally beat a black man during a traffic stop. Took pictures of him. The document shared yesterday sent some photos of Tyree Nichols bloodied and propped against the police car. 2 other officers and
also took cell phone video and still images. Tyree Nichols' arrest and subsequent beating.
ABC's Jim Ryan said that video has not been released to the public yet. The Memphis Police Department said the former officer's on-duty conduct was unjustly, blatantly unprofessional. Nichols died of arrest last month. The Church of England is discussing whether to use gender-neutral language when referring to God instead of using solely masculine like he or our Father. The Church says Christians have recognized that God is neither male nor female since ancient times. The Church says this is nothing new and is part of a broader push to adapt to modern language. We're going to go to the 71 next.
Want to sell your home? All sellers advantage. Well, everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move from their inherited or property they want to get rid of and say it's just time for a change. Whatever your reasons for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. They will make a competitive cash offer that is guaranteed that will close in days. No complicated closing process or contract.
Right.
Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Yeah, check out those reviews. Call them today. There's no obligation on. Here's that number, 888-302-IDEA. 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 And sellersadvantage.com.
For the sun will buy your home, make it easy, so that you don't have to worry. So happy, whatever gets value.
Here in Brazil, will make it 165 days.
Southland weather can pay up on sunny and warmer tomorrow. We're looking at highs around 80s for Metro LA, mid-70s to low 80s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, upper 70s to low 80s for Inland Orange County, mid to upper 70s for the Inland Empire. Right now, 73 in Villa Park and 69 in West Minster. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to the 71 in Chino Hills. Well, the traffic is loading up on that southbound side from Mount Pine Avenue as you continue south to the 91 freeway. This is Michael Bryan with
The 95 here. They finally cleared out of the carpool or a couple of lanes there. They're doing some road work through the midday. Now, it's all clear. They're recovering out of Buena Park there. It's kind of tied up from not. Now, if you're heading eastbound up the 91, you get some normal flowing. Outside's been on and off. That's too top story, though. The tough stuff is really in the Santa Ana Canyon, where you're going to hit the brakes there from Imperial Highway most of the way into Corona. Now, it also looks like the 605 northbound, we got a doozy just coming up here. 605 northbound just past the 60 before Valley Boulevard, I should say. 2 left lanes are blocking. Looks like maybe injuries involved. And now that is the point. It goes way back to the 105. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Culver City on the 405 northbound, Lakeview and Washington Boulevard. You remain on the break. Yeah, it's pretty solid all the way to the 5 merge into Philmar, KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez.
Hi, sound good. I'm on Hollywood Spotlight. The Gold Derby leaderboard continues to get everything everywhere all at once, a healthy lead in the race for Best Picture. The Best Actor is still up for grabs, with experts teetering between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. Meanwhile, Variety's Clayton Davis says Colin Farrell is the home field advantage at the upcoming Doctors on February 19th.
Call it quits. We all call it quits.
And on back to the Best Screenplay category, historically the films that win the Golden Globe also win the Oscar. So history repeats itself. That honor was goes to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a big congrats to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of her memoir, Finding Me. I just EGOT! Davis is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
This President's Day dominant city takes hail to the cheap sale. Don't you mean hail to the cheap, Larry? No, I want hail to the cheap. With over 50% of the best brands. Plus, with your good credit, buy today and take interest-free for 36 months. On purchase of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment and 10% down. I'm going straight to hail. Because you're killing me, Larry. Advertise pricer, your mattress for free! Hey, G-Shark, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. ESLB 100374. I'm Martin Hope, owner of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how you can use the body care filter. The Navaj's power structure will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a Medipop. Navaj uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. This is Jacob Amlani. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about content on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Let's be honest, vacation sucks. And I know that you're sitting at home like a maybe it's time you were a winner. TFI wants you to do a tax refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword and enter it at TFIAM640.com/gas. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your tax refill on TFI AM640 or stimulating drugs. TFI AM640 live every rep on the iHeartRadio app. More funny stuff from those Twitter hearings today. The House of Representatives questioning the Twitter trifecta was the former Deputy General Counsel Dave Baker, the ex-head of Trust and Safety Yoel Roth, and the woman we talked about last hour, the former policy director, Gaya Agadi. I heard that AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, still believes that the Hunter Biden laptop story is only half true. That's right. They called it half-baked. Half-baked. Yeah, he was preaching it. What part of his faith? He didn't explain. He didn't explain. No. He just listed all the important issues of the day, and we're spending time here on Hunter Biden's half-baked laptop story. When they were questioned, these three I mentioned about the Hunter Biden story, they all seem to pull the old Nixon, I call it. I don't recollect, I cannot recall. They were asked, did you talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden laptop? Baker said, to the best of my recollection, I did not talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story before that day. Did you talk to them after that day? And Baker said, I do not recall. Then why did you word your first answer that way? Exactly. And imply that you talked to them after that day. Sitting here today, I don't recall speaking to the FBI and all about the Hunter Biden matter, the laptop. If you ever do a deposition, and there's ever a landmine that you and your attorney don't want to discuss, you say, I don't recall. Because you can't get prosecuted for perjury. Right for that. Because they can't prove what you don't remember. Apparently, this is Tim Jordan, the congressman from Ohio, was going after this Baker guy, and he said, well, if you talk to these 51 former intelligence officials who implied the laptop was Russian misinformation, the answer again was, I don't recall. I can't remember who's in that group, and I don't recall talking to anybody. It was kind of the theme that went back and forth like this. I haven't had time to read it, and it ties into this Twitter story, but the Columbia Journalism Review, which is supposedly the gold standard of journalistic integrity, right? They have done an in-depth investigation of the journalism done during the Russian hoax. The dossier, the hookers being on Trump's bed, that whole story. And they found out the whole thing really was garbage and nonsense, and that the mainstream media really...
Dude, why do you change the fucking view?
I mean, just really just make stuff up. and other news outlets have been contacting people from NBC and CNN and the New York Times for reactions to this Columbia Journalism Review analysis, and nobody wants to comment. Oh, really? Everyone's like hiding under their desk waiting for it to go away. Yeah. This really was completely, purposely skinned up to try to overthrow Trump. First to block him from getting into office, and then to get him thrown out. Yeah, well, it worked, didn't it? And Twitter was doing it. Yeah, it took 4 years after he got in, but, I'm not so sure a lot of the problem wasn't just Trump's personality, it's more of thinking, Trump did everything he could.
Are you talking to me?
It's finished to mine, but all the scandals that were going on for the 4 years, most of them were out-and-out media lies.
Why did
political lies? Really? And everybody was what it's like to live under Soviet rule. That's what we were talking about. And we have one more piece of audio associated with last night's Union speech. It's not Biden. Certainly, it's still Biden. There was no alcohol. So the White House staff was watch party. And apparently she expressed some real disappointment about the able to drink. Well,
that's got me, fella.
I'm not so happy to
The real reason is, first of all, there's always a drinking game. You have the bingo card. The president drinks the same tired line. But honestly, you're part of the Biden White House staff. Imagine how much you eat alcohol on a daily basis to deal with all the emergencies about what he might say or does say. I'm sure she's not there back every night, but she's got to take Joe around. Oh, yeah. Joe's running around in his diaper. Oh, did you see that? You see Joe Biden fighting one on the lips of Kamala Harris' husband? I did see that. That Doug, what's his Demhawk? Maybe he was looking for more food with the staff. Second gentleman. Yeah, they got it. The first lady kissed the second gentleman right on the lip.
This is idea.
Yeah. Usually polite in public is just kick on the cheek, right? Yeah, you give those air kicks. And you really don't want to mess up their lip. You tend to go from one side of the head to the other. Right, Deborah? That's what the air
Yes, exactly.
You want it's about the makeup.
Yes, I don't want to mess up
about the shirt.
Well, that too. I mean, I don't need to kiss somebody on the lip.
No, that implies a more intimate, either you're related or you're really close friends or you want to be. Maybe Jill and Doug Emhoff, they're both married to idiots, but there's a lot of gossip coming out of this. They might have some sort of they have a lot in common. They got a spouse who comes over and makes no sense. They have nobody to talk to. Yeah, you always have those problems reading the stories about 5,000 of you could drink and kiss people everywhere. You're sitting at the dinner table and Kamala Harris comes home. You gonna listen to that? Or are you gonna listen to Joe Biden? Here, Kamala, I make your word salad for tonight. Joe, hit a gibberish to your spouse. Joe, put on a shirt. Come on. Instead, that they grab hands and share a quick smile before swiftly embracing. And then have their magic little kiss. People just answer there. I think they're both sad.
Oh my God.
People do that. I've seen that, and actually, I have had a guy friend do that. It did make me feel uncomfortable. I thought it was weird, but I didn't say anything.
You could have charged them.
I know. I could have.
Yeah. Sometimes, when you go to those parent parties, yeah, occasionally after drinking, some people start to take liberties on both sides.
Drinking from experience.
It's good, I was going to say. Goodbye, hugs and kisses. Sometimes you get a little Sure. Hey, you little handsy, touchy feeling? What are you doing there? At least Biden can't out of that. Nobody is selling women's hair. Oh, yeah. Fondling people badly. I forgot about that. Yeah, he just kept that down in public and he buried his nose. Oh, yeah. Young women, yeah. Girls, little girls. You just sit there and you just see the look on his face. It's just very excited about that. It's like a woman.
What am I doing?
No, I think because both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden still have their faculties, so I would think they're bonding, right? Because all the pressure, the media attention, and they both had careers. They both worked. I don't know what they're doing now, but he was a lawyer or something, right? Yeah, maybe he still is, but obviously his normal life is constructed, her normal life is constructed, and they got to deal with two crazy people coming home every day. All right, more coming up, Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live every radio. I got radio app. And everyone on 24 hours.
Thousands of Disney employees will have to find new work. The Burbank Ace Wellbeing Company said 7,000 jobs are being cut as part of a $500 million cost-cutting effort. CBS plans to buy Oak Street Health for about $10.6 billion. Oak Street runs centers for lower to middle-income people with Medicare Advantage plans. Ukrainian President Zelensky urged the UK to provide his country with fighter jets to help in war against Russia. Zelensky addressed Parliament during his first UK visit since Russia's invasion. We're going to see how those freeways are looking. Actually, we'll go to the 5, and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next.
You may have heard that interest rates, another quarter point this week, and they're going to go up a lot more this year. It's never going to end. So rates go up, means your payments are higher, credit is harder to get, and you still need a new smile. Because your teeth are all rotted, decayed, and black and gross. You need a one-day smile transformation from Cunning Dental. Cunning Dental has the unique and the smile transformation you deserve in just a day. You need permanent teeth in a day. Call Cunning Dental. Lock in the payment plan. 888-640-SMILE. 888-640-SMILE.
It is slow on the 5 in Irvine. That northbound side that's loading up, getting away from the 133 freeway. Enjoy taking you all the way into Anaheim, opening up once you pass Marker. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, that's it. Avocado Heights here. You take the 605 northbound, just past the 50. The two left lanes are blocked, the right lane is blocked. There's a left-right function and knockout one. It is bumper to bumper all the way back to the 105. South outside of the fence, they're looking at lose it right off the 10. Little bit after back on for pretty much road fields on. Pretty just through the 5. There's a whole stretch of Whittier's up there. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm in commercial mode.
Because I mean, here's what's saying with the iHeart Network.
Presented by the Play It Forward Foundation.
Selector Jazz and Civil Wolves are talking about a trade involving D'Angelo Russell returning to LA, with Russell Westbrook going to Utah. Former Eagles and Dodgers slugger Albert Pujols will take part in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game February 17th. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, commenting on the state of league officiating, said it's never been better despite several questionable calls over the season that led to controversy. I'm Frank Arabi. The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at PIFFoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. Plus, our instant gifts, good for sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Then cozy up on your new bed, because there's nothing better than staying in. As well, we want our fresh programs to meet your expectations, which is why we're committed to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our pre-conducting, checking for in-point quality. In fact, only the tax department has zesty oranges and crisp carrots in our shelves, because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. Well, fresh for everyone.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and we can help with everything from a romantic dinner to floral bouquets, chocolate chip strawberries, and so much more. Happy Valentine's Day. This is Leo Smith here, founder of Service Captain's Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems that all how can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? But the price is right. We believe an educated customer is the best kind of customer. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that make sense for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and you're at the right time. Quotes from second always free. So call Service Champions at 833-777-7777. Find us online at servicechampions.com. Want to know one of the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investments. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrbradio.com. That's fnrbradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk of losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrbradio.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel fresh and worried for frustrated. CalHope and Hope. Contact CalHope free and secure mental health support. Call 833-317-46
Support my household.org.
1-770-KARS. KARS. 1-770-KARS.
Car prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now bidding the highest for D7. Donate at carsforkids.org. And your car can pick up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, home, building, or any kind of real estate. I remember one Valentine's Day, my wife got pretty pissed. If you worked at a florist, and she got 15% off. So I said, I'm going to get you flowers on Valentine's Day. Why? Are you offended if we use freaking Broadway Junior show? Man, it was uncomfortable for about 2 days. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Supported live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we got room on the voice line, so please drop a message for Friday's voice line in point of call. You can use the iHeartRadio app, the microphone icon, or call the toll-free number 1-877-VOICE-616-1877-664-7886. We're just talking earlier this hour about the really, really low unemployment rate, which we kind of doubt because it doesn't count people that came up looking for work, not interested in work. So, again, in this vein, they're going to announce that they're going to fire 7,000 people, trying to save $5.5 billion in costs. Bob Iger, of course, has just returned to the company during an earnings call today, and I guess he told everybody listening that the terminology is, we're embarking on a significant transformation. One will maximize the potential of our world-class creative teams and our unparalleled brands and franchises. Apparently, what hit them was the streaming service. They lost 2.4 million subscribers during the first quarter. They have about 152 million people. How many parents do you think dropped them after all the woke things? Oh, yeah, there was reports that they were putting out. They're putting out a lot of, and they've been open about it. Some of the executives that they wanted to put all kinds of messages about queer sexuality. I think is the way they described it, and also a lot of racial stuff. Besides the cartoons, in fact, I was listening to Fox today, and they were playing clips from some new show, and it was all such these characters, and it was like clearly indoctrination. Critical race theory. I was listening to Fox, and there's just a bunch of executives that feel that this is necessary for a kid. But if you're not 10 years old, they're not going to really understand what's that. And there's been a lot of that in the movies and stories with like lesbian scenes and things, and a lot of parents agree out there and said, well, we're just not here. Now we don't trust you. Now we don't know what we get when we go to watch one of the shows. And they lost 1.4 million subscribers in the U.S. And apparently they also lost a lot of decline in media. They have a product here called Disney Plus Hotstar, so they also saw a big drop off. But it makes it sound like most of their problems. My problem with these streaming services is, man, and we know this in Netflix and others, they spend so much money up front that, of course, they're seeing big losses. It could take years to recover that because the productions are elaborate and they hire big stars. Yeah. And it's not like doing a movie in the theater where you're charging people $20 a ticket. No, the streaming service, where I think Netflix right now is like, oh, I'm going to make it the blue. Yeah. And there's so much material out there now. Yeah, so many streaming channels, so many programs. Again, I wait for people to tell me, like, maybe I'll read an article that the show might be interesting and I do without the side. Whether or not I want to invest any time in it, but especially if you watch the series, if there are 12 episodes, you think you're wild. Which I don't like doing. There's nothing more aggravating than turning the main screen and seeing that there's like 400 choices. I wish somebody would come up with a better way to organize things. Like maybe there isn't, or they would have done it by now, but it's too much, and I just turn it on and go read something. You're better off just reading. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like watching them very late. I just see them at to watch a movie or a TV show. I can't see that. Sideways here. Yeah, I'm like you though. I have to ask my wife during the movie, like, hey, what do you think that is? Yeah, Superman. Well, you get other problems. All right, we're talking about the NBA, the new champ, LeBron James. He is the new, I guess, record holder, right? He holds the record for most points. Some controversy, yeah, that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had to go to 4 years of college. He couldn't come right out of high school. Well, that's right. So there's that. And he didn't have the 3 points. Three-pointer. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had 1 3-pointer. That's right. Just one. Kareem did play more games. What's amazing is that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar held the record for, I don't know, 25, 30 years, whatever the amount of years it is. 40 years? And 1984. And when he retired, he had 1 more 3-pointer than I did. So bitter. You weren't mentioned last time. That's right. I saw the list of 3-point leaders, and you weren't there. I know. You know Ray Lopez, though? He was on the list of mentions. They mentioned list. That's right. Yeah. One behind 3. 0 mentions. And also, and then CBS is offering almost $11 million to buy Oak Street Health. They're moving to the primary health care. I think it's going to be essentially the new CVS hospitals and CVS medical powers and everything. Yeah. I think that's why they stopped selling cigarettes. Hard to sell cigarettes in a hospital. Although, look, that's where you're going to find the guys that really enjoy it. So, yeah. You know, we're going to watch them. Right. They're already on their way out. What else? It's got to be the most difficult thing in the world. You're dying, you got lung cancer in the hospital, and you can't have a cigarette. And crazy. What? Give them the cigarette. Yeah. Big dog. Here. Big dog. Big dog. I like that. Yeah. My encourager today live in the 24-hour cafe is live in Detroit in a world full of retweets. KOST. Los Angeles and China. Live everywhere on the Radio app. Let's see if this works. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County approved the largest ever one-year spending plan to tackle homelessness. Supervisors unanimously agreed to a $609.7 million budget to address homelessness for the next fiscal year. That's the largest investment the county has made to date. LA Mayor Bass said 40,000 people are homeless in LA, and everyone is affected by it. It is a humanitarian crisis that takes the life of 5 people every day. The funding was approved yesterday, less than 2 months after Bass declared a state of emergency on homelessness last December. It must stop, and change starts now. The county says its initiative plan will focus on meeting people out of encampment, helping with permanent housing, and providing the homeless with mental health resources. Chris Agnew, KFI News. An elderly woman driven an SUV off a 4-story parking garage in Orange County. Officials say the crash happened at the Children's Health Orange County Hospital's main campus. Video from KPLA shows the SUV crashed through a railing on the top level of a parking garage and landed upside down on the building below. Orange County Fire Department says the woman driving was taken to the trauma center. The United Airlines plane took off from San Diego had to return to the airport because of a fire caused by a laptop computer battery pack. Passengers were upset. Got next to me, two soldiers started to scream. The guy in first class said, "Oh, God." Crew members put the flaming charger in a special bag to keep the fire from spreading. The plane headed for New Jersey. Back on the ground yesterday, about 30 minutes after takeoff, 4 people were taken to the hospital and treated for smoke inhalation. A 21-foot shot was 11 seconds left in the third quarter. LeBron James, the NBA's career scoring leader, LeBron topped Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's 39-year-old record at Crypto.com Arena against the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. The game was stopped after James took records. Abdul-Jabbar handed James the basketball to symbolize the captain's victory. 12 monkeys are still missing from the zoo in Louisiana. Police said they arrested a man in connection with the theft last month. He was charged with burglary and 12 counts of cruelty to animals. Police are trying to determine what the man allegedly did with the monkeys after they were stolen in January. The owner of Luciana says he doesn't know the thief and there's no connection between him or anyone at the zoo. President Biden spoken at a laborers international union of North America in Wisconsin. He speaks in divorce to follow his stated union address where he spoke to lawmakers on Capitol Hill last night. A lot of Republicans resumed to discuss those two others. Well, let me just say this. It's resumed when I'm with my deal and make it a nation. Biden says the good news is there are a lot of good Republicans. He says it sounded like they agreed to take the Medicare cuts off the table last night. Biden says the bottom line is these benefits belong to American workers. Newly released documents about the plain and deep coloring nickels. So one officer stood and shared pictures of nickels after he was severely beaten. The officer stood over nickels as he lay propped against the police cars with photos, which he sent to other officers and a female acquaintance. Documents were released by the Tennessee Police Officers Safety Training Commission. And a federal judge has dismissed a proposed class action lawsuit against Walmart for deceiving people by selling fudge mint cookies with no fudge and no mint. The suit claimed the fudge contained no milk fat and the mint had no mint ingredients. Regarding the fudge, the judge said yesterday no cases showed that consumers expect fudge to contain milk fat, and the judge agreed with Walmart that mint promised the flavor, not actual mint. South weather from KFI, mostly clear, cool out there tonight, lows around 50 degrees. Highs and the highs for a week probably. There we go. Highs above 70 at the beaches, above 80 Metro Orange County, maybe upper 70s inland Empire in the Valley, mid 60s in the high desert. Couple degrees cooler on Friday, with some clouds moving in, then 10 to 15 degrees cooler Saturday until Sunday morning. Right now in Anaheim, 72, Newport Beach 63, Toronto 70, Long Beach 71 degrees. KFI Financial Report sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. Dow finished down 208, NASDAQ was down 203, S&P was down 46, the average price of regular gas in California, $4.62 a gallon. Somebody broke down in Encino.
This is a stall, and it's on the 101, making the way northbound at Haskell. Middle lane has been blocked, and boys are loading up out of Studio City, getting away from Laurel Canyon. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, trouble. This is the Baldwin Lawhead to the Boyle Heights area here on the 60. This is westbound, just approaching Indiana here. Looks like the green left lanes are blocked. Box for the bumper back before the 710. Eastbound side of the 60s, and it gets going pretty much from East LA Interstate most of the way out to the 605. Now, we had some problems on the 605. 605 northbound, just past the 60. They finally cleared to the right shoulder, but still like pulling teeth there away from the 105. That's appropriate. I'd rather have a root canal without anesthesia than this mad right now. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Just a look at that come-home pass on the 15, making the way northbound. It's a little crowded. Seen it worse, but watch for delays the rest of all the way to the 138. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Anne Martinez.
This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunluck Solar. Go solar today at sunluck.com. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had it several times for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is the new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of John's personal info, has anyone a security number? Nope, nah. Oh no. You've been stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work with it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Live from Radio Row, it's Super Bowl week, and there's no better way to stay up to speed than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansen, and my buds, Mark Zimmer and Greg Rosenthal, for the latest football news, just a touch of merch. We've got the #1 football podcast in the world, and Rihanna is playing the Apple Music halftime show. Doesn't get much better than that. Hang out with us live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. As America's largest injury law firm, God is our strength. Morgan & Morgan. More stimulating talk.
And iHeartRadio station.
Good morning, it's Conway Show, every weekday, 4 to 7 p.m. We're working on some pretty big stuff. launched an investigation into the soaring gas price here in the natural gas price in California. And if CES just bought Oak Tree Health for $10.6 billion, that's a big deal. And then the Fed and the NFL officials said there's no credible known safety or security threats in the Super Bowl, so congratulations, we're going to have a stable title. All right, last night, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record was broken in the NBA by LeBron James, and since I only know maybe two Lakers, we'd have somebody come in and know more about the Lakers than I do. The group of sports, nice to see you, Bob. Who's the board op and producer of the John and Ken show. You're a big Laker fan. Yes, it's my favorite team in all of sports. Wow, okay. Yeah. And you could name every Laker on the roster currently? Currently. I probably could, yeah. Okay, all right. And you could probably name 150 past Lakers. Maybe, yeah. Probably. Okay. All right, I can name you LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and then I'm stupid. You can't even get Russell? Oh, Russell, I wouldn't have gotten Russell. No, I wouldn't have. Well, he might be gone by tomorrow, so we... Okay. Trade deadline tomorrow. All right, so last night, I'm in Walmart, and I remember that the record might be broken, so I looked up the Lakers score, and it was like, I don't know, like it was 80 to 70 or something like that. It was a Wahoo offside score. And I looked down to see how many points LeBron James had. He had 26 by that point. No. And I'm like, oh, he's got to break the record. So my daughter and my wife were shopping at Walmart. I go to YouTube, and I'm watching a guy watch it on TV on a little tiny screen. Like a live stream on YouTube? Right, yeah. Oh, okay. I'm live streaming it on YouTube. I hope that guy doesn't get in trouble for pirating the game. He might. I don't know. Not your problem. Yeah, I didn't stick around for legal issues. But so I'll always remember where I was in Walmart in the living section, watching it on TV. But where did you watch it? Did you end up going? No, I didn't end up going to the game. I'm kind of. It's like bittersweet because like I woke up this morning still upset that they lost the game. Okay. Oh, you're that kind of thing. Yeah, I was mean in the 80s. Yeah, it's like, all right, cool. LeBron got the record. LeBron gets the record. I tweet out the video saying, all right, he gets the record, blah, blah, blah. My next tweet, quote, now win the damn game. But that's the way I was back in the late 70s, early 80s. Yeah. I remember being at a McDonald's on Beverly Glen and Santa Monica, and they lost in Game 7 to Boston. No, actually, that's not true. Just before Game 7, it was the Boston Massacre on Labor Day. You know, and I remember watching the game, watching it got beat by 38 points, whatever it was. And I remember being in that McDonald's, and that's when you could smoke in a McDonald's. That can't do that anymore. Light up right there at the table. Right. And they had those aluminum ashtrays, and I took it and I smashed it in my fingers. I was so pissed, and I cut 4 fingers with it. Oh, no. Yeah. And some pretty fine work to repair that job. Oh, man. Bleeding everywhere, all over McDonald's. But no, so I didn't go to the game. But you know what? A lot of people saved money, but no, a lot of people lost money. Yeah. Because if you bought a $30,000 ticket for tomorrow night's game, you get screwed. You don't get your money back. Yeah, whoever was selling tickets made out like a bandit, but whoever is now stuck with those tickets that they paid an exorbitant amount for them, now it's just a regular game, and it's right. Now it's a regular game that they'll probably lose. Realistically, yeah. Right. So now you got to now you're paying $28,000 to watch the team come in and maybe beat the Lakers by double digits. Yeah, they have to play the Milwaukee, one of the best teams in the league right now. That's horrible. It is. That's like the worst combination ever. Well, that's kind of why I'm happy that I didn't go last night. At the same time of kind of being upset that I wasn't there for history, but it's like I would have been very upset walking out of there thinking I wish the Lakers were. That's right. All right, and what did Shannon Sharp say? He had some comments. So there's a video, Kyle June, a local beat writer for the Lakers, for one of the local papers here. He had a video of Ron and Shannon Sharp embracing after the game, and Shannon was just like, man, you saved a lot of money, like $250,000, because I was definitely coming on Sunday. That's so. And Shannon's in a bit different position where he could probably afford it. Oh, he got tons of money. Yeah, but it's that sports show on Fox, right? Yeah, with Skip Bayless. I like that show. Shannon and Skip. I like that. I like the show. I'm not really a Skip Bayless. And then after that, I watched Lucy the Morning Guy on KOAC. Not this morning. No, Colin Howard. Yeah, I watched Colin Howard. Colin the Legend. Yeah, he's great, man. Yeah. But anyway, so it was a big deal. I missed the ceremony. How long did we stop the game for? Okay, so we were talking yesterday, and we said we had 20 minutes. Yeah, we set the over under probably about 20 minutes. But we would have lost if we had the over. Oh, yeah, it was probably a good 5 to 7 minutes. That's it. Yeah, but I remember I said I don't think they will let them talk to the crowd. Oh, they let them talk to the crowd. Wow. The best part was, and I don't know if the food, maybe you can get the audio of it later, but we'll get it. The dump fucking guy, Nick, and LeBron cursed in front of the entire crowd on live TV. Oh, that's great. He was just like, what word did he use? The F word? Yeah. He was like, man, thanks. All right, the big one. Yeah, the big one. it was so funny, and I was like, oh man, I'm tweeting, oh man, the dump button guy, he has one job. Like, he's like, me, that's my job here at the studio. Like, my hand has to be over the dump button. Oh, just in case anything happens, it's like, oh, you have one job. And that's wild. But it was a very human moment for LeBron. It's like, oh, he's relieved. He's just like, man, damn. Yeah, so it's over now. I can concentrate on winning. Yeah, and watching the game last night, it was, in the first half, it seemed like he was kind of gunning for it. Guys were giving him the ball. And then obviously as he got closer, that was starting to happen. But it was 133 to 130. And I'll tell you right now, that score, that 3-point loss, does not tell the whole story of the game. It was much worse than just a 3-point loss. And they fought up tonight. All right, so LeBron James is now the king of the NBA. Do you think that record will ever be eclipsed? I don't know. But he was joking in the locker room after the game with his two sons, Bronny and Bryce, and he looked at them and he was like, which one of you two is going to break the record? Oh, wow. Okay. And so, I don't know, maybe it will be one of his kids responsible. Well, look, I've been alive for both of them. I remember when Kareem broke the record, world record, and then I'm alive for this one. So, yeah, I call that Game Dog. Game Dog. Excellent. Nice to see you, Bob. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for having me. Eric Sklar, the Duke of Sports, at the Duke of Sports. Yeah, at the Duke of Sports. Twitter, Instagram, all that good stuff. There you go. There you go. Tom Show, we're live on Campline 1 Hour Trojan. Campline 21st. President Biden recognized Brandon Say during last night's City Union speech. Say wrestled the gun from the man who killed 11 people at a game shooting on Monterey Park last month. Former Twitter executives that told Congress they made a mistake blocking a story about President Biden's son just before the 2020 election, but say they were not Democrats to do so. And Britain's antitrust watchdog group says Microsoft trying to buy Activision Blizzard. This games including Call of Duty, Candy Crush, and World of Warcraft, would stifle competition and hurt gamers. From the Southern California Toyota dealers Travis Center, we'll take a quick break after we just say we got the top of the 405. All right, let's on a Roundtree Gardens, everybody. Yes, Roundtree Gardens. One of the biggest decisions you'll ever have to make is selecting a senior living community for a parent or grandparent. And let me make that decision easier. Roundtree Gardens. I visited Roundtree several times. I know people who work there. I know the people who own the place. I know some of the people who are living there. It's great. It's huge. It's clean. It's a great place. And they cover everything. From if people are independent, people need assisted living, or nursing care, they cover it all. Go to the website, roundtreegardens.com, and check it out for yourself. I think you'll be convinced this is the place. roundtreegardens.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, Travis Center, they go potholes and it's above the pad.
Right down here on the 405, that's where, on the north-south side of Cobalt Center, you got a bunch of potholes in the middle lane. Highway patrols running their brakes, so Caltrans can go ahead and fill those tall, big delays are backing up all the way out of Culver City, getting away from Washington Boulevard. We've got Mike O'Brien, Boyle Heights, KF on the side.
It's quite a back here in November 50 westbound, just approaching Indiana. Looks like the 3 left lanes are blocked. It's been here a while. Not for the bumper, fortunately the light volume side of the fence. So going back up a few miles here, back and forth to 710. Now we've had some trouble with the Monterey Park of the 10. That's the east-south side of the 10. That's 3 miles. Looks like the lanes are clear, but oh my, it is not flowing. It goes way back into the downtown Santa Monica for about 20 minutes. Michael Ryan, KFI in the sky.
Hey, FI in the sky, help get you there faster. I mean, how much you have?
This is the most definite. Alfred was trade involving D'Angelo Russell returning to LA, with Russell Westbrook going to Utah. Former Angels and Dodgers slugger Albert Pujols will take part in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game February 17th. Set it down as better despite several questions.
Runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family.
City says range of SUVs, and remember it's waiting to impress. Learn more at MGUSA.com. This report is sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Sales at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption. Limitations applicable to certain purchases in certain states.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you grow and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We love to say great results. We just talked about how complicated other banks make it to redeem credit card rewards. We'll talk about how with the silver, you can redeem your rewards for tax and any amount at any time. Talk about it. Learn more at thesilver.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply. Say, I want my medical bill set. I want my justice. I want my money. I want my accident lawyer. Termites starting to come here year-round. They'll happily eat your house, and they don't stop when they infect your home. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a full inspection before the termites start doing their damage. Certain restrictions apply, but the vast majority of people get that infection. And you're there. There's no tenting, there's no double bagging your food, no pet-sitting. The technicians are up to date on the latest safety precautions. Maintain a safe distance when they inspect your home, and of course wearing protective gear when inside. Mention KFI, 10% off the no painting termite free 2-year guarantee.
On a phone?
Call 800-800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, 800-PACIFIC. What do you need? On the Exorcist Files podcast, the leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martinez has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. In Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, singing as a priest. All of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that 13. Listen to The Exorcist Files. Wherever you get your podcast. Apparently, the school administrators at this particular school district have never listened to the teachers, and now we get one that gets shot, and it's assistant principal and a PhD. He doesn't have the common sense that if you've got 4 people saying the kid has a gun, you go get the kid, John and Ken. I mean, presumably this woman has a triple digit IQ, right? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM and This Morning Scholar Show, because you could be $1,000 richer if you play this game and you win. Here's how we do it. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Visit like keywords on our website. Bank, yes, bank, B-A-N-K. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/app. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. Accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney, just Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Go to the website, KFIAM640.com/cash, and you can win $1,000. A towel in your trowel, undies in your undies, grants in your pants, cash in your ass. All right, we're working on some pretty big stories here. Investigation into the natural gas costs in California has screwed by now. And then Walker Canyon is closed to the public. As you can see, the super balloon in Lake Elsinore. I'm not sure, right? Even though it's closed.
They trample all of those beautiful...
No, the trail's there. And you can go on... No? Oh, no, they get closed to trails, but I'm a taxpayer, and I paid for those trails. So they can't close them.
Got it.
I'm going. And then CBS bought on... Oh, no, bring that live, please. I'm definitely going. What are they going to do? Arrest you for walking on public land? I think we all do that, you know. These flowers bloom once every 9,000 years. And those trails are beautiful to take the kids up and, put your grandmother in a wheelchair up those trails. Those are our trails. They're not the sheriff's trails. Those are ours.
Didn't this storm a few years ago?
Let's not have Angel on all the time. I mean, God almighty, right? His mic's always open, right? Okay, and so yeah, it was a couple years ago. 2 years ago, or 3 years ago. But still, that's a big deal. I think Angel's on my side. If you went down there and you said that the trails were closed, would you hop that fence and run around?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to help. Yeah, and you're going to help boost me over the fence to go run around on this trail.
That Walker Canyon, I can't believe they closed it. It's horrible. I just don't get it. But we're freaking idiots. They say, oh, it's closed. Like, okay, it's closed. You can't go on there. It's closed. They closed it. Have to do something else. It's a canyon with trails. It should always be open. What's the problem with it? Why is it closed? Is it closed because it's unsafe? No. Is it closed because there's coyotes killing people? No. It's closed because they want it closed. I have not heard a good reason why it's closed yet in Lake Elsinore. I have not heard a good reason at all. Maybe there is one. Haven't heard it. All right, before we get into this, we got a current news. I got to tell you what a tip that I learned today, and it might be able to help you. And essentially, that's why we're here. We all try to make each other's lives easier. Crozier made my life easier over the weekend by turning me on to those chicken wings from Costco. Right? I made Seth Luce's life a little easier 2 weeks ago. I brought 600 cans to work that I've been collecting, bottles and cans, and I shoved them in his cart because I didn't want to take them back. I didn't want to take them back, so I gave them to him. Did you end up returning them? Yeah, I was returning them, but I'm going to do it. There's 600 cans in there. Oh yeah, and I had to organize this because I thought it was like cans, bottles, glass. No good. I had to organize all of it. Well, I was going to separate everything out for you. No, I just thought that it's just like sure that because I was like, I was going to that's great. Yeah, that's great. So I make Seth Luce's life a little easier. That's what we do. You make somebody else's life easier, they make your life easier. All right, here's my tip. For the last 6 years, unbeknownst to me, I had cell phone insurance on my cell phone. I was paying $30 a month for cell phone insurance. That's $360 a year. 6/3, that's $1,890. That's $2,100 in the last 6 years I paid for insurance. So my phone broke, but I can't charge it. So I went to this company that insures my phone. I said, hey, my phone's broken. And they said, did you drop it? I said, no, I didn't drop it. They said, did it fall into water? No, not in water either. Is it stolen? No, wasn't stolen. Did you lose it? No, it's just broken. And I'd like to have it fixed. I paid $2,160 over the last 6 years to cover that. I can't charge it with a cord. The cord, the little input there thing, it doesn't work. So I got to lay it on a charger and charge it that way. So the cordless charger. So I said, well, what do you cover? And the guy said, if you dropped it, or if it fell into a pool, or if you lost it, or if it was stolen, we would replace it. I'm like, okay, so this insurance is for a-holes. This insurance is for people who are not responsible. So for me, who's responsible, who doesn't do all those things, I get screwed. And the guy's like, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. So I canceled the insurance on it. Good for you. And now here's the tip. Take $30 a month and put it into a savings account. And that's your insurance. That's your insurance. Yeah? And if you never need it, then at the end of your life or whenever you stop using phones, then all of that is your money. $3,000, $4,000. But stop buying insurance on these phones. It's only for, unless you're really irresponsible, where you get your phone stolen a lot, or you drop it a lot, you're clumsy, you're not very careful with it, then you keep the insurance. But if you're, responsible human being, I don't know how many people do that, right? I don't know, I'm just telling you, that's a better way to go. Because these insurance companies, man, every time I've ever had to call the insurance company, I've always had to host. Every single time. Every time. I can't tell you, I've only called insurance 4 times in my life that I remember. 4 things that I've insured, I called, and I got screwed on all 4 of them. All 4. One of them was a car. where my wife got in a wreck and it was $12,000 worth of damage. They said there was only $4,000 worth of damage. And so I paid, eight, they paid four. I'm like, okay, I don't know, maybe that's how it goes. And then we had a leak in this little townhouse that we own up in Oregon. And it was probably about a $20,000 to $24,000 damage. They paid $5,200 of it. So I got a hose there. I got hosed on this thing with the cell phone. I just always, whenever you have insurance, man, you've got to be prepared to fight the insurance companies. I'm telling you, Sweet Days is the way to go. Don't do that yourself. It's a pain in the ass, and they know you're a sucker if you call the insurance company yourself. They know that they can screw you, and they can beat you down, and they can just manhandle you and screw you in the end. And by the way, it's a really good test of an insurance company is you want to test them on small things. You want to test them on cars or cell phones or stuff like that. You want to test them on small things. Because if your house burns down and it's going to cost, $450,000 to rebuild your house, and they're only going to give you $180,000, then you're going to get screwed in life. So you got to make sure you're with a good insurance company. And if your insurance company is screwing you, like mine, then you got to move insurance company. I know it's a pain in the ass, but you got to move. You got to protect yourself. All right, Thomas, so we're live on KFI. We're now Crozer, KFI 24 hours. Video of people bringing it on the ride to Disneyland is viral on TikTok.
Yes, on the pirate ride at Disneyland, and your dog is literally stupid.
Video says Disneyland firefighters helping riders get off the waterlogged boat by walking on makeshift planks back to dry ground. The footage from the video posted Saturday attracted about 1.5 million views on TikTok. The creator says it was a hot mess. This report brought to you by Jacoby and Myers, attorneys LLC. Truck driver's been given $500,000 in a settlement over a wrongful arrest in Apple Valley. Deputies stopped the man while he was walking outside a store he was delivering to in 2019. The man says his arrest was retaliation for refusing to show his ID to deputies and asking for a supervisor when he was stopped. Charges filed on the driver were dropped for lack of evidence. CBS it says it's planning to buy Oak Street Health for about $10.6 billion. The drugstore chain says it would pay $39 per share in cash for each share of the primary care provider. Oak Street runs centers for low to middle income people with Medicare Advantage plans. CVS Health also covers more than 3 million people with Medicare Advantage plans through Aetna. Analyst David Larson says that big insurers need a major presence in primary care to help control costs. Ukrainian President Zelensky made a surprise trip to the UK to address Parliament during a rare trip outside the country to seek more support. He told members of Parliament he was there to, as he put it, stand before you on behalf of the brave. House of Commons Speaker Lucy Hoyle says lawmakers will honor Zelensky put himself at risk to make the address. And the world's biggest skipper says it had its most profitable year in the history of the company in 2022. The company based in Denmark still warning a decrease in container volumes and freight rates could lead to a drop in earnings this year. The company's full-year revenue increased from $61.8 billion in 2021 to $81.5 billion in 2022. It says high inflation and inventory build are some of the factors that brought global trade back to pre-pandemic levels. We'll check the 101 freeway coming up. I heard that accident. Besides your car being damaged and you're injured, you've got to call an attorney, man. Do not do this on your own. I was just talking about this. Sweet Days accident attorneys, they know what to do and who to call at the insurance company. Don't call the insurance company yourself. They're going to screw you over. I'm living proof of that. That's why the attorneys at Sweet Days have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get your medical treatment you need, and you're going to be able to heal. Right? You don't need that on your shoulders. You don't need the headache of calling insurance companies. Don't call yourself. Call the company that's been around doing it for 18 years, so they know more about it than you do, and they've recovered over $1 billion. Plus, they rewarded best attorneys in America. Please say you would be silly, borderline stupid, to call the insurance company your own. Like me. So phone up Sweet Days at 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, Sweet Days. Clear and cool today around 50 degrees, clear and a little hotter than all this. Friday, much cooler place to the rain for the weekend. Right now in Mission Diego 71, Huntington Beach 61 degrees. This is on the 101 northbound coming up on Haskell. That's where the boat is wrecked off to the shoulder. The boat drive is loading up all the way from Vermont. Got Mike O'Brien looking at Royal Heights, the FI in the sky. Yeah, this wreck is going and going to 60 left lane to block. So very unusual point, bumper to bumper, back before the 7th, and almost from the right into Monterey Park. Now we had troubles on the 10 in Monterey Park. That's the then he's and say they cleared the lanes, but that really jammed up back towards General Hospital there. And at that point, this is going almost all the way to Santa Monica. We've had some troubles at the Bell. Things gone saddle there. The 710 southbound, pushing point. It's up the right shoulder, but Buster persisted. Michael Ryan, KFI in the sky.
Norco on the 15 southbound, the drive gets a bit heavy away from 2nd Street. After that, you're on the Boston stretch. It's all the way to Temescal Canyon Road. KFI in the sky, hope gets you there faster. I'm in for Martinez.
This is Cleveland Smith, founder, service champion, plumbing, heating, and AC. Another good day for quick. Sometimes just the little things that make all the difference in the world. Like our technician David passed the little house on customer Parkinson's disease. But caregiver wasn't available, and she had a 6-pack of Gatorade stuck in those plastic rainbows. David got some treats in the plastic, and she also said she'd cut the cap. David then unscrewed the cap of all 6 bottles, removing them completely, and then putting them back on. He wanted to make sure it would be easy for her later. David also noticed the delivery of medicine and brought that into the house. He said he really enjoyed helping her out, especially because of her upbeat attitude. Thanks, David. Keep those good deeds for free coming. Service Capital, plumbing, heating, AC, and good deeds for free. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joint and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years now. You can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. Contact your license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches. We fix it, yes. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help you advance breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Schedule air conditioning and plumbing. PPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. This is Jacob Armani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, podcasts, DMR, AM recording. That is what it means. Why it matters. This morning's comedy show. 3 stories are happening around here, right? Keep an eye on all of them. What we do here, so you don't have to. You can just sit in your car and drive, or, I don't know, sit at home and blow a little weed. We'll keep track of the news stories for you. No sweat to the Super Bowl. That's a big story. That's cool. So if there goes the Super Bowl in Arizona, enjoy yourself. The Fed's got that thing locked down. And LeBron James, the new NBA champ. Nobody has more points than LeBron James. And the natural gas prices, why are they too damn high? So Governor Newsom will get into that. So trying to find out what the hell happened here. Like everything, it's too damn high. I was at the mall today, not Friday, made a couple of bucks. I can slide into the mall. Little Panda Express. And I will tell you, looking over and seeing the caves and the bars that cover where my Bed Bath & Beyond was is very depressing. Very depressing. I've been to that Bed Bath & Beyond probably, I don't know, 50 times, maybe 100 times in my life, looking for stuff. I like just walking around. It's my kind of store. I like Bed Bath & Beyond. And they're closed. It was horrible. The Burbank Mall shut down.
Bed Bath & Beyond is hoping to raise $1 billion to avoid bankruptcy. The company plans to offer preferred stocks to raise their funds after it defaulted on a loan. ABC Business Reporter Alexis Christopher sends you live for more on that and some other business headlines. Hi, Alexis.
Hey, Alexis, what's going on, baby? Come on, let's talk about this Bed Bugs and Beyond. What's happening here?
Hey there, Diane. This is the Bed Bath & Beyond's last-ditch effort to try to save itself and avoid bankruptcy. So the struggling home goods retailer letting leave about $1 billion.
Wow, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Every time you read about Bed Bath & Beyond, they're going out of business. I don't know, you can throw $1 billion at it. That's going to be a real tough check to grab.
With investors' short stock offering to keep its doors open, but that will only give it a short window of just a few quarters to revive the business. Sales have dropped sharply at Bed Bath & Beyond after its turnaround plan of ditching those name brand products for private label goods failed to cut for shoppers.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Plus, everybody in line has 20% off coupons. And if you don't have one, some lady behind you will give you one, or a lady in front of you. I was shopping up there for my daughter for Christmas. I wanted to get her a nice down blanket. She deserves it. And the blanket, I guess the comforter is what you call it, it was $120, right? It was pricey, but it was down. It was cool. It was a good one, high-end. I didn't have a coupon, and the lady in front of me says, "Hey, do you have a 20% off coupon?" I said, "No, I don't have one." And she said, "Oh, I have an extra one." She reached for her. She must have had 50 of them, and just handing them out like candy. And she saved me 20%, right? So $24 on that blanket. But I'd rather pay the $24 and have the store stay open.
The retailer also had trouble stocking with stores after it fell behind on payments to suppliers.
Yeah, once you screw over the suppliers, they shut you down, right? They don't supply you anymore. And then you have a lot of business. Sucks. All right, CBS is going to replace James Corden, The Late Show. I don't know whether he's walking away or is canceled. I don't know. You can't get a straight story out of it. Yeah, right? Yeah, who knows?
CBS has lined up its replacement for The Late Show with James Corden.
And what is it? Is it the Conway Show? Are we going over to CBS? I don't know.
Ray Chris has confirmed to The Hollywood Reporter that after Corden departs, the network is set to replace the long-running The Late Show franchise with a reboot of the comedic panel game show At Midnight.
At midnight? That didn't work the first time.
At Midnight. Stephen Colbert, who hosts The Late Show for CBS, is on board as executive producer of the revived program that aired 600 episodes on Comedy Central before signing off in August 2017. So CBS declined to comment. At Midnight, which launched in October 2013, aired Mondays through Thursdays on Comedy Central. The internet-based questions for free.
Yo, what up? Hey, how are you?
Is not expected to have direct involvement in the new iteration.
I'll be there in a second.
Corden announced in April that he would be stepping down as host of the show in 2023 to pursue other projects.
I'll decide to sign for one more year on the show, and this will be my last year hosting the later.
He has yet to announce an air date for his final episode.
No, okay, yeah. I don't know whether he's getting emotional. I've decided to sign for one more year on the show, and this will be my last year hosting the later.
The majority of the
hosting the later.
documentary is
funny opportunity to be an a-hole to waiters and waitresses. You have ample time to be really rude to. That's what he's known for. You know, walking to a restaurant, kind of rude to everybody. Everybody has like a 20 James Corden is an a-hole story. Like everybody. I mean, I don't know what's more plentiful or what's more, I guess, common.
The only reason why I stopped
Jay Leno driving up the valley,
I've got two of them. It wasn't loading well, but that everything.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen Jay Leno drive around the valley and you've experienced James Corden being an a-hole to somebody. I don't know. I think 50-50. But man, there's a lot of those stories out there.
So here's some bad news.
If it was just one, it would have gone away.
4,000.
So one came out, and then 900 came out, and then 9,000, and just keep going up and up and up and up.
4,000
There's got to be something to that.
And
you know, I mean, there's got to be
I have a bunch of Twitter accounts, but a lot of them are either nowadays or they're age, but they haven't been used for 30 days.
Get away with it. Can't do it.
You've only come to 30 days.
Be cool. Right? Just easy. Be cool with it. All right. Petros is coming on with us at 6 o'clock. That's cool. It's not confirmed, but I'm confirming it now. He's coming on with us. He's like, wow, big news. Yeah. So, executive decision. Thank you. Yes. Petros Papadakis from the Petros of Money Show. Overall. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Petros a big game this Sunday.
What did you think of
Philadelphia and Kansas City with coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Kickoff at 3:30. The home of the big game is AM 570, LA Sports, and MGM Rewards. Unlock the best of Las Vegas. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. All right, that's cool. The big game is on AM 570. Download show. We're live on KFI Industry 41. Now, Kroger, KFI 24 hours player who tried to say a COVID-19 vaccine mandate was unconstitutional. CVS is offering $10.6 billion to buy Oak Street Health as it moves further into providing primary health care. Oak Street Health provides health care for mostly low-to-income, middle-income people 65 and older. And the only black fashion designer on Italy's Fashion Council, Ella Jean, or Dawn, has dropped out of the long fashion week over a lack of diversity in Chris guys, cool temperature tonight, a little bit hotter tomorrow, hottest day of the week, then down a bit on Friday, then down a lot for the weekend with a slight chance of some wetness. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm at the Crashing Studio City.
This is on the 101 Northtown at Coldwater Canyon. It looks like the wreck is off to the shoulder, but traffic is definitely loading up all the way from Vermont beyond the scene of the crash. We still have to go drive ahead for Pascal. Now we've got Mike O'Brien checking out Irvine, KFI in the sky.
Off the bill here on the 405. 405 northbound, leading to 133 in the Irvine spectrum there. It's pretty choppy up to the 55, and then it just wheel comes. Looks like pretty much for Bristol. On pretty much all the way to the hook with the 22 westbound up to the CLP. Now the northbound 5, I think there's not much difference. The northbound 5, it moves up just past.
Like, you think the general public would think they would be interesting question mark?
And the north 55 on and off going there for the 405 up to 72. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps us be there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on a Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress set. Plus, get a $300 instant gift good for sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Then cozy up on your new bed because there's nothing better than staying in.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Print and Marketing is committed to quality and printing presses every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offer ends 2/25. See Staples.com/store/print for details. Try Staples and see the difference. Hey, Steve Sharp, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. This will be one of the rarest things before. If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's your money.
The normal way, it will not answer any of that, but if you pass it, it does.
Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in the payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. It'll probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that could be and non-profit. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the qualifying button to answer a few questions.
Have I wrapped up together? And get in this conversation. It's really interesting.
That's getrefunds.com. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of John's first one info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers?
And I'm going to see some stuff blow your mind.
It's stolen. BlackRock by an ordinance to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off the first year with promo code NEWS at BlackRock.com. Get instant protection starts here. Live the radio, well, it's Super Bowl week.
There's something called CAM.
Jonathan with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hedges, and my buds, Mark Steffler and Greg Rosenthal for the latest football news with just a touch of mirth. We've got the #1 football podcast in the world.
Connor, this is Og. Og, this is Connor. Connor's in Texas. Og is in United Kingdom. Connor's my friend for like a year now almost, and Og we met about a month ago. Connor is a live streamer as well. He's going to be really big. All right, let's come do anything. Once I learned about it, I started playing with it a little bit, and you can get all the UFOs out of it. Connor, do you know what ChatGPT is?
No press for the Super Bowl this Sunday, so enjoy it. That's what the Feds are saying. LeBron James is the king of the NBA. And if they try to find out, or at least the governor is, why natural gas prices went nuts. We got sky high on it. So we're following that. Now,
I'm going to send you a link. It answers like all the questions of the future. Like who's going to be president and
it's pre-COVID.
All kinds of future technology. It's like Skynet.
But now, all these people have built the outdoor space. It was a real key for those restaurants to survive. And now they might be getting rid of all of it. So let's find out what's going on here.
Restaurant owners throughout the city have praised the outdoor dining program, which had many of them closed during the pandemic. But with these new permits that the city is proposing, it could be the end of many restaurants we know and love. Nothing brings people together like sharing a meal, and eating outside is one of the only ways many people were able to get together during the pandemic. There was a restaurant down the street that was our first one to have outdoor dining, and so we were there all the time. Almost every day, really, every long time.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
Got it.
The bases are not a girl for that.
But a new proposed ordinance from LA City Planning introduces some red tape for restaurant owners.
Here we go. The city of Los Angeles, they'll do everything they can to try to run you out of business, man. They hate business, man, and that's it. I don't know why.
So go to
but they just don't like it.
go to RabbiRabbi and just start reading the questions that I asked. And it's like, oh my god, these are like, this is all the future.
Has it ever been
It's
good?
amazing.
Have you ever opened up the letters and there was a, hey, thanks for choosing LA over Glendale or Burbank or Culver City to open up your establishment? We really appreciate it. So we're going to send you the flowers for it, or a little cookie, right? Or a table for four, a meal for four at numero uno, right? Things on. No, they never do anything like that. I bet the city never sends out thank you notes like that. Hey, you chose LA to open up your business. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. You ever gotten anything like that?
So what am I doing? I'm still going to teach it.
Every time you get a letter from the city, they want more money. Or they want more restrictions on your business. That's probably close to the truth. The feeling at the beginning when patios were worked up during COVID was the first time you saw the city walking the water culture at a level that was so meaningful. So that's not going to keep us in business. That's exactly my point. The very first time any restaurant was given something by the city was during the pandemic, where they're allowed to open up outside.
It was.
First time, perhaps in 80 years.
Wrong one. Go to the other one. Go to
one time.
RabbiRabbi.
Now they're going to take it away. The feeling at the beginning when patios were worked up during COVID was the first time you saw the city walking the water culture at a level that was so meaningful. So that's not going to keep us in business.
For many restaurants, this is a tough one to swallow. When the city first introduced the dining permit, it was free. And restaurant owners already spend tons of money on outdoor dining.
You there?
Okay, that's right. I mean, if you go to a restaurant, is anybody on this show, you ever go to Casa Vegas? Anybody been to Casa Vegas?
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen outdoor dining in the back there? It's beautiful.
I have not seen that.
They took their entire parking lot up into the alley, and they made it an outdoor dining place. But they didn't put just, 4 tables from Depot and a couple of chairs from Gemstone. That's not how they did it. They went out.
I want you to
They have, it's beautiful, there's flowers everywhere, they put walls, there's heaters. refrigerators.
take care of
There's an air conditioning unit for the summer when it
you
gets
too.
hot.
Please keep spreading the word.
Spend $400,000 or
Thank you.
$500,000
Connor,
in putting up the patio in the back. And now,
you got that this morning?
they can take it away.
What did you do with it? Did you see this? Have you seen that?
Restaurant owners say these alfresco products will be costly and not promised.
Yes, the city's going to dip their hands into your pockets again and take your money from you if you own a restaurant.
And the objective of alcohol outside and limit the outdoor space they're able to use.
Isn't it crazy?
That has used public spots to create your outdoor dining setup. If you get curious, you'll be forced to only be able to use 5 spots maximum.
Do you hear that? Were you listening carefully? If you're a restaurant owner, or you like restaurants, or you've ever been to a restaurant, or you know what restaurants are?
No restaurant that has used public spots to create your outdoor dining setup.
Okay, if you're a restaurant like Denny's, down in Burbank, my Denny's, my favorite Denny's, you can now only use 5 parking spots for your outdoor dining.
If you get curious, you'll be forced to only be able to use 5 spots maximum.
You know, I'll tell you a quick story about Denny's. I was a big fan and still a big fan of Denny's. And when COVID was going on, they had tables in the parking lot. They put tables in the parking lot. They didn't put a tent up. At the time I was there, maybe they did in later days. But there was just a table and chairs, and I was in the parking lot eating a, Grand Slam or Thank You Ma'am, whatever the specific names are, right? Oh yeah, Boone's Over Miami or Build Your Own Slam or, one of those deals. And I'm sitting in the parking lot. It's 95 degrees out. And I'm sitting at a table that happens to be, in the parking lot, and a friend comes by, me, and walks by and goes, "Hey, how's it going?" I said, "Well, I'm outside of Denny's. It's 95 degrees, and I'm sitting at a cardboard table in the handicapped parking spot, eating a $3 sandwich. How do you think it's going?" And he just walked away. That's happened to me twice in my life. The first time I was fired from ALSS, they fired me. Probably for good reasons. And number one.
Hey, how are you,
But they
Amanda?
fired me from over there.
Welcome. Here, I'm gonna talk to you in a second. Just for a moment.
We're probably idiots.
We got a bunch
So
of
they
devices.
fired me, and I didn't.
Amanda,
I was
just stay
making a lot
there.
of money over there, and I
I'm
had to
coming,
get another
baby.
job.
Good. Yep,
So
Amanda, I need you to stay right there. There it comes.
To put my resume together.
We got
Because I
Amanda
was
in
not
there.
even radio. I just had to get
And
jobs
I'm
done.
gonna say hi to
And
Amanda.
as
Hi.
I'm printing and making
Hello,
copies
baby.
of my resume, I hear the guy on the air that replaced me.
Amanda,
They had the radio
how are
on
you?
KLSS, and they replaced. And so I had to get out of it. It was too depressing. So I went over to Fat Burger, and I'm at Fat Burger, and I see a sign that
24 hours
says,
a day,
"If you use your
7
AAA card, you get 10% off." I'm like, "Oh, all right, so I'll use my AAA card and get 10% off." So I give him my AAA card, and he looks at it and goes, "Oh, because I know who you are. You're on KLSS." I said, "Well, I was." He said, "Well, how's it going?" I said, "Well, I'm at a Fat Burger using my AAA card to save 80 cents on my dinner. How do you think it's going? You want to chime in here? Maybe you can tell how it's going in my life. Any guesses? Anybody back there have any guesses? Yeah, I'm using a AAA card just in case those. And I heard the guy replace me. Now I'm using the AAA card to get 40 cents off my burger. Is anybody back there? And anyone answer his question? Yes. How's it going? Okay, yeah, you're right. The guy back there has it. The guy back there has it. He said, "Not so good. Not so good. Not so good. Not so good." Yes, come to Burbank. Burbank, very, very business friendly. So is Culver City. So is Waco. Say no to LA if they're not business friendly. Say no.
In Colleen Allen, like you mentioned, there is a virtual public hearing tonight about the ordinance at 6 p.m. Reporting live in Lake Turkey Quest, a 7-hour listening time of the breath.
Okay, all that nice. It'll be great. Great.
Thank you very much, Diane. What's good? Thanks for a lot of
I do love that after time too.
Of course, you're a little brush down, didn't you? All right, so decide, I guess, what's going to sit down in Los Angeles. And they look at Neil Saavedra. I know he's coming on to talk about Super Bowl food on Friday. Tomorrow at 5. But tomorrow at 5? Oh, okay, all right. So maybe we can also talk tomorrow at 5 about these restaurants.
Great idea.
You know, the outdoor dining. They should be able to keep outdoor dining. Out there, the LA City Council, the ready to figure out what I'm talking about. LA City Council, they have time to, call everybody every racist term in the bush, but they are not business friendly. That's unbelievable. You gotta be business friendly, and they're not. All right, we're live on KFI AM 64.
KFI is literally the KFI of talk radio. KFI.
KOST
Los Angeles and Time.
Live everywhere on the NR radio app. That's a no-no to that flag. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LGBTQ flag will no longer be flown at Huntington Beach City Hall. Councilman Pat Burns says he loves his family members who are gay. The motion is not about getting rid of the pride flag.
Our flag that we have that represent our government are what is important to unify us, to get over this divisive titling.
Councilman Dan Helmick disagreeing.
I think that we're having a conversation from 20 years ago in 2023. I come to something that was more special to the
City Council voted 4-3 yesterday to only fly the American, state, county, city, and armed forces flag. This report brought to you by American Vision Wind-Based Cruisers crashed into 3 other cars at Alvarado Street and Beverly Boulevard, the Westlake area of LA. They said it happened early this morning about 7:30. The man was 20 to the first, taken to the hospital. People in Northern California have TikTok to thank for a new trend. That trend has encouraged teens in San Mateo County to use Orbeez guns, toy guns that shoot hydrated shell balls at strangers. At times we see 74 people yell at streets. You can imagine the dangers that essentially come with that. And Mateo County Sheriff Sergeant Javier Acosta says this training can be dangerous since teens don't know if the person they're shooting at is also armed. If they will retaliate, sheriff's officers ask parents to talk to their kids so they aren't involved in the training. Humboldt County says 91 buildings have been red tagged as unsafe to occupy since December's 6.4 magnitude earthquake. The county said yesterday more than 300 buildings in need of repairs have been yellow tagged. The county helped with 117 households with temporary shelter. Since that quake in Northern California, the program's now closed to applications. The residents with red tags or certain yellow tag homes may be eligible for shelter voucher extensions. Officials in northern Mexico have said they found 14 bodies in an overturned pickup truck that was submerged in a canal. Civil Defense Office in the northern border state of Nuevo Leon says they found 5 IDs from Guatemala on the body. It's unclear how the truck ended up in the canal. The bodies found yesterday include 10 men, 3 women, and 1 minor. The president of Turkey has acknowledged shortcomings in the country's response to the world's deadliest earthquake in more than a decade. He says the winter weather was a factor, and the earthquake destroyed the runway in one of the airports, further disrupting the response. Thousands of people have been confirmed dead, refugees in Turkey and Syria. Still searching for people in the rubble. Teams from more than 2 dozen countries have joined in from help. A city bus has crashed into a daycare near Montreal, killing 2 children and hurting 6 others. The driver has been arrested and charged with homicide and careless driving. I think everybody who's listening today should hold their kids a little tighter. It's a sad day. Representative for Quebec Laval region, Christopher Peace, says he can't imagine what the parents of the children are going through. Neither says after the crash, the driver got out of the bus, ripped his clothes off, and started screaming. Doing it from more than 3 tons of cocaine floating in the Pacific Ocean. It was dropped there by an international drug cartel. The U.S. Police Commissioner says the drugs were in 81 bales before it was stopped by a Navy ship. He says the ship made a 6-day trip back to New Zealand last week. Who knows how much it was when they first sent. The drugs were documented that he destroyed. He says the cocaine was worth about $316 million and was likely headed for Australia. And Disney says Toy Story 5 is in development. Disney CEO Bob Iger made the announcement during the company's earnings call. The first Toy Story came out in 1995. They're all 4 films. There's a total of $3.03 billion at the global box office. Last year, Disney released Fletcher, spin-off of Andy's favorite Space Ranger. Disney also says Frozen 3, and a new Zootopia movie in the works. Freaking crap. Listen up. Both the clear, cool temperatures tonight, lows around 50 degrees, sun skies, and a hot day of the week tomorrow. Highs above 70 at the beaches, above 80 Metro LA on County. Mid-80 upper 70s in the Orange Valley to 50s in the Antelope Valley. Couple degrees cooler Friday, and 10 to 15 degrees cooler over the weekend with light mist showers Saturday and into early Sunday morning. Right now in Fountain Valley, 68, Lake Forest 69, Morningale is 61, and at 60 degrees. KFI Financial Report sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow finished down 208. NASDAQ was down 203. S&P was down 46. The average price of regular gas in California, 4.62 a gallon. Hiking Laguna Hill.
On the southbound side of the 5, which is coming up, it looks like it's right around El Toro Road. Looks like it's just wrapped up. But the range was just loaded, heading away from the 405 merge, pushing back towards the spectrum. Now we've got Mike O'Brien looking at Anaheim Hills, KFI in the sky.
Where the Corolla crawl is certainly on off of 91. 91 east down is jamming up here just a little before we're seeing the truck scale. First stretch heavy over the county line around Green River, loosens up for 2-3 miles, but then back on the brakes from Winston on and off, pretty much into Riverside. We're escaping Orange County on the 57 northbound. It's tight speed. They're starting in Imperial Highway. Heading up through the first of the 60, up to the Diamond Bar, straight on through Grand, where it loosens up. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Calabasas, 101 southbound, delays away from Las Virgenes, taking you to the 170, 134 split. We're flying in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm in for Martin Night.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. Hey, it's Team Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new dream kitchen, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its fall sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City with 12 months famous cash financing, pricing the seats to big boxes, 8 totally free in showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big fall sale. So start the new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com. If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either, it's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting it hands-on. Complicated, lots of red tape, so let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it can probably help you too. No charge up front, and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that have PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, take care of your work.
My boy Mikey, he was
Refunds.com.
on 7 people when he was talking about 60, right?
Refunds.
So you gotta know about 7.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
No. Oh, let's crank this up. It's a great song. There's nothing I can do better than this. Great song, never written. Let's crank it up. Here we go. Turn it up in your car. No. Sunday. That's kind of cool. LeBron James now has the NBA record. He has more points than anybody else. We're going to try to find out, well, the governor and I together, we're going to try and find out why not gas prices are so high. They get to go to rehab, and I said, no. There was a friend of mine who drank too much. He got in trouble. He gave like a couple of stewies, right? And so there was going to be an intervention for him. I wasn't invited because I wasn't as close as my other two buddies were to him. And the intervention was going to be at the Holiday on Sunset in the 405. And so it was my two buddies that went, and my other buddy that, drank way too much. And the mom was there, the dad was there, the brothers, the girlfriend, one of his aunts, his grandmother was there, whole room filled with people. And he walked in, and he didn't know it was going to be an intervention. Right? I don't think anybody knows that intervention's coming. I think it's just big bring on you. And he walks into the room, and he sees everybody. And for a split second, he thinks it's a surprise party. He's like, oh. He goes, wait, my birthday, not another. Wait, are you guys, is this an early surprise party? And they're like, no. Sit down. We want to tell you something. And then it hits him. He's like, oh, yeah. I walked right into this. So people go around, and if you don't know what an intervention is, it's when your family and friends get together, and they talk about how much you mean to them, and how much they would really miss you if anything happened to you, and they love you, and they want you to stop drinking or doing as many drugs or whatever you do. And so the father spoke, the mother spoke, the brother, and then it was my friend's turn to speak for the guy that drank too much. And he started, said, the guy's name, he said, Brian, man, he couldn't stop laughing. he literally was bent over in hysterics because he got nervous. And some people, when they get nervous, they laugh. And he could not stop laughing at this guy. And then the guy that was drinking too much started laughing. And that went on for about 15 minutes. Because we're laughing our asses off. He's like, this is what you've done to yourself. You're killing your whole family because you just drank too much food. And they started laughing. And then they asked my buddy to leave because he was ruining the intervention. He was making a mockery of each other. And so he had to move on. Anyway, I wonder, this happened to me twice today, and I brought it up to Delio. And I don't know if it's interesting, we got 3 hours to fill it, so quick. Okay, so I went twice today. Once, I was getting my phone worked on, and the guy said, what do you do for a living? And I said, I work in radio. And he said to me, the money's really in podcasting now. I said, oh, okay, I get that. Then I went to get my oil change a half hour later. And, which is pretty unusual, 2 cats in one day. He was talking about how he wants to go into the Navy. He wants to either go into the Navy or become a Marine. He's a really good kid, 27 years old. We talked for 20 minutes while the other guy was changing oil. And he says, what do you do for a living? And I said, I do a radio show on KFI. And he said, oh, hey, all the money's in podcasting. I know you're working in radio. But I'm getting career advice. Yeah, from these 2 guys. Right? And I don't want to bust their balls. Right? And he said, I said, well, the radio we do is being podcasted. And you can download it as a podcast. He said, well, do you make the money on that? I said, no, I work for iHeartRadio, and iHeartMedia makes the money. And I say, pay me to be on the radio, but they keep the money from the podcast. He said, oh, buddy, you're getting ripped off. And I said, okay. I said, hold on a second. Can you please check the windshield fluid on that as well? Okay, now, let's get back to it. Now, what were you saying? He says you're getting ripped off. He says all the money's in podcasts. Okay, okay. I get that. I don't really feel like I'm getting ripped off there. I feel like I'm, doing okay and been doing it for 25 years, and when you say I'm getting ripped off, it makes me feel They said I got screwed on something here. I don't think I did. I think I'm fine. Can you bring up these leading examples of Joe Rogan and Adam Carolla? Look, guys, they made the money. Two guys. He brought up Joe. Yeah, he said Joe Rogan signed a deal for $50 million. And I said, well, who else? I mean, to be technical, he signed a deal for $100 million. He goes, he got this here. More money? He got this. I said, no, look, there's a million podcasts out there. 2 of them are making money. And God bless them, and God love them. But there's not a ton of them, making a ton of money. And it's a lot of work. Mark Thompson does his podcast, and he said he's working harder now than he's ever worked in his life. Ever. For nothing. Just he loves doing it. But it's really, YouTube is tough to work with. They constantly tell you what you can and can't do on their platform. They suspend you, or shut you down if you don't cooperate. It's a lot of work. So if you do like a podcast, try to tip them or buy their merchandise or something to keep them around. Because if you don't, they're not going to be around long. So if you do like a podcast, support them financially. Because it's a very, very tough thing to do. Very. All right, Conway, so we're live on KFI. More now with Trojan, and I hope he's part on KFI AM Snowboarding. Officials are saying they captured, treated, and reused more than 800,000 gallons of stormwater last year to heat and cool buildings at San Diego International Airport. The man from Dallas accused of killing 23 people at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019 after posting a racist manifesto against Hispanics is plead guilty in court. And the feds and NFL officials say nope, no known credible or known safety or security threats for the Super Bowl Sunday in the Phoenix area. But leave your drone self-equipped at home, if you will. Chris guys, full temps tonight, a little bit hotter tomorrow, down a bit on Friday, then down a lot for the week. Cooler with a slight chance of some wetness on Saturday into early Sunday. This before parked by Monte RVs from the Southern California Courier to U.S. traffic. Let's go places. What's going on,
I'm trying to slow driving Hawkins, the 105 eastbound using the 405 freeway. Nice delays take you all the way to the 605. Now, the westbound side of the 105 is also pretty crowded. 605. Look at a lot better just before you make your way to the 110. We've got East LA with Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, that's right for the 60. 60 eastbound, yeah, that's what after they get into the freeway, right after the East LA interchange. That first set, very heavy scoop on a bellow. And then, I'm going to tell you, by the time you hit the 605, you get a pretty nice stretch through Hockey at a height. You have a pin that your first time to fire the 57 birds there. 57 northbound, that's a bit tighter there. Orange County, that's a cruise will hit you right about Imperial Highway. And that'll be south up the Grand and the birds with the E60. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In Silverado, this is the toll road 241 northbound. You're on the brakes away from the Windy Ridge Toll Plaza crawling to the 91. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Get ready to spring into warmer weather with our Moxie RV Spring Special. For your next open road adventure by March 31st and save 10% off of your night rate and receive 200 miles for travel between now and May 13th with promo code SPRING22. For more, visit MoxieRV.com or call 800-223-2149.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
If your business has 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's your money. Not alone either. Refund of your taxes. The trick is in this complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in the federal-owned payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the tax that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those with the PPP money and nonprofits. Even if it increases in sales, you can qualify. Find out if your business does qualify. Go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital helps you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations. Keep writing, keep writing. I go by the name of Solomon John. Hi, and I'm Ted. Bobby Volunteer. Well, I put everything up with access to all of the best free curated playlists, my favorite music, and that's songs. A little bit of everything. Access to all of the great podcasts for every interest. Stuff you should know podcast. The Daily Show podcast. So heard with Colin Powers and Seth DeMoss. It doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. I get up at 2:45 so that you can sleep in until 4:59 so that you're ready to go for wake-up call. Mornings at 5 on KFI. LeBron James is the new king of the NBA. We'll talk to Petro Papadakis about that at 6 o'clock, so about 40 minutes from now. He'll have some cool things, funny things to say. Natural gas prices too damn high in this state. Governors are trying to figure out why. And then the big game is Sunday. So no credible threat. If you're off tomorrow, go see the big game. Hope you have a great time of your life. Let's see here. We get this cash keyword here. Let's do it with cash, right? Maybe just lucky listeners. This is how we do it. Here we go. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Money, enter this nationwide keywords on our website. Money, that's money, M-O-N-E-Y. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you've ever been an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney to Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Go to the website, KFIAM640.com/cash. And every single morning with Bill Handel at 6:20 a.m. until 6:20 p.m. with us, you have an opportunity to win $1,000 in cash. So Bill Handel and then Shannon and Gary are on after that. I'll bet the President of the United States is safe, President Biden. Because typically, when you have a State of the Union speech, the president is trending for hours and hours and hours. So people discussing whether you like him or you don't like him, whether you think he told the truth or whether you think he's lying. The project's been brought up that he wants to do, the accomplishments that he had. All those things are being discussed on Twitter very passionately on both sides for hours and hours after the State of the Union. But not last night. For 11 of those hours, right after the State of the Union, actually right before the State of the Union was over, it started. For 11 hours after the State of the Union address by Joe Biden was not the number one trending topic on Twitter. For 11 hours, it was LeBron James and the NBA record. So he's got to be just angry as hell. And another thing that probably pissed off Joe Biden is they had their greatest jobs number since he's been president. And I can't remember it ever being that high for any president, but maybe it was. I don't track those numbers that carefully. But in January the government added 500, or I guess the country added 517,000 jobs. It was an enormous amount. They thought the job number was going to be about 125,000. It was almost 5 times that, or at least 4.5 times that. It was at 517,000. But guess why that number was never broadcast or got very little attention? Because that's exactly the same day that we all discovered the Chinese balloon. That came out the very same day. So it's just a matter of bad timing. The Chinese balloon was what everyone was talking about, even though unemployment went down to a 50-year low, 3.4%. Nobody was talking about it. Everybody was talking about the Chinese balloon. And then last night, when everybody should have been talking on Twitter about the State of the Union, the number one topic, LeBron James. So really bad timing. And look, it's just bad luck. That's all it is. It's horrible luck. All right, let's talk about Madonna. Everybody's talking about Madonna. Everyone thought she looked sort of odd during the Grammys. I didn't really think that, it was a big deal. But man, a lot of people on Twitter and a lot of people work here were talking about Madonna. And not in a nice way either. Find out what's going on here. Madonna is fighting back, furious over the negative reaction to her nearly unrecognizable face at the Grammys, and she's blaming the camera for how she looks. Oh, that sucks. I know a guy who works here that does that. At the Grammys, and she's blaming the camera for how she looks, claiming the photos of me taken with a long-lens camera by a press photographer would distort anyone's face. Once again, I've never heard that, by the way. I've never heard that theory. That a lens from a long lens from a far distance would manipulate and make you look horrible. I've never ever heard that in the 50 some odd years I've been around. Claiming the photos of me taken with a long lens camera by a press photographer would distort anyone's face. Never heard that theory before in my life. Once again, I am caught in the glare of ageism, a world that refuses to celebrate women past the age of 45. Not true. Not true, darling. Over the weekend, the number 2 movie in the United States was 80 for Brady, where they celebrated 4 women who are much older than you. So, ageism, not really an issue. Really bad weekend to bang on the ageism door. Once again, I am caught in the glare of ageism, a world that refuses to celebrate women past the age of 45. What? Those women in 80 for Brady, I believe, are all in their 80s. I think one is not, maybe Sarah Shields. She's like 100. Or the other one. 76. Oh, 76. Okay. All right. I think the other ladies are in, that would be a pretty safe, close to 80. I've never apologized for the way that I look or dress, and I'm not going to start. But even her fans think she's whining too much. Lens distortion, please. It's surgery. Oh my God! Look, this story would have gone away if she never said anything. Yeah, it's her own fault. Lens distortion, please. It's called bad plastic surgery, and these are coming from her fans. But even her fans are talking about bad surgery. Please, it's called bad plastic surgery. Let's be honest here. Those one comment. It's not ageism. Horrified by your botched surgery. Oh my God. They really let her have it here. Unbelievable. It's not ageism to be horrified by your botched surgery. Goes another. Dermatologist Dr. Doris Day says, depending on the kinds of fillers you had, it may or may not be possible to reverse the world you had done. Very cool name. Doris Day, right? As a doctor. That's kind of cool. Parents had a sense of humor.
What I would do if it was reversible is I would reverse all of it and start again. Because she's beautiful and has great features. You just have to accentuate them a little bit more discreetly.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the answer she's looking for. Let's start all over again. I don't know. It is, plastic surgery, even the most expensive plastic surgery, sometimes it's crap too. Sometimes it's great, and other times toward the wind tunnel for 20 hours. It's tough. Plastic surgery, when it sounds really good, it can be sensational. And man, when it's not, boy, it's really easier. Well, with comments like that, there you go. All right, sound like we're live on KFI. 1 hour closer in KFI's 24-hour newsroom. A new $3 million police helicopter taking flight in Huntington Beach to provide air support for multiple cities. We get started with a moment of silence for Nick Vella, our officer who died when a helicopter went down. Huntington Beach Police Chief Eric Farner says Vella was killed this month last year. The new MD-530F is the first of 3 new helicopters. We have contracts also with Newport Beach, with Irvine, and with Costa Mesa. Mayor Tony Strickler says people feel safer when they see HC-1 in the air. Air Support Bureau is a critical part of our police department. Not only does it keep our residents safe, but also our officers. The other 2 helicopters are expected in the next few months in Huntington Beach. Corpus Carson, KFI News. This report brought by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. The man suspected of arson has been shot and killed by a San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputy. Officials say they shot the man this weekend after he took him on a 30-mile car chase through the desert. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says they responded to reports Sunday of a truck trailer burning near Yucca Valley. The man accused of starting that fire drove for a half hour before police shot and killed him near Palm Springs. The international team of investigators says it found strong indications Russia's President Putin approved the supply of heavy anti-aircraft weapons to separatists in Ukraine who shot down Malaysia Airlines flight MH17. The team says there's not enough evidence to prosecute Putin, but suspended their 8.5-year inquiry into the 2014 shooting that killed 298 people. Russia's always denied any involvement in the downing of the flight over eastern Ukraine and refused to cooperate with the investigation. A bright pink pigeon in New York City that went viral last week has died from the dye used to turn its teeth. The Wild Bird Fund says flamingos found malnourished at a park when they took it in. The fund says they tried to care for it, but the bird died yesterday. The fund says the bird was intentionally died and And Celia Cruz has been selected to appear on the U.S. Quarter. The Queen of Salsa and Cuban icon was selected by the United States Mint to be one of the honorees in the 2024 American Women Quarters Program. Cruz died in 2003. The American Women Quarters Program is a 4-year initiative that honors the achievements and services of women. Take a look at the 101 freeway coming up. All right, let's talk about my doctor, Dr. Magnus, settled by Eye Center, wants to give the all-new laser light LASIK exam. Yes, the laser light LASIK exam uses a laser to measure your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly match your vision. The laser light LASIK exam helps my doctor give you crystal clear vision. Join you for a laser light LASIK exam the first 14 callers only. So stand by, as John says, to get the phone number and get your laser light LASIK exam that takes over 1,000 measurements of your eyes for free. Getting your eyes tested by a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times. Very important for nearsighted, farsighted, glasses, contacts, the whole run. So phone them up, get in line, get one of these. Only 14 callers right now are going to get this beautiful laser light LASIK exam.
Morgan Ford now come in right now.
Over 1,000 times. I think one of the first 14 callers. Good luck. Here we go. 866-559. 866-559. 44. Tonight, goes around 14. Well, hot as tomorrow. Down a little bit on Friday, then cooler with a slight chance of some rain on Saturday. Your Sunday for the weekend, as we're all cool. It's 61 in Costa Mesa, and 66 in La Palma. There's a stall in Sherman Oaks.
Over on the 101, it's usually northbound coming up on Woodman. It looks like these guys are out of lanes, which is great news. But that drive is backing up all the way out of Hollywood Drive. Then it could be close to Santa Monica Boulevard. We're just getting word of another problem in the Cahuenga Pass, a strong north 101, blocking that left lane near Farm. Look out the Pasadena, we've got Michael Ryan up on the side.
Side of the 310 eastbound, Lubbock up there, downtown Pasadena, up there, that will be the track to Opaca about this way we got. So take the going at 57, another track there, from baseline on and off to Cucamonga towards 15. You're heading north of the 15. That's pretty well jammed up to the 215, hook up in Devon, and the worst of that up to the 138. And it looks like the South 605 around Telegraph. Putting my eyes there. This thing's up just going the right corner there, but that's good, right? Through industry, almost back to the 50. Mike O'Brien, KFI, the sky.
Irvine on the 405 northbound, delays away from Irvine Center Drive, taking away to
This field is full of water. Hey, F.I. in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I mean, come on, tonight. Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your AN 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Now, pound 250 and say SolarMax, visit SolarMaxTech.com.
Well, they get available on free credit card, so being number 972. Attention, Southern California. Another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Temper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with a free decor and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Temper Solaris. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Temper's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon. $500 off of military and first responders. Plus, $0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit StemperSolaris.com. On a group credit expired 2/20 in 2023. CSW number 7152.
If your business has 5 or more employees who manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. So that's real money. Not alone either. A refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to GetRefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to GetRefunds.com. On the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back? Hey, Jerry and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Genetics.
This is Kinetics leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing it for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN.
Water damage?
Fire damage?
Avnodot.com.
KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. John Myself. We're doing a lot of stories. LeBron James, the king of the NBA now, more points than anybody. Super Bowl can be Sunday. That's been a lot of fun. I don't know if you have your plans to, maybe you're going. If you're going, you're going to love this news. No credible threats on the Super Bowl, according to the FBI. They got that thing locked down. Usually do. And gas prices, natural gas prices, very high in California. The governor's going to try to figure out what the hell happened while we're all getting through this. I just saw this story. Men not at work, get it? There are millions of men in their prime working age who have said no to working. I don't know how they're making money, but they're not working. They're staying home.
Well, I like jobs at a major hiring crisis. The problem really bigger and older than the Great Resignation you've heard so much about. It's a problem you're not going to find in the unemployment rate, which is, of course, at near record lows. And it's because a large number of American men in particular, men in their prime working years, are actually not working. And they're not even looking for work. The result is a bit of a mystery and also a major hole in the American economy. my job. Yeah, Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe is he's a voiceover for Deadliest Catch. He's great. You know, 38 miles southeast of Doug Harbor. He's that guy. I'm not a Deadliest Catch. But he's great too. Of all the jobs he's done for the past 20 years, and Mike Rowe has done them all as the host of Dirty Job. He never claimed to be an economist, right here. But while taping the series during the Great Recession of 2008, he did notice something important. All anybody was talking about was the number of people who were out of work. But on Dirty Job, even then, everywhere we went, we could all help one aside. Everywhere. You still see him. And I was at the Empire Center last night in Burbank. I'm not bragging, but I made a couple of bucks. I can slide into Walmart, basically get through the product. But everywhere you look, there. Today, for instance, I went to T-Mobile to talk to about my cell phone plan, and the lady there was very nice. She paid me $100 a month. I said $100 a month, and so she deserves an autograph. So I take $1,200, and it only took me 15 minutes. I urge you to do that. All these cell carriers now, cell providers, they're scratching and clawing for your business. They want your business, and there is sensational deals out there. Spectrum is offering your first phone, I think it's at $29, and the second phone is free. I mean, I've seen that commercial a million times. The next one is free. So there's that. And the one that I got, T-Mobile has a pretty good offer. It's $50 for your first phone, $20 for your second phone, and $35 for your third phone, which has a $5 for. And then I think it's Verizon is offering $25, but I know there's better deals out there than there were 3 or 4 years ago when I signed up. So this young lady, Janet was her name, exactly how to get me in and out and save money. She said $100 a month. So it's worth it. It's worth 15 minutes of your day to go into your cell carrier and say, look, I want a better deal. And they'll probably give it to you. It turns out dozens of real-life economists and other researchers have a possible explanation: a long-term decline in male labor force participation. Okay, my point was, even at the T-Mobile store,
Just the world just about acknowledge it's going to change the world.
Help wanted.
No.
The place I had my oil exchange today, help wanted. There was help wanted signs in all 3 places I visited today. All 3. Help wanted. Or as one can summarize it, not at work. Before you die. This is a man's problem by law. Look back, Elio. You took the title of that as if you came up with it. Don't believe it. You said I got this new thing. It's I called it men not at work. And then yet in the body of the story, men not at work.
You know what the chances are of you putting those 2 together? It's like,
really? Well, you figured it out. Really? All right. Okay. All right.
Look at you like, oh, that's clever.
It was clever. Men not at work. And I thought, wow, Elio's on top of it, man. Because she's going back to that old Australian group, Men at Work. And I don't know if she was a fan or not, but she was able to spin that into a very funny title. And then, not at work. Wait, what's going on there? This is a men's problem by and large.
It doesn't have to be
Look back to the 1950s, and 98% of men in their so-called prime working years had a job or were looking for one. Wow, 98% of men in their prime had a job or were looking for one. Now what's the number? That number has fallen ever since, to the point where today more than 7 million men have essentially dropped out of the workforce. How are they paying bills? A lot of people, a lot of options. And incredibly, one of those options is do nothing. Yeah, but how do you pay? Look, I'm like
California, check out more.
Low and I headed Empire Metal, a fabrication and
Really?
printing shop
Yeah.
in Queens, New York. Okay, we'll get back. We'll figure out how we do it. It's kind of like so we're live on KFI. We're now frozen. KFI's 24-hour newsroom. President Biden recognized Brandon State during last night's State of the Union speech. They wrestled the day from the killed 11 people at a dance studio in Monterey Park last month. Former Twitter executives have told Congress they made a mistake watching the story about President Biden's son just before the 2020 election, but said they were not pressured by Democrats to do so. And Britain's antitrust watchdog group says Microsoft's trying to buy Activision Blizzard with fake games including Call of Duty, Candy Crush, and World of Warcraft, which stifle competition and hurt gamers. First guys, tonight, a little bit hotter tomorrow, down a bit on Friday, then down a lot for the weekend. This report brought to you by TeamoftheVin.com, which is out to the
This is the whitest guy ever.
It's going to be so moving
For
through
Sean.
the area. We're looking at
Sean
east sounds away,
tried to
backing up away from
impregnate
mountains. And we're trying to slow
with Sean,
and
though,
all the way to Fresno
another
Boulevard. We've got
super
another short
white
drive
person.
ahead and upland from baseline
When
going into Rialto. He's got Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
That's the trouble with
Madison Avenue,
looks like it's 605 southbound of 105. This is South Telegraph. And
and
it's right
some
blocked
motherfuckers
on
come
that
out.
one. So it's
You stole my baby from Bitcoin. You stole my baby from Bitcoin. Why you have three? Why don't I do Really? You stole my baby, you're a Bitcoin. You try to sell me the dark web. You try to sell me the dark web. You try to sell my baby for cryptocurrency. Maury tried to sell my baby for cryptocurrency. It's like, what? Tried to sell my baby for cryptocurrency. And it's not even my baby. So you're here to see if you are the father of the baby you never stole. Like the dark web. But I asked, what was the,
if you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Temper Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with a sweet decor and honor. No money out of
I just don't want
no payments until 2024.
So if you're going to
No
think
insurance bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Temper Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and intake batteries are in stock. So
I had a really good name.
211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Temper's and Owens Corning Platinum preferred contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning.
It all has to circulate around the world. Let's get it.
Federal tax credit. $500 in notable coupons. $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit tempersolar.com.
So we will. And you are like, oh, it's like the hotel too. He's like, no, like me. Oh, not like me. He's like, no, like me. I'm LaQuinta. Anyway, so this LaQuinta,
certain restrictions apply. They treat your home
she just got tons of stuff. Ain't nobody knows who's her baby money. And she sold the baby on the dark. Like, it's a middle of a trip. That really is. Does she have where's the baby?
friendly way. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
I'm okay, come on now. All these random ass people come back there and coming up. What you do with the baby? Blah, 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 blah. And she's like, what you do with my baby? Like, you know, that's my baby. It's like, bark it down. Yeah. Then what? Then looks like fucking real like, what's your name in this? What's your purpose in this? Do whatever you know. I don't you got a goddamn idea. Hey, excuse me, you didn't check my IQ. My name is LaQuinta. Anyway, her name is LaQuinta. And what does she look like? She's maybe an old lady. She could be anything you want to be. That's the universe anybody. Is she a hoe? Hell yeah. She a good girl? Hell yeah. She a hoe, baby. She said that question. Yeah. Alright, and then what?
I'm not saying
Yeah, I'm myself. Bring on myself.
I think it's right now it is. Really? Yeah, this is my new thing. Really? Yeah.
I remember your old face.
I can hold my picture song. I go in my room.
I would like to bring out a person. She says that her baby daddy or she doesn't want to put she doesn't want to put any labels on it, but she let's just bring out the people. Let's see which one out. Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! What up, myself? What up, everybody? Walk up there. Too much. Hey, too fucking hype. What up? This is the Clean Pie Show. Hey yo. Hey yo. And then come back and get as I understand, you those your baby on a dark web. She'd be like, specifically the Silk Road, and then it got busted. What happened to you? Oh, I didn't get my money. You got my money. You got my money, myself.
To get back to our story here on the job, people not working, but people that we're following major news. And he's on TV right now. LeBron James, the all-time leading scorer with 38,390 points. That is unbelievable. Super Bowl Sunday. It should be cool. The weather should be great.
Come on,
No
guys.
credible threats,
He's coming out.
you'll
His name
Super Bowl
would be.
like you should. And natural gas prices went through the roof. They're just trying to figure out how the hell that happened. But back to our men not at work. There are 7 million men in their prime that couldn't be working, and they're not. A, how are they paying the bills? Why are they not working?
Anyway, so this motherfucker is like, dude, calm down. He's like, oh my god, my feet.
Nationwide, finding skilled workers like the growing town. Dave Kamen, the National Association of Manufacturers, describes all this as a profound problem.
Oh no. Yeah, that ain't him.
The number one challenge of all manufacturing, the number one challenge by far is getting enough people to work. 99.9%. That means 100% of the biggest obstacles in business open and can't find enough people to work.
What's wrong?
Border is
She'd be
open.
like, oh no.
They need
We don't have another holiday for another 4 months. Like,
that our business is not complaining.
she's like, oh no. If I ever
We're here as a representative of more than 15,000 manufacturers.
well, it depends what part of the world. No,
That's 100 of them. It's still a job. But now it's all hands on deck. We've got to fill these jobs to the rope. And there are nearly 600,000 of those jobs open right now, according to the latest federal count, a number that surged in recent years as companies reinvest in American-made products, or try to anyway. Pally, you had a good point, not on the air, but some of your best points are off the air. The factories, these aren't old factories where your grandfather or my grandfather worked. They're black lung and they're dangerous, they're filthy. These are really modern
facilities that are very clean, and you put a lot of hydraulics, heavy lifting. Back in the old days, on an assembly line, when you would put a door on a Ford car or a truck, you literally had to pick that door up and put it on the car. Now it's all hydraulic. You barely have to lift a finger. And so I think people are afraid of what they think are old factory jobs. There's just not a lot of them like that in this country. They're fairly clean and fairly safe.
Just to put the disclaimer out there, this day is an audio. It wasn't my thought.
Oh my God.
Probably on the other thing, I feel like I used to be quite opposite.
Is that right?
I think he's about to say what I told you to say.
No way. Oh my God. With manufacturing workers earning more than $30 an hour on average, Simmons says the problem is not pay, but perception. You can dirty, dark, and dangerous today. Oh.
Well, it is a good point.
But Valio, honest to God, you did sell that as you came up with it. Because you said to me, these jobs, they're not like my grandfather, your grandfather. These are really clean places. Really on top of it. And that's what we saw when we visited Electrosoft, the company outside Philadelphia that makes circuit boards for everything from missiles to submarines.
Wow. So over there is the quality area where we do first article testing, final testing.
But CEO Carla Troutman says they could be doing more if only she had the workers to do it. Wow, they all need more workers. Everybody does. How many people work here right now? 30. How many people do you wish worked here right now?
45.
So you have 15 people that you have jobs for. Wait, let's go back and do those numbers again. Because sometimes, you guys are listening have that. I get that. Here's the numbers again. How many people work here right now? 30. Okay. 30 people work there right now. How many people do you wish worked there right now?
45.
All right, so they need 50% more workers. And they have the money. They have the benefits. They can afford it. They just can't find the human beings. So you have 15 people that you have jobs for, but you can't find them.
You cannot.
How much money in lost business is there in not being able to hire the people that you want? Great question. Great question.
Around $5 million.
Wow! This company is losing $5 million a year because they can't find enough workers.
In top line revenue.
5 million.
Yeah.
It would be here, and it presumably would be paying taxes on, and it would go into people's pockets, and it would be going out in the broader economy.
Yeah.
Where do you see it, though? Bring a calculator out. They're losing $5 million, so $5 million, $5 million bucks. And so I imagine a lot of that would go to equipment, and so probably about $150 to $200,000, maybe. This is not low-end stuff. They're building circuit boards and computer chips for missiles. So that sounds like, more so it sounds like labor as opposed to intellectual labor. Yes, I think you're right. So you're putting together boards. I think you're right. I think, though, you probably need more skill than, I don't know. You gotta know how to solder? I do that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the skill level. You don't have to make the boards. You just maybe have to assemble them. And but I don't know what kind of skill level it is. But obviously, it's a high skill level because they can't find anybody to build.
It's great is that Mike Rowe has a MikeRoweWorks.org, and they have a scholarship. They're trying to find people get a scholarship to get them in
the story too.
Okay, good luck you. Top line revenue.
5 million. Yeah. It would be here, and it presumably would be paying taxes on, and it would go into people's pockets, and it would be going out $5 million.
I honestly have no idea where they are.
He suspects some people may be sitting out because of a recent change in the way many of us look at work.
I think it's fulfillment. I think it's culture. I think people really want to feel as though they are appreciated. I mean, Beyonce's songs, you guys release their jobs. A lot of people release their jobs. You realize, I mean, the overall feeling of being set up and being taken for granted.
Yeah. Also, I wouldn't get your professional cues and, operate your professional life because
descriptive of Beyonce lyric. I think that's what it is. All right, let's Petros is showing all this next. That's great. We'll talk about the Super Bowl and sports. Petros, the Petros and Money Show next there on KFI. Big boy. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and none of it is allowed here. I'm Michael Gerger, live from the KFI 24-hour news and family and friends. On mourning the death of a woman killed in a high-speed crash in Lake Balboa. The woman was on her way to work early this morning when the driver of a Corvette ran a red light at Victory in Balboa and hit her. This woman tells NBC4 the woman killed was her best friend for 30 years. Corvette flipped into, and half of it ended up in a shopping center. The driver died at the hospital with passengers in critical condition. Cruising in California continued legal again. Assemblyman David Alvarez has introduced a bill that would repeal several sections of the state vehicle code regarding cruising activities. It passed a law banning lowriders would also be repealed. Alvarez says cruising is an expression of art and culture of the age. The Turkish Cultural Center in Irvine working to gather donations for people impacted by the catastrophic earthquake. And it's only a cultural center. It's collecting coats, blankets, and other items to keep displaced people warm in the blistering cold temperatures. The center's Akila Sahataki says he personally knows more than a dozen families in Southern California who lost loved ones in the quake. One family member, as I said, was looking for their uncle, and then they heard his voice under the rubble. They're still trying to reach him. Boy, trolling. Hey, the president of Mexico says he expects the U.S. to provide interest-free loans to build 4 wind power farms in southern Mexico. He also says he expects the U.S. to visit the area next month with U.S. climate envoy John Kerry to announce the project. The wind farms are part of Mexico's plan to build a total of 10 industrial parks along a renovated rail corridor linking the Pacific and the Gulf Coast. A bomb threat at a courthouse in South Carolina temporarily disrupted the double murder trial of Alice Murdaugh while the feuds were taking place. This will say the room was evacuated. The court was on recess until the room was cleared. Because we have sending the jury in Murdaugh's home early. He accused of cheating and killing his wife and their young starting 3 weeks ago. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is in D.C. meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Stoltenberg says he doesn't see any sign Russia is preparing for peace in Ukraine. Instead, Moscow is preparing for new military offensive. So we must continue to provide Ukraine with a it needs to take territory and survive as a sovereign independent nation. Stoltenberg says since Russia invaded Ukraine almost a year ago, NATO allies have provided Ukraine around $120 billion in military, humanitarian, and financial assistance. A man from Libya accused of being involved in making the bomb that destroyed a Pan Am flight flying over Scotland has pleaded not guilty. 1988 bomb killed 270 people, most of them from the U.S. And M103 was 38 minutes into takeoff from London, but it flew up over Scotland. So a bomb built out of a cassette recorder and stored in a suitcase. And because the man facing up a life in prison is convicted as the third person charged in the terror attack, the first to appear in a court in the U.S. Michael Jackson is the face of the process of selling half of its interest in the singer's music catalog. Variety says the deal ranges from $800 million to $900 million, says Sony, and a possible financial partner negotiating to acquire 50% of the estate's interest in Jackson's publishing. Recorded music, another asset. The package would be the biggest deal to date in the music catalog market. Southland levels in KFI mostly clear, cool tonight around 60 degrees, sunny, and the hottest day of the week tomorrow, above 76, above 80, Metro Orange County. Maybe up to 70s in the Empire Valley, mid-60s in the high desert, a couple degrees cooler Friday, then 10 to 15 degrees cooler Saturday, slight chance for some showers until Sunday morning. Right now in Irvine, 60, Fullerton 65, Burbank 60, Orange 59 degrees. KFI financial report sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. Dow finished down 208, Nasdaq was down 203, S&P was down 46. Price of regular gas in California still hanging at $4.62 a gallon.
This is on the 134 westbound, coming up on the 5. That's through the left lane with them blocking overall slow leading southbound out of Glendale beyond the Keys of Crash. That looks like the drive remains slow ahead all the way to the 170, 101. So watch out here. Eastbound to race to that 134, slowing down at South Hope, taking you back into Glendale, better past Glendale Avenue. Out to Anaheim Hills, we've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the side.
Yeah, they're crawling along on to 91. 91 eastbound. You're loading up your 54 rear standing truck scale. First stretch is very heavy Green River, but I gotta tell you, beyond that, we're probably pretty heavy in Corona. Not today. It's actually pretty good from the 71 over to the 15. Little sluggish through Riverside, but nothing really to write home about right now. Now, the South 15, you're on the break here, just out of Corona, pretty much from Magnolia down through Wyron. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Montrose on the 210 westbound, you've got the bridge leading the 2, and you're on the bridge from Stretches all the way into Lakeview Terrace. Hey, FI in the sky, help get you there faster. I need some Martinez.
This hour of the Conway Show is being brought to you by Puritan Water. Get a complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuritanWater.com. Here's some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution. A light-source, salt-free water system. Light-source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters remaining. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. Light Source tastes and feels the difference. My friend had his home stolen. The crime is home title theft. It's real. It's horrendous, but it's real and it's everywhere. And luckily, this was just a demo, but I saw how criminals all around the world target American homeowners. And that's why I protect my home with Home Title Lock, and you need to as well. And the thief can simply forge your signature on a legal document saying you sold your home to them. Homeowners insurance and common identity theft programs do not protect you, but Home Title Lock does. So protect yourself. Just go to their website. It's HometitleLock.com/Sean, SEAN. Verify your home title is still safely in your name. Then just register your address for a free, no-obligation home title report for your files. That is a $100 value, absolutely free. That's HometitleLock.com/Sean, HometitleLock.com/Sean, SEAN. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up, or visit ServiceChampions.com. More stimulating talk.
Hey, iHeart radio station.
We're doing big stories here, major stories. LeBron James is the new king of the NBA. That's a major story. Trending last night for 11 straight hours as the number one topic on Twitter. And I think we called that. I think we set that up on Twitter. I mentioned yesterday doing a couple topics, a couple stories on. I think that Twitter then Thursday ball across the line. I'll take some credit for that. Super Bowl should be a lot of fun. No credible threats for the FBI, and the natural gas prices through the roof. What happened? Governor's looking at it. Meanwhile, we'll see. Petros Papadakis is with us from the Petros and Money Show. But here's a big week for you, the Super Bowl week, man. I think Don Martin has you Super Bowl, buddy. No. Yeah, and no. Don Martin, my boss, and your boss's husband. That's right. He also runs Fox Sports Radio, which is the national feed of radio shows on that network. It's actually an iHeartMedia entity for Premier, I believe. But so there's a whole Super Bowl and speak loudly. Is he going to the game? I don't think he's going to the game, but I think he does what everybody else does. They go for these 3 days. They have a bunch of corporate meetings and events, and executives are executives. Do we have a presence there as iHeart? Yeah. Oh, I see what that's on. No, I don't go to the Super Bowl anymore. I didn't know that for you. I didn't read that. I looked in your bio, and that was absent from your bio. Yeah, I'd rather be shocked. Really? Yeah, maybe with like the Trent gun. I don't want to go. I don't want to see, and I said this 1,000 times, but since you asked me, have we had this conversation before? We may have. I don't want to see what I look like in Milwaukee. Right? Like the guy that's seen in Milwaukee is even heavier than me. Jets.
Yeah, and he's very excited about sports still.
Oh yeah, it's the tickets or the fans or the beat.
And the morning show is like the Reverend and the Hornet.
Yeah,
nice.
You know what? I did Radio Row for the Grammys. They did we
and the preacher.
Radio Row.
We did Radio Row for the Grammys for a couple of years, Spector and I, and man, you got to hate yourself.
I hated myself. I got really light on talent that they rolled through there. At one point, we were talking to the new guy who is the new Mr. Clean. The big bald guy.
Well, I talked to that guy.
Yeah. That was
available?
That was the guest for the day.
I see that guest. The thing about the Super Bowl is you end up doing the same interview with everybody.
Yes, right.
I get it. And what are you promoting? Jim Kelly, former quarterback of the Buffalo Bills. I'm here promoting Washington Apples. It's just like it's so tiresome. And how much did you talk about one football game? How much did you break down?
Okay. All right,
one football game. It's just stupid.
All right, let's not talk about the game. Let's talk about you.
Visit Robbie Foxonovic this ran state.
Okay.
Not sure when.
For the first time in my married life, I will be at home alone with my daughter, and my wife will be in Arizona. Not at the game, but they are going to Arizona for my father-in-law's 70th birthday party.
Oh, they didn't take Don Martin. But why aren't you sojourning to Arizona like Marty Robbins?
Well, we've got a new time slot here, and I think it was proper, to take 4 days off.
You got to pedal to my car.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you got to.
I don't have a day off until 2022.
Yeah, and that's gonna build with the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to come off that much for a long time.
No, I got to make sure this thing works. And look, my father-in-law understands. He's a business guy too. He's 70. He doesn't need his son-in-law at his party. It's just he's not that kind of guy. All right, so
I know how much you love parties and see it out of it.
I'm going to be at home alone unless I'm invited to a party. And here are my two options so far. My option is a guy named Brian who lives in Burbank.
And Brian with a Y?
No.
That would be an immediate disqualifier.
Right. And we know each other through our daughter's friendship. And he's also a gambler and a track guy and a casino guy, so we hit it off.
So degenerate gambling cat.
That's right. So I would go to his house, or
Brian with an I.
That's right, Brian with an I, or my buddy Brent, who I also know through my daughters, they're friends with each other. His Canadian uncle is in town for a month and rented a condo across the street from the Pickwick Burbank ice rink, and he's having pizza, wings, and beer at his condo, and I have that option as well.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it warms my heart to know that much like me, you've burned all your bridges in the past, and you have no friends from your history, and everybody you know is somehow associated with you through your children, and I can totally relate to that. Everybody else hates you.
I love the fact that his Canadian uncle came to L.A. and he rented a place across from an ice rink. Like, God almighty. The stereotype for us Canadians, they cannot get away from this game, this hockey game.
I heard he spent most of the first quarter doing all their whale blunders.
The appetite. Well, like at TRILLIONAIRE, one of their, 4 oceanfront pools or one of their restaurants.
No, I don't go anywhere. And but TRILLIONAIRE, I've never been to TRILLIONAIRE, but I've heard. Do you really want me to talk about? Are they an advertiser?
Yeah.
But I heard it's a great place.
I heard it's spectacular.
It's a beautiful.
It's where they used to have SeaWorld or Marineland.
It was called Marineland.
Yeah, Marineland.
I would like to talk about the trend.
Okay.
Just really quickly. I circle back to football. I mean, Brian, not myself.
Okay. And Brent.
Brian with an I likes to gamble. Because he likes to gamble so much that he wears kind of like a bowling shirt. So one of those shirts that with racing stripes on it.
Yeah. And he does well. He won $8,000 a few months back on a slot machine.
Wow.
Yeah. It's crazy.
That's where the real heavy hitters go. Straight to the slot. That's where the whale is.
All right, hold on a second. Petros is with us. We'll continue talking about the Super Bowl. Maybe a little LeBron James in there too. And also I want to ask him if he was at his grandfather's house today. I saw him broadcasting down the way here on 570 AM. He was at his house, and the furniture at his house looks like it's like his grandfather's house. Like that dark wood and that old furniture in a clubhouse from the 1970s. What's going on with that? All right, we're live on KFI News recording more now. First, KFI 24 News. The judge has dismissed a lawsuit by 5 LA County workers that were suing their employers who tried to say a COVID-19 vaccine mandate was unconstitutional. That's been thrown out. CBS is offering $10.6 billion to buy Oak Street Health as it moves further into providing primary health care. Oak Street Health provides health care for mostly low to middle income people 65 and older. And the only black fashion designer on Italy's Fashion Council, Sarah Jean, or John, has dropped out of Milan's Fashion Week over a lack of diversity and inclusion. We'll check the 5 freeway next. All right, Morongo. Everybody loves Morongo, including Petra. Everybody loves it, man. Morongo's just the best. You're not going to get better than this. The big game blitz is going on. The big game, big screens at Morongo, the big ballroom, big resort, big amazing specials on big drinks and big food. Big, everything's there. And I love it, man. Morongo's a really cool hanging for the big game. They have the big game blow-up. Prizes, freebies, and also fun. You can win a grand playing cash. In cash. If you win a grand in cash, playing your rewards card at during the game. Also, J gift giveaway. You can get a Pure Space Steamer, like the one Petra says, when you're in 500 points on your rewards card on the 13th or the 14th of February. Game day save. Go to the big game blitz, a room, $20 in free play, and a special price, so you got to book now. And food is love. That is what it says on your shirt today. Petra's food is love. Get Valentine's Day surf and turf deal. Oh, I love the surf and turf at Cielo. Yeah, Cielo. That's it's a very worldly day and Good Times Cafe. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa conveniently located off the I-10 less than 90 minutes. Wherever you are, Morongo, good times. From the Southern California Toyota dealer Chapter Center, there's no places, things are slow and breezy parks.
This is the southbound side of the 5 with a full drive loading up at Colorado. You remain on the brakes all the way to the 605 in Glendale, the 134 westbound San Fernando Road. The 3 left lanes are blocked due to a crash. The road loading up away from Central. Also downtown LA, this is the 110 northbound that at the time. There's a bus fire off to the shoulder of the connector to the 10 east, and that's keeping the 110 north loaded away from Vernon. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
It's Rob Tucker. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. Talk of a possible trade between the Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves that could return D'Angelo Russell to LA and send Russell Westbrook to Utah. The Clippers play the Mavericks with a retool Kyrie Irving, but not Luka Doncic. He's down for the season for it. Big quarterback Patrick Mahomes said his right ankle is feeling better than it was for the AFC Championship game. Into Sunday's Super Bowl, and expects to be close to 100%. Outside Gary. Hey, it's Ross Tucker. A little more interesting. Download, listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast that DraftKings releasing every Tuesday. Available wherever you listen to podcasts. Football and betting. The Even Money Podcast. This report is sponsored by Southern California Edison. Southern California Edison wants you to know that sound wires are dangerous, and that you should never step in the water near a sound wire because it could be electrified. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert. Stay safe. Learn more at SCU.com. Stay safe.
Right now during Staples Gigathon, select shares are more than 50% off, like the leather Vortex cleaning chair, now just $119.99. Offer ends 2/11 while supplies last. Staples, the working and learning and saving store. Okay guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever. Flowers are great. The giving experience is even better. So check out Rosetta Stone. A subscription to their language learning app is perfect if your partner loves to travel or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something that you and you can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for life at rosettastone.com. Where Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by
TRUMAN.com. Meet colorful characters and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening with MakeItAwakening.com.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. When Hollywood portrayed in The Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's going to be another fascinating one. Donald Trump versus Joe Biden.
You can't think of two people better to run for president.
One 150 years old, the other one completely whacked out.
They'll handle
Which one would you like?
live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 Sunlight Show is doing $1,000. Here's how we do it.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the credit like keywords on our website. Credit, credit, CREDIT. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com live. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If you're ever in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet Games. 500, 500, or SweetGames.com.
All right, so put that keyword in credit there, KFIA640.com/cash. And stick that word in credit. You can win $1,000. That's huge. All right, we have, we're following some big stories here. The LA Times has just put a story up that Bob Iger announced 7,000 job cuts at Disney. And that is a significant. That's a huge story. Also, brazen food stamp scammers steal millions in LA's forest. That's painful. And the Los Angeles Lakers have traded Russell Westbrook to the Jazz, and the biggest Lakers fan in the world is on the phone, coincidentally, with us, Petros Papadakis. How you thought this game for me? Yes. You're a big Lakers fan. Where were you last night during the record breaking sport?
I was speaking to a media society class at the Annenberg School of Education at USC.
That's right. You're the big draw for that class. You tell those kids that you tell them
there's no such thing as a sports team. Just a bunch of fans at store.
but they're losers. So what?
But the sycophants like that were there last night, bowing down and getting objecting to put a case. But yes, Russell Westbrook got traded. A very awkward night last night for everybody that wasn't LeBron and his family and Jay-Z and Bad Bunny that were there to celebrate with him. It was very weird. Anthony Davis had a really weird reaction to him.
What was his reaction?
He was sitting down on the bench when the record was broken. The whole building was standing up.
He didn't stand up?
No, very odd. And then Russell Westbrook was pouting, but now you can understand why he was going to get traded. And
You're along with LeBron James, Russell Westbrook?
well, LeBron James has a lot of influence in building this team. You could say, well, that's on him because he does this all over the place and people get fired and you know him kind of as a trail of dead. Or you could sort of blame the Lakers for having weak management and letting him come in there and call the shots. So LeBron wanted Russ, and then it didn't work out, and then it was like, oh, you better appease LeBron. It's like,
What do Lakers get for this guy?
the Lakers, this is from Cam Serrani's Twitter, the Lakers, it's a three-way trade. Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves are finalizing a trade sending D'Angelo Russell, who was already here. It's a trade away. Malik Beasley and Garrett Vanderbilt, who's comes from a big-time family. He's Anderson Cooper's brother. They're coming to Los Angeles. Westbrook goes to Utah with a first-round pick. So they're trading one of their first-round picks again. So they're not going to have another draft pick until like 24. Wow.
I know Beasley's mom. She owns a bakery in Sherman Oaks and wanted to see Mrs. Beasley. Have you been there?
God bless her.
Yeah, she's great.
She must be pleased that her son's back home.
Yeah, she's very good.
Yeah. So like the next time the Lakers will have a draft pick is like the year that James Conk's rollerball was supposed to be. And then Russell Westbrook's never going to play for the Utah Jazz.
Why?
And then, well, I guess they're just going to waive him or whatever. It's like all cap space. But wow. He didn't want to play there. And then Mike Conley
Dudley Jr. is going to Minnesota. So where will Russell? It's a three-way trip. Okay, where will Russell Westbrook play his next NBA game? I don't know. Could his career be over? That's hard. That would be hard. All right. I saw you earlier. You were broadcasting back to the station from your home. Oh, you like my postmodern 50s look? Is that your grandfather's furniture? Were you in? I'm an old soul. Were you in the Braemar Country Club? Yeah, kind of. So I have old. I bought a bunch of this century furniture. And I just sit down here in my basement on my lizard, and I live in the back. Wait, you have a lizard? Yeah, you didn't know about that? You have a lizard? I have a bearded dragon. Wow! I know, it's a baby now, and it's a lot of maintenance. They live for a long time. Correct. And they will snap at you when they get older. It already snapped one of my earbuds. Oh, no. That's horrible. Did it swallow it? No. Okay. Too small. But I enjoy the lizard. Let me talk about the Super Bowl real quick. When the players go to play in this game, it's really tempting for them to go out and drink and smoke weed and enjoy themselves at the big party. Is there any opportunity for the players to get out there and do that? No. Well, that's not necessarily true. There was once what was the guy's name? Robinson, the guy that went down to Tijuana. No, that was the guy who lost his ticket. He had a mental illness. Oh, I didn't know that. And you can go to betterhelp.com/CMS, get 10% off the first month. But that was Barrett Robbins for the Raiders. Eugene Robinson was the safety for the Atlanta Falcons, and he just received the NFL Man of the Year award. Okay. Which is like, you're the best guy ever. Right. You're helping out the community, you're a great family man. And he's playing the Super Bowl the next night, and he was caught trying to pick up a woman of the night. And the worst part was he turned out to be a cop. Oh, no! Don't you play well in the game? Yeah, but aren't you supposed to ask that of the women walking the streets? Are you a cop when you first? You have to ask. Yeah, but they have to tell you if they are. Yeah, but I missed the first rule. Yeah, that's right. You have a big nice collection. Did I have that shit? Yes. It's right off of Sunset, Gardner. Big hoops on her. And then she did a one-woman play about it. Oh, I wish I could have caught that. Oh, yeah. Where was it? At the I don't remember where it was, but that's in the Playhouse. What are we talking about? On Broadway? He had a guy come in and he performed that act on me during the play. It was sorry, I missed that. I could have got an odd He was an odd date night. Odd date. You remember the movie The Graduate where he takes her to the club with a nipple tassel? He's pointing her around right in her face and he goes, "You're missing a real effect here." In the back of the head. You're really missing a great effect. Robin's got to be rethinking his decision. What are you talking about? I'm putting me off to the clock. That's great, buddy. Hey, I heard you have a big knife collection. Somebody wanted me to ask you about that. I have a new knife from a new brand of knives. What do you got? It's made by some bearded dudes in Oregon. Okay. I know you love that. I love that. James brand. Is your knives legal? Yeah. Okay. That's good. Are you doing your summer tour this year? You guys have the best remote ever. Yeah, well, really, we call things different names, but he pretty much goes to a remote every 3 weeks. We're never not on tour. You're always a DJ. Yeah, or and if it's not a BJ's, it's a Rock and Brews or the band's headquarters. We're at the Tarantula Hill a week from Friday. We're at Tarantula Hill in the 805. I got one thing to tell you. Now I gotta go. We work in the same building, and there's a Morton Steakhouse downtown. Down the stairs. Yeah. And I walked out the other day. I walked out the back where all the trash is, and I saw a keg, an empty keg of Bud Light. Okay. So somebody decides to spend $150 on a beautiful steak, great potatoes, and then they order a Bud Light with it. Some people like a light beer.
Okay, all right. I mean, that's how some people are. I'm with you. I'm just saying that those, Budweiser itself has a lot of other choices. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get you. I mean, I haven't been in there since the pandemic. Oh, really? But I used to belly up to that bar and have a good time. It's great, man. That's a great place. Buddy, we got to cut you loose for a $30 appetizer. I wish we could hang, but I wish I could stay. Oh, man. Well, you'll stay. All right. Cut you the same. All right, we're last on tape by kids this morning. Morneau Exposure and tape by 24 Newsroom. I mean, and the LGBTQ pride flag complying at City Hall. All these are freedom speaking, even the GA flag, City flag. This is effective decision unnecessarily sends the wrong message to millions of tourists, which the city depends on. Isn't it worth it to tell these people that something going to be easy in the Logan here? Councilman Pat Burns says only the American, state, city, county, and armed forces flag should be flown. It's not about getting rid of the pride flag. He said during the 4-3 vote last night, government flags should represent everybody. I have nephews and nieces and I love them dearly, so we in my family don't recognize them as any different. And I think Corbin Carpenter by name. This report brought to you by American Vision Windows. SoCal Edison is seeking an increased rate by 4.4%, totaling an estimated $595.6 million by June. SED's William Wall said yesterday spiking natural gas prices have also impacted its operating costs. Wall says the market moves too much. SED's supply chain includes 12 gas-fired resources which are primarily served by SoCal Gas. The increase still needs to be approved by California's Public Utilities Commission. China says it was smeared in President Biden's State of the Union address. China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson says it's supposed to be defining the entire China-U.S. relationship in terms of competition. Biden mentioned China in his address to the country last night at least 7 times, focused mainly on how the U.S. was increasingly prepared to compete with Beijing. Biden says he made it clear he wants competition with China, not conflict. And a survey says pizza is the most popular food to eat during the Super Bowl. TopCashback.com says at least 56% of those surveyed said pizza is the fan favorite. Second in each on the list, Game Day Monkeys were chicken wings, followed by nachos and sliders. The survey also found that of the people who attend Super Bowl parties, only 35% say they watch the game. More than 1,000 adults were surveyed. Clear and cool tonight, lows around 50 degrees. Clear and a little hotter tomorrow, then down a little bit on Friday. Much cooler, at least 10 degrees, 10, 15 degrees cooler on Saturday, with a slight chance of rain Saturday into Sunday. It's 52 in Placentia, 56 in Laguna Niguel, such a high in Glendale.
It's a tough one to get through. It's the 134 westbound San Fernando Road. Three left lanes are blocked, and there's one to remain blocked off for the next bit. Delays are loading up all the way from Brands Boulevard. Now, in Burbank, we see delays on the eastbound side of the 134. Loading up from Bob Hope, taking you ahead all the way towards Glendale Avenue. And let's check out Pasadena. This is the 210 eastbound flowing away from Lincoln. Delays all the way to Citrus in Azusa. Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, backing up from just about the 57th freeway. Delays ahead to Green River. Hey, FR in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This President's Day, don't miss 50 Hail to the Cheek sale. Don't you mean Hail to the Cheek, Larry? No, I want Hail to the Cheek. With over 50% off the best brand. Over 50% off? It's more like a Hail to the Cheek sale. Because you're stealing every penny of profit. Clearly, their Safely President sale, we're making fruit more affordable. Because with your big credit, buy today and stay interest-free for 36 months. On purchase of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment is 10% down. Plus pay $500 on temporary adjustable sets and save up to $900 on personal fruit systems. Let's just call it the Hail to the Blink sale. Why Hail to the Blink? Because these discounts are going to make me lose my... You're killing me, Larry. So this President's sale, save over 50% off and stay interest-free for 36 months. There's Citizen's Hail to the Cheek sale. Purchases will beat anyone's advertised price of your mattress for free. My friend had his home stolen. The crime is home title theft. It's real. It's horrendous, but it's real and it's everywhere. Now, luckily, this was just a demo, but I saw how criminals all around the world target American homeowners, and that's why I protect my home with home title lock, and you need to as well. And a thief can simply forge your signature on a legal document saying you sold your home to them, homeowners insurance, and common identity theft programs do not protect you, but Home Title Lock does. So protect yourself. Just go to their website. It's HometitleLock.com/Sean, SEAN. Verify your home title is still safely in your name. Then just register your address for a free, no obligation home title report for your files. That is a $100 value, absolutely free. At HometitleLock.com/Sean. Business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeart Media can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its big fall sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big fall sale by dialing 310 Kitchen, 310 Kitchen on the web at 310kitchen.com. Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution. A Light Source salt-free water system. Light Source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. Light Source makes and feels the difference. Flashing on it. Vacation sucks. And if I guess I do have you sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. TFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekly hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just look at the keyword and enter it at TFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on TFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. TFI AM 640 is journalism. We have some pretty big stories here. Disney has just announced, Bob Iger has just announced 7,000 job cuts at Disney. That's significant. That is a big story here in Los Angeles. And then another story I saw online is brazen food stamp scammers are stealing millions from LA's forests. That's hard to stomach. And LA is shutting down its largest gas plant and replacing it with the hydrogen project. So those are big stories. Petros is with us, and Petros and Money. Hey, Petros, I went to a charity event recently, and I put a ticket, like you buy those raffle tickets, and I put a ticket, and I won a cruise, 4 days, 4 nights, 4 day, 3 night cruise to Mexico. Are you gonna go? But my wife and daughter don't like cruising, so maybe I thought you and I should hit it. Yeah, no. I have a hard time doing anything. You're not a cruise guy. I have a hard time doing anything. Anything out of my comfort zone of here, Burbank, what they pay for. Yeah, I was free too. Yeah. I'm getting a speech tomorrow at the Thousand Oaks Rotary. That's interesting. We have a big show at Thousand Oaks. When? A week from Friday. Oh, okay. Well, we're still my Hill, Blue. I'll be there tomorrow. It's a 4-hour show. And they said they wanted to see me speak for a half hour. And I said, buddy, I don't have a half hour of material. Well, you do. I mean, I'd like to give it a State of the Union. I have like 10 minutes of things I can tell you about, I mean, you could do it, but that's a lot of work. I know, and I'm glad you could take questions. Yeah, but about what? About Bill Handel? Whatever they want. I thought what you really want. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to talk for a half hour about your lizard. Travis McGee? Oh, okay, that lizard too. That's the name of my lizard. So, don't you think that if you have a lizard and it lives in a cage, you see another lizard to keep it company? No, they're solitary beasts. Really? Yeah, so that's why you got it? Yeah, we got problems. So I didn't get it. It was a gag gift that some
very awkward gift that pissed people off at a gift exchange among some of my friends that are friends, through my kids because anybody I knew before hates me. And I don't know if you relate with that. When I love it, you more and more, why do you hang out with people? Why do you hang out with people that just know your kids? I know, because I was a really problematic person before I had kids. I know. It's a new start. I get it. So I said, I'll take the lizard, and I took the lizard, and I bought the stuff, and he has a big stick, and I feed him needleworms, and he's got a special light. And what's his name? Bobby McGee? Travis McGee. Named after the great detective novels by John D. McDonald of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Wow. Hey, has this happened to you where you've met a guy through your kids, and then the kids are no longer friends, but you're still friends with the guy? Not yet, but you can feel it now. My kids are really weird. My kids are weird. Do you talk to your lizard? Oh, yeah. Do you like your baby talk to your lizard? Take it easy, but I just, I said, hey, what's up, how long till McGee some love? How long are you going to keep Travis McGee? As long as they'll be alive, I hope. I hope he'll outlive them, I hope. And so, Travis McGee does nothing all day then. Well, you're supposed to take him out once a day and interact. And do you? Yes, you do. That doesn't sound. And then I wash my hands because they carry salmonella. Oh, I didn't know that. All right, do you garden at all? My wife does. Oh, she does? Yeah, once you start growing weeds, she started harvest. Hydroponics? No, we're just outside. Russell Westbrook has been traded. That's a big story in sports. It is, yes. And everybody's talking about it. And is he going to make the Lakers better? No. You said Lakers on your show all the time. Nobody's allowed to talk to NBA players anymore. Why? The funny part is NBA players aren't allowed to play NBA games anymore. Why does he detrimental to their health? I don't hear NBA players on any sports talk shows anymore. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's only a certain amount of guys on a basketball team. I mean, even less than a baseball team, even though the baseball union is older and more powerful. And obviously football, most guys, if you're not Tom Brady or somebody comparable, are pretty faceless. But in basketball, one guy like LeBron or maybe a really young, exciting superstar, that guy brings millions, if not billions, around him. And it's just such a different vibe than having, I think in LA it's extra stuff. I think the guy in Milwaukee, the Greek, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and the guys that play in Boston, I think they do a better job in the community. Dame Lillard in Portland. But here in LA, these guys suck. Are you a friend? We're not allowed to talk to them. Are you a fan of Shannon Sharp? Shannon Sharp? Oh, I don't know. Wait, what's the guy? It's hard to find him because he's so far up LeBron's behind him. Wait. What's the show that's at the bottom of his designer shoes? That's all you should. What's the show that he does? Shannon. It's called, it's called, no, it's called, First Page or something. No, that's it. No, it's on FS1. It's on, I know the show. Right. I work at the same building. I'm not kidding. I know. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's Safety Pros. Yeah, that's a great show. I like this. I'm glad you enjoy it. I like the herd. Yeah, I don't do sports like that, but I know. I like you doing sports though. I love that you hate sports. You started hating sports 2 years before you started doing radio. I hate that. I really do. But that makes it better. Who wants to listen to a guy who loves everything? Everybody. Nobody. All right, buddy, we gotta go. You're the best. I'll be with you watching the Super Bowl. Wherever you go, I'll find you on Super Bowl Sunday. I got nothing going on. Okay. Can I come? What are you guys gonna do in the next day? I don't know. Can I come to one of your parties on Super Bowl Sunday? Hey, seriously, if you cut the tuna air, Rabbi Bogdanovich's house, so we might die in some canyon out there in the middle of rodeo in that kind of city. We might get trampled by a horse. You're the best, buddy. No, he's susceptible to All right, we'll finish up here and also talk to Milk Kelly next. And KFI 86.4 now Pro. And KFI 25 News. Officials in San Diego say they captured, treated, and reused more than 800,000 gallons of stormwater last year to heat and cool buildings at San Diego International Airport. The man from Dallas accused of killing 23 people at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019 after posting a racist manifesto against Hispanics has pleaded guilty in court. And the Feds and the NFL say there are no credible or known safety or security threats for the Super Bowl on Sunday in the Phoenix area, but leave the drones and your selfie sticks at home if you go. We'll set the 60 freeway next. Let's talk about Puritan water. Yes, every year you want to get healthier, and Puritan water is the way to go because you know what chemicals you're putting in your body right now. You have no idea. Stop worrying. Get yourself Puritan whole house water filtration and conditioning system, the exact same system I have at home. And right now, it's $0 down, $49 a month. That's cheaper than what you spend on bottled water. So better than bottled water, Puritan filters, conditions, softens, descales, and purifies. Plus, you're going to get a free 6-stage reverse osmosis alkaline purification system. That's the same alkaline water you buy at the market. Puritan is not because of Puritan, you're not a customer. You're a partner. Yes. Free lifetime servicing. Free installation. I love it, man. I drink that water every single day at home, and I absolutely Puritan whole house water system, $0 down, $49 a month. Get it now, and be like me. We'll be like Water Twin. 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, PuritanWater.com. PUR, again, water.com. Big old crash and diamond bar.
With on the 16, making your way eastbound, coming up on Brea Canyon Road, they roll these guys to the shoulder. That's Bristol doing as a backup away from Mill Valley. Slight improvement in Glendale with this wreck on the 134 westbound just past San Fernando Road. It's now the 2 left lanes that remain off limits, with delays still backing up away from Brand. Up on that eastbound side of the 134 out of Burbank, getting away from Bob Mose, heading back towards San Fernando Road. And it's all in Sherman Oaks on the 405 northbound, 101, right there, south to the shoulder. Either way, still slow moving from the 10. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm in for Martinez.
This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. Talks of a possible trade between the Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves that could return D'Angelo Russell to LA and send Russell Westbrook to Utah. The Clippers play the Mavericks with their retool roster featuring Kyrie Irving, but not Luka Doncic. He's out with a heel injury. His quarterback Patrick Mahomes said his right ankle is feeling better than it was for the AFC Championship game. Heading into Sunday's Super Bowl, he expects to be close to 100%. I'm Frank Garrity. Hey everyone, it's Mike Golis Jr. introducing my new podcast, Gojo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Gojo, the podcast with DraftKings, releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
This President's Day don't miss hail to the cheek sale. Don't you mean hail to the cheek, Larry? No, or one hail to the cheek. With over 50% off the best brand. Over 50% off? It's more like a hail to the cheek sale. Because you're stealing every penny of profit. Clearly, during City for the President sale, it's more affordable. Because with your big credit, buy today and it's interest-free for 36 months. On purchase of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment is 10% down. Plus save $500 on temper adjustable sets and save up to $900 on personal food systems. Let's just call it the hail to the blink sale. Why hail to the blink? Because these discounts are going to make me lose my because you're killing me, Larry. So this President's sale, save over 50% off and stay interest-free for 36 months. There's businesses hail to the cheap sale. Couldn't people beat anyone's advertised price or your master is not free. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is the new unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring site, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes. You just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. Amber Rose, she was famous for being famous people. You got OnlyFans and tell her son, mommy has to be right. This is her parenting method. This is okay? Brooke Kelly is the
Okay, perfect.
I believe the children are future. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
What's that other?
LeBron James is the king of all basketball. And just a day later, it's not even the number one story for the Lakers. Russell Westbrook traded from the Lakers. So Lakers in the news a lot these last 2 days, even over the State of the Union speech. Disney is cutting 7,000 jobs and trying to become more profitable. But I think they may have priced their Disney Plus a little too low when it first introduced $6.99 a month, and I think that may have had an effect. And then a big bust in the EBT and people scamming poor people out of money. That's another big story that we're following. But let's go whip around here real quick, all right? Overall, Disney streaming app would include Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus. How many total subscribers do they have? Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Let's go with separate. How many total subscribers does Disney have with Disney, Hulu, and ESPN Plus? 200 million? 200 million. All right. Belly up.
A billion?
A billion. All right. Angel Martinez.
$1 billion won.
$1 billion. One. Perfect. Oh, it's how many? I don't know. 100 million. All right. Anything else on the show tonight? No?
The general.
Oh, the general data.
Oh, yeah.
How many?
150.
150. Okay. All right. For Bellio and Angel. No. Can I just have a quick word with the two of you? Okay. This doesn't include the rest of the cast or the crew or anybody works here at iHeart. Or it doesn't include the listeners. Listeners, you can listen if you want, but this doesn't include you. Okay. Do you remember about 3 minutes ago when I said that Disney's cutting 7,000 jobs? Okay. Do you think that having 1 billion subscribers to their service would warrant cutting those jobs? Probably not, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe if they want to have higher profit. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Well played.
Okay. You think the profits would be huge to get 1 billion subscribers?
The way I heard this.
Sure.
Now, tax, like the people that actually pay for it are around 100 million. They got their login to other people.
Okay.
And that's what we're talking about. They're not only subscribers, but they're users.
Right. So when I said how many subscribers, you just ignored that.
I wasn't listening.
I see. Thank you. All right. We got one of you to tell the truth. Angel, you're still
Yeah, there is one.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of people using their free trial period.
Okay. All right. The answer is 235 million subscribers. 235 million subscribers. That is huge. That is a lot.
Are
of subscribers.
I'm sure that wasn't a typo.
It's not. And you lost, Celia lost. Pepperoni won. That's embarrassing, right? Anytime he wins.
I am embarrassed.
You should be. Sitting there with that dumb name that no one can pronounce. Well, I mean, look, Mo Kelly's one of the smartest in the building. He couldn't pronounce that guy's name.
How hard to get to pronounce?
Julian Mo Kelly, he's with us. How you, bud?
I'm doing well, and I don't appreciate that Stephen in there lying on me.
The wrong name. I said, your name's so wrong, right? Wait, you know you were Stefan? I said, hey, Stefan, how you doing? You didn't correct me. Oh, okay. Damn name. All right. Okay. We have a Sharon, we have a Dana, we have an Angel, a Michael, and a Stefan, right? Was your name mispronounced in school your whole life? Oh, my entire life. Yeah, okay. All right. Let me think. All right, big Lakers news. Where were you last night when LeBron hit the record break? Sitting in that chair. Okay, that's right. I was at Walmart when it happened, watching it on my iPhone. Were people around you aware of the moment? Nobody was. Not a single person. Where around here? Around here?
Yeah, we were talking about it a lot, and Stephen, you didn't feel like you were worthy of.
Because you probably announced that a lot of people were watching the game. They probably heard it first to you.
Yeah, we did talk about it as it happened. We talked about LeBron's speech and his place in history, basketball history, and now people may perceive him as the bar.
Right on. That's fun. What's on the big show tonight?
Well, obviously we have to talk about how Flash, the movie, well, they're doing a reboot of that, so there's 15 years injured, and I don't know how that's supposed to work.
Really?
Wow.
All right, that's all right.
I don't know if Daryl Hannah's going to make a cameo or anything like that, but I'm bracing myself. Of course, we're going to catch up on some of that Disney news that you were talking about, and I'll add some context from there. And Californians have been urged to hold off on filing their taxes, depending on whether they received a refund check of a certain type. So we have to get into that. And also, we have to add some Super Bowl free coverage. Michael Irvin, former Dallas Cowboy great, he's in trouble, and he will not be working Super Bowl.
Oh, what did he do?
Well, allegedly, it's Me Too related.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's horrible. You would think the guys would know that that's off limits now, right?
Well, it's not.
All right, that's with Mo Kelly. It's back later with Mo Kelly. Next year on KFI AM 640.
Free-range, non-genetically modified, handcrafted, artisanal, gluten-free, stimulating thoughts. KFI.
KOST 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Heck of a lot of money for the homeless. I'm in the team last time at KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County has approved the largest ever one-year spending plan to tackle homelessness. The Board of Supervisors unanimously agreed to a $609.7 million budget to address homelessness for the next fiscal year. That's the largest investment the county has made to date. LA Mayor Bass said 40,000 people are homeless in LA, and everyone is affected by it.
It is a humanitarian crisis that takes the life of 5 people every day.
The funding was approved yesterday, less than 2 months after Bass declared a state of emergency on homeless December.
It must stop and change starts now.
The county says its initiative plan will focus on moving people out of encampments, helping with permanent housing, and providing the homeless with mental health resources. Chris Advent, KFI News. A school vice principal has testified in LA that Anthony Avalos told her in 2015 he was being abused. She said during testimony at the murder trial, she reported it. The 10-year-old boy's mother and her live-in boyfriend are accused of torturing and killing him in 2018. Prosecutors say the mother and her boyfriend tortured and abused Anthony for 2 weeks. Nearly 2 years, a parolee in a stolen pickup truck who allegedly led police on a chase and caused a crash that killed 2 people in Panorama City, admitted to injecting heroin and taking fentanyl before the case. Officer David Cruz is facing a murder charge in connection with the deadly crash January 31st. Huntington Beach has unveiled a new $3 million police helicopter which will patrol multiple cities. Mayor Tony Strickland says the new MD-530S will also patrol Irvine, Costa
Mesa in Newport Beach.
Streets throughout the area depend on HCPD, their support to support their public safety efforts as well. Residents and businesses in the area know and recognize AC-1 and feel safer when they see it overhead.
A moment of silence was observed for Officer Nicholas Vela, who was killed when a police helicopter went down a year ago this month. Huntington Beach is expecting 2 more new helicopters to be delivered in the next 3 months. Ukraine's President Zelensky has made a surprise visit to the UK to talk to hundreds of lawmakers and parliamentary staff at the Westminster Hall. Zelensky gave the Speaker of the House of Commons an Air Force helmet inscribed with the words, "We have freedom. Give us the wings to protect it."
I have come here and stand before you on behalf of the brave, on behalf of our warriors who are now in the trenches under enemy artillery fire.
Zelensky trying to get checked. He says from the first seconds of Russia's war in Ukraine, Great Britain extended a helping hand. If the nation helped when the world didn't yet understand how to react. Farmers have arrived in Paris to make some noise about pesticides and environmental regulations. That is the sound of hundreds of tractors driving one after the other through the streets of Paris, quite exciting. ABC's Angela Katera says the farmers want new restrictions on pesticides they say are threatening their livelihoods. Those opposing pesticides say the products can damage soil and wildlife. It says around 500 tractors and thousands of farmers participated in the first strike this week. Everything registered clerk's office is making marriages happen on Valentine's Day for the first time since the pandemic. It says same-day marriage licensing and civil wedding ceremonies will be offered only at the county clerk's headquarters in Norwalk from 8:30 to 4:30 on Tuesday on Valentine's Day. They say people should start applications online to see up the process. The office says people hoping for a same-day ceremony should expect a crowd. The clerk's office says the county married 152 couples on Valentine's Day 2020, the last time they held the ceremony. Southside weather from KFI, mostly clear with lows in the mid-40s to low 50s, 20s and 30s in the Antelope Valley. Sunny with highs around 80 at the beaches tomorrow. Also for Metro LA and OC, mid-70s to low 80s in the valley and inland empire. 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. We'll be back into the 60s and 70s Friday. Partly cloudy Saturday with a slight chance of showers late Saturday and early Sunday. Partly cloudy by Super Bowl time. The highs in the 50s and 60s. 58 in Los Alamitos, 62 Santa Clarita, 59 in Seal Beach, 59 in Gardena. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow closed down 208 points. The NASDAQ was up 203. S&P 500 lost 46. The average price for regular unleaded gas in California, $4.62 a gallon.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
That's cleared in Glendale on 134. Westbound side coming up on San Fernando Road. At one point, the truck was blocking the 3 left lanes, but all lanes have reopened and the lanes have recovered coming away from Central. We're still seeing a slow drive on the eastbound side of the 134, backing up out of Burbank, away from Taft Avenue. You remain on the brakes ahead all the way to San Fernando Road. The 5 southbound roads in Los Feliz and Los Feliz Boulevard, and you're on the brakes and stretches all the way to the 605. Anaheim 91 eastbound, delays away from the 5 freeway, and that drive becomes heavier and heavier as you make your way towards the 241, opening up at Green River. The Cajon Pass, it's kind of crowded on the 15 northbound, leaving the 215 merge, all the way to the 138. KFI in the side, helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
You are.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration. The True Crime Podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 2 is deep into the 1992 cold case murder of Ken Josewicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
When it's supposed to be on campus, and students are out here, and people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations. He's Ryan Seacrest. I go by the name of Solomon John.
Hi, and Ellen K.
Bobby Volunteer. Hola, soy Enrique Santos. Access to all of the best free curated playlists.
My favorite music, and my songs.
We'll do everything. Access to all the great podcasts for every interest. Stuff you should know podcast. The Daily Show podcast. So heard with Colin Towers and
Recorded live everywhere on the Heart Radio app. Some of the headlines we're following: more than 15,000 confirmed dead due to that massive 7.8 earthquake in Turkey. It's kind of weird because I thought after this was like 7, you don't go on the mountain. But that's one of the headlines. And also, the section around Echo Park Lake is on its way down. Homeless there indoors. I'm sorry, I hope you know I was just having some fun with you last segment with some time with you. Sure. Okay, just want to make I still think, you stand so long for an new section because I won't hold it against you, I'll hold it against them. Hey, you my kids, how you doing today? Dry. And it's still wild, but better for one thing. The 5 north, the 134, it took me a lot longer than usual. It took me like an hour and a half when usually it takes me 55 minutes. And I'm thinking like, why hasn't my team actually texted me or called me to let me know about my team? That's the okay, I don't think it's asking a lot. I mean, it's not asking a lot. It's just one phone call. It's one, just because, just let me know you care about me on some level.
Well, I care, but I'm just not, a topic on me. People think I am. Angel, I'm traveling up to Bakersfield on Saturday. What's the drive going to be?
On Saturday?
I don't know.
Well,
you let me know if you're heading in, and I'll keep an eye out for you, Mo. I got you.
I'm going to make a small prediction. Tomorrow and Friday, I'll be driving in. So just want to put that on the calendar.
Okay, what time? I don't know what time. I don't know.
3 o'clock, 2, 3:30, I'll get the road. So,
all right, you got it.
You can call it 323 on the
Very good.
It's always good to see you.
Hello.
Okay, Don, I get it.
She comes into the office area, she's always bright and bubbly. I'm thinking like, what the hell is bubbly all the time? Even in between. How good? Where did you get from?
I am.
I'm sorry, who's that?
I am.
Who's that disembodied voice? Oh, it's producer Jane. She never speaks to me. That's why I don't recognize the voice.
Okay. So she's happy you just don't know that.
Stop your hand.
So, that's what you can do when you walk by now. Just go, that's right. There you go.
Koala, how was your driving today? Oh, I tell. I was down on 4-wheel. So why was that? There was this accident last night over off of Balboa and 50. Right across the street from where my son goes to school. That Corvette tore his whole front end off. 2 people died. It was just terrible. This morning, coming in, there were a whole lot of my paraprofessionals who are running late to work. There's a terrible accident over in the valley. Somebody running late. I said, no problem. If I'm leaving school and I'm heading to get my son, it's taking me forever to get there. I'm driving police all around school, and I see that there's a sign. I'm seeing news fans. I picked him up. I'm like, man, what happened over here? He said, that's where there was all of a sudden there was a Corvette crash. People died. It was crazy. And I'm so that was that. I remember the story. It was a white Corvette. It evidently ran a stoplight at like 3:45 in the morning, and it plowed into yeah, and the woman who was driving the car died. I think one person in the Corvette died, and the third person in critical condition. Something like that. Yeah, you could still see pieces of white car all in their parking lot. That's the part. They used to be a barber shop right there. But there's a Blaze. There's a bunch of little spots that kids go to, like for lunch or whatever. But that happened at 3:45 this morning. There was still a crime scene. There's still police out there. It's wild. And it messed up everything. You mean like 12 hours later still? Yeah. Like that's what had me running in late today. I have to say, those are some of the things that I actually worry about and think about. It's not necessarily my driving. I think about long face, long time. I've gotten all that crazy driving stuff out of my system more than 20 years ago. I mean, don't get me wrong, I had my moments. But since I know who I was back then, I think about who's the me now, who's on the road. And I try to tell people, like, look, it doesn't matter how well you think you drive. It's about people being able to react to you and know that you're the one who's driving like a fool and a bat out of hell, and being able to react, to respond as such. Right. At 3:45 in the morning, you don't know what you're dealing with. You don't know if the person is drunk, high, both, doesn't care, thinking that they can go through intersections because there's probably not a lot of traffic out there, in wrong place, wrong time. Things I think about. When I left here, it was last week. We left out of there around at what time, and I'm on the 134, and there's a truck. Word is talking, and I'm just like, man, that guy, he just crashed, whatever. But he was swerving so bad that it swerved. I'm like, okay, this time. Second time I'm calling one. I called. First I called 911 and I said, hey, I need to report this. So I was at this. Can you see the license plate? I'm like, man, across all lanes. So you just find yourself in a situation going just right. You stay reacting, you doesn't see them, and all of a sudden your life is no longer yours. You're subject to the circumstances of the moment. Those are things that really concern me. So when I saw that story and listening to you right now, Paul, talking about how even 12 hours later they're still trying to sort out that crime scene, and the woman, I have no reason to believe that she was doing anything wrong. She's just driving through an intersection, and then a Corvette hit her. It says, looking up at the stories now, the Corvette was driving anywhere between 90 and 100 miles an hour, ran a red light. There was literally nothing she could do. Yeah, nothing. But she probably saw or heard the car approach. She's naturally passing through, and then about all the time. It's ready with most Kelly. KFI 840, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. When we get back, we're going to talk about Michael Irvin and the latest trouble that he's in regards to the Super Bowl and how that brings back to center stage the new anything like the
Disney may not be the happiest for a lot of workers. The Disney board says the company is overseeing important strategic changes that will improve ways to make streaming more profitable and improving the guest experience in parks.
Hello, I stream my live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So you can watch my live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Whatever you want. I'm like the Truman Show. So get ready to fall in love with me.
For years. A tiny mouse in
You can watch it whenever you want. So this is the 666, and it's the biggest thing in the history of mankind. No one has more content online than I do. Really? Yes, I have more content online than anybody.
The pocket mouse is smaller. The smallest mouse species in North America.
It's very, very big.
About a quarter of an inch. So tonight, sunny, warm tomorrow, highs in the 70s to low 80s, cooling into the 60s and 70s for Friday. This report brought to you by Water Heaters Only from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. It's Golden Santa Monica on the 10. Catching Centinela across the city all the way to the 5 and Boyle Heights. Kind of crowded across the 105 through Hawthorne, which is eastbound from the 405 freeway. We've got pockets going all the way to the 605.
Here we go.
Here we go, baby. 605 North Connection, it's a slow drive as well. From the 105, especially to Beverly Boulevard in Whittier, and Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, loading up at Kramer Grosseau all the way to Green River. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Who can you call 24 hours a day for help with your water heater? Water Heaters Only. That's you. Or visit waterheatersonly.com. A live expert answers the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Visit waterheatersonly.com. That's waterheatersonly.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. I sell custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters that are easy to install at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are custom-made for your windows like guaranteed they'll fit. Don't hire a pro, do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving them experience is even better. So second, we're going to sell a subscription to their language learning app is perfect if your partner loves to travel or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something that you to do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Their life at RosettaStone.com. This presidential development takes place over the fish sale. The team has the cute way. No one fails to
buy today, it's good for 36 months. On purchase of 3,000 words, you can get this 10% down. I'm going straight to you're killing me, Larry. Certain people being anyone's advertised price, your mattress for free.
Everyone knows that time is money. Go to Jackson Hewitt today for up to $3,500 with a no interest, no fee, tax refund advance loan. That means money now instead of later. Go to Jackson Hewitt today for eligible clients loan for a public bank and trust company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Before I started Rooter Hill Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John Flynn, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but recaptured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We teach and keep these values at Rooter Hill Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at rooterhero.com. Thank you. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby and Myers. It's not easy to be injured. You just been through a traumatic experience, and now you're forced to face the process of a long recovery period. You need confidence in your medical team and legal team, and you need them to be able to guide you through the process with professionalism and care. That's where Jacoby and Myers comes in. We have a proven track record of helping people get back on their feet after suffering an injury, and we're proud that our clients choose us as their #1 firm year after year. Be certain, feel secure. Choose Jacoby and Myers. iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations. It's why you see Craig. I go by the name of Charlemagne God. Hi, and I'm Ken. All the volunteers. Hola, soy Enrique Santos. Access to all of the best free curated playlists, my favorite music, and that song. We'll do everything. Access to all the great podcasts for every interest. We stuff you to know podcasts. The Daily Show podcast. The Herd with Colin Cowherd. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. Hi, this is Phil Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Crazy Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. This is Jacob Emerald. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. What I love about Wake Up Call is that it's a mix of international stuff with a national focus of what's happening here. I get to paint the coolest picture in the morning that has just a big, broad brushstroke of what's going on in the world right now. And that's awesome for me. Wake Up Call, mornings at 5 on KFI. It's Ready with Mo Keller. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and some of the headlines that we're looking at. Oh, and Angel Martinez, I got the picture that you sent me. Do not send me any more porn over the work email.
Hey, okay, Mo, let's be honest. It's not porn.
You sent me a picture, and it said it had something to do with swinging, so I thought it was porn.
Oh, no. You got a little different picture.
We're just having some air office fun. We'll tell you about it a little bit later. But some of the stories that we are following in the KFI newsroom and also in the inter-office email, the Joe Biden kissing deputy gentleman, Kamala Harris's husband, on the mouth. That was a strange moment at the State of the Union. It was a real strange moment. It made me feel uncomfortable. It really did.
Yeah, the cute kiss is okay.
Would you take this?
Platinum right there, but that was a bit much.
Okay, we gotta talk. Okay, we're talking about these two in a moment. Let's just get this out of the way. At what age are you supposed to stop kissing people on the mouth?
if it's not your significant other or someone you're dating, it's like as soon as you should walk. I just, it's like, we know when you hold someone's hand, you don't interlock fingers unless there's a romantic connection. I think the same can be said about kissing someone on the mouth. I don't care who it is. You just don't do it. Don't do it. And you do it for the whole world? No, look, there will never be a point in time when you can accidentally kiss your friend's husband or your friend's wife or spouse. But no, we're not back away and gross and go check like, oh my God. You should have seen a meme of your wife in their mouth. You trying to go for one cheek and they go for other cheek, or you get mixed up or something like that.
It wasn't a mix up.
No. They would write in like, hey, how you doing? It was just one of those things like, okay, you got to know that there are always cameras on you. You have to know that, right? And you have to know that even if it's innocent in nature, let's just say it's innocent. If it's innocent, it's not going to be treated as innocent because of the nature of who you are. And the nature of who you are is knowing the cameras are on you and knowing how things can be the misperceived, especially during the State of the Union. Hello? Okay, so then let's just be courageous. What is it? Wouldn't that be wild? That would be a wild day for this president. I'm like, there's stranger things that happen within a presidential administration that we'll never know about in a general sense. But this, I can hope for it just from a person who likes to talk about politics and, scandal and palace intrigue. Yeah, I wish for that.
That sounds like something out of a TV show.
But the way real life is right now, there's no way that art could imitate life because life is just so ridiculous at this point. Why not? Because people are, if this turned into something more than that frame of that stop, that kid, people would say like, oh yeah, I see that. We're not shocked by anything anymore. I'm just surprised that since a president and a cabinet and the first family, their presentation is so crafted and manicured. I don't see how someone didn't realize in a moment or even before, let me say this. That could have been the first time they've done that because obviously they're very familiar with each other. They're very comfortable with each other. So my thinking is, no one corrected you the first time? Or like said, like, hey, not in public, y'all. All I'm saying is the way that they reacted, they did not back away from each other as if it was accidental. It was familiar. And looking at the body language, it was very familiar. It was very like they knew each other in a difficult sense. Like they knew each other enough to be kissing each other on the mouth. If someone mentioned something earlier about swingers, I don't know if it was too much or it wasn't me. I don't know. It wasn't me. I don't know. All I'm going to say. All I'm saying is, maybe it's a different captain. Maybe it's a different captain. I just know that if I was the South, be it President Biden or Doug Emhoff, I would feel some kind of way about that. But look, come on now. I don't care what the excuse is, but come on. Okay, anyway, I wasn't even trying to spend that much time on that. But Michael Irvin, Hall of Famer, NFL Hall of Famer, former wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. He is now working at the NFL, maybe not for long, but he's been pulled from Super Bowl coverage after a woman's allegation. Now, the woman's allegation, we don't know what it is. The NFL Network is not talking about it. He's not publicized it. But the NFL Network, and I'm quite sure the NFL did their due diligence and investigated and wanted to err on the side of, caution. Because Michael Irvin, well, let me just tell you, let me give you some backstory on what allegedly took place. This is Michael Irvin. He says, quote, honestly, I'm a bit baffled with it all. This all happened in a 45-second conversation in the lobby of a hotel. When I got back after going out, I came into the lobby and I talked to somebody. I talked to this girl. I don't know her. And I talked to her for about 45 seconds. We shook hands. Then I left. That's all I know. But he also admits it was after having a few drinks. That's important to look at Michael Irvin's history. In 2018, Michael Irvin was named in a sexual harassment lawsuit filed against the NFL Network for 15 years, and also served a previous suspension by the company. So not only has he been previously suspended, he was named in a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2017. But Broward County State Attorney's Office chose not to pursue charges against Irvin after a sexual assault investigation. And in 2011, working my way back, a settlement was reached in a civil lawsuit that accused Irvin of sexual battery. And let me go back to 1997. A woman accused Michael Irvin and Dallas Cowboys teammate Eric Williams of rape. In 1996, that woman recanted her story and admitted she lied. But there is a lot of questionable behavior which has been documented regarding Michael Irvin. And I know people will probably say, well, we don't even know what the complaint is. It's just me too. It's just taking their word. But no, the NFL Network is protecting itself. Because clearly, I would say, how did Michael Irvin get 4 and 5 chances? After you get like 2 twice by your job, or if you have 2 or 3 complaints, it's not time for your ass to go. Honestly, you don't get to keep your job at that point. It's fine for someone to say, look, it's just not working out. It's me, it's not you, but we have to let you go because there's a liability issue. There's a pattern of behavior which is suspect in nature, and if anything, there's a possibility that you will be targeted in the future if only because of your checkered history, which makes it very easy for someone to make a complaint and believe the person and not you, whether you tell the truth or not, Michael Irvin, because of your history. And Michael Irvin is known to have an issue with drugs and alcohol. And so there's no doubt he may genuinely not remember anything. He may only remember the conversation. He may remember only saying something to somebody in a 45-second conversation. Given his history, given his connection to alcohol and drugs, and that's playing. Look at it. This is the same possibility. You guys remember all of that interaction. And what you said earlier, there may be 2 people, a lot of questions. Yeah. If there's someone that has something on camera, if we know that this was credible enough for the NFL to say, we don't even want to go to NFL Network and NFL Network. We don't want to go to. So all I'm saying is, yes, I understand people may think that the Me Too movement has gone too far, or they're just taking the word of a woman, and they're not necessarily doing their due diligence. This is a private company. They're allowed to protect their assets and their reputation without necessarily Michael Irvin being convicted of something. He's had ample opportunities to not get caught up in these situations, and he keeps getting caught up in them. So definitely the NFL Network is his choice. It's radio with most shows. KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's good. Anything. And KFI 24-hour news.
Nearly 2 councils voted to convert the city's largest gas-fired power plant into green hydrogen. The $800 million plan is the first of its kind, critics said will only hurt vulnerable communities. Council President Paul Kerkorian says hydrogen is crucial to meeting LA's goal of 100% clean electricity by 2035. LA's DWP says it plans to install turbines capable of burning hydrogen. The fuel would be produced from water with renewable electricity from solar panels or wind turbines. News brought to you by Rooter's Hero. A truck driver has been given $500,000 for a wrongful arrest by deputies in Apple Valley.
The San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors approved the settlement. Deputies stopped the man while he was walking back to his truck from inside the store he was delivering to in 2019. The driver brought his safety act delivery paperwork in plain sight. Deputies asked the truck driver for his ID. The driver refused and asked to speak to a supervisor. Deputies then put the man in handcuffs. They say the man took on a fighting stance. The driver's attorneys allege the man was arrested in retaliation for arguing. The man was charged with resisting arrest. However, the case was dropped for lack of evidence. Boy, controlling KFI News.
A man in the Bay Area says his Tesla crashed itself into his house. Lakshmana Marku says he was moving his Model Y from the entrance of his house in San Ramon into the garage Monday night when the car seemed to take over.
I don't know what the car is going on. It was pushing in the flashing.
Officials say one of the 5 officers who brutally beat a black man during a traffic stop took pictures of him and shared them. Documents show the former officer sent the photos of Tyree Nichols bloodied and tossed up against the police car to other officers and a friend.
Documents filed with Tennessee's peace officers and commission say a witness also took cell phone video and still images of Tyree Nichols' arrest and subsequent beating.
CBC Ryan says that video has not been released to the public yet. The Memphis Police Department said the former officer's on-duty conduct was unjustly
Pitch black started pushing the past. Long about a Saturday night. Yeah, I rubbed up just a blacking in the sun, thinking everything was alright. Well, I took out the truck, put my feet on the floor. I wrapped the towel around me and I opened the door. And then I sometimes in the back. How was I to know there was a party going on? I wasn't sitting in the car, just dealing with the feeling, moving in the breeze, rocking and a rolling. Yeah.
Today, February 8th, LeBron James Day. Here's Daniel Oregon says he made the declaration after James, who's from Akron, broke the record for the most points scored in the NBA.
Being fans, I saw the whole game. Sitting on my living room rug. Yeah. Just thought they was doing the bus. All the queens were in queens, there was none the top rhythm. Hey, you see, because I was listening to Miley Luther even last year, and then I glad about the past. I hung down and getting too long. Yeah, I was running in the soul, even with the feel, moving in the groove, sitting in the splash, yeah.
Downtown time, we're doing controlling in Whitman, taking you to the 170 134 Split. It's slow ahead in Hollywood, leisurely Melrose, continuing to downtown Los Angeles. You can count on those loading up 110 northbound, over from Expo 15, you roll towards the 101. And past Arizona, leaving the 101 stretches, opening up once you make your way past Manchester Avenue. That's City Top still in Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound from the 55 all the way to Green River. And in Brea, 57 northbound, loading up at Imperial Highway all the way to the 60. Hey, on the side, hope to see that faster. I'm in so much of that.
Hey, y'all, the 2023 kind of be changes at home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard to find appliances, really might be the website. No one has more in stock and hard to find appliances than WBC. So to get that system to best right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the expertise of the flow years of that development. Find the one you miss,
And then
WBCappliances.com.
come back in the time. How is I didn't know there was a party going on? There was a sitting in the fashion, dealing with the feeling, moving in the breeze, rocking in the road. Yeah. He came, I saw the whole game, dancing on my living room. Yeah. But they were doing the box. All the games had the dancing lollipop with a baby. Yeah, let me see Molly with it even nasty. And then I forgot about that. Trying to put my dance with you on. Yeah, I wasn't feeling in the soul. Dealing with the feeling, living in the music, sitting in the grass.
At the amazing low price of $12.50 each, including delivery. $12.50 each. Call and text right now to reserve your stolen toys at 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Silver Walk delivers $half for just $12.50 delivered to your door while supplies last. Pay $250 per customer and not to mention combo. Help protect your assets against inflation with precious metals. Call us at 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway.
Regret is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine's major investors in Brazil, another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market is headed for a short slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Tangible Investments for a free investment kit and copy of the award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Current podcast, Thank You Joe, is back with a brand new case. Suspects and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Why? Sometimes they don't have that.
On the iHeartRadio app.
How about that? Fucking virtual.
For more information about content on this case, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
On the iHeartRadio app.
Devil with the blue, the
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The story that we're following
look at Mother now.
Michael Jackson
Wearing a red hat and hangs a mask, got a high heel shoes and an alligator hat. Wearing the world's and a diamond ring, got places I've never ever lived in.
Culture Club and more. And I'm getting really upset with these qualifiers. It's determined to make these just easy far away and I'm ready to
Nail number 5. That you need to find a girl alive. That you catching everybody's eye. Having to nervous, they can't stay high. Not too skinny, not too fast, it's a real and a London life.
I'm driving right now. That's about 110,000 miles on it. It's doing just fine. I think I have at least another 150,000 miles. Okay, I don't need that to cost me. This is what I need. There is a California bill which would offer residents a rebate of up to $2,000. Not right. More than $2,000, but the industry will get all $2,000, up to $2,000. And that $2,000 will go towards the money you put down, converting your existing internal combustion car. Your car would be converted to EV. Why would you do this? So how much is the car? It is not unusual for EV conversions to total more than $30,000. Oh, but it's going to give you $2,000. The whole $2,000. If I'm going to spend $30,000 on a car, it's going to be a new car. No. You have to decide. You have your car to zero. You get the $2,000 rebate. Plus you get the $7,000 acting expensive. Because your car is qualified. You know what? That's what a person can use. The person. Because you I put a brand new engine in it. It's got 150,000 miles on it. But it has 150,000 gas dozen miles on it. You put in a Honda.
So what are you doing now? I like this one. What's this?
Of wear and tear. Okay, so now you put a brand new electric motor in there, and it's just like new. It's a battery. It's a battery, whatever it does. Okay, but this is the thing. Why would I put $30,000 into a car for EV rim? I'm not a car collector, I'm not a car store, because we want to move, you're not with that. I'm going to I don't care.
Here's another question. If you go and convert to a regular car,
Hey, Doc. I remember I was talking about being good and stuff, and I was like, well, good.
I don't know about that.
What's the what, 5,
very, very heavy car.
40 years?
The conversion,
Whatever. I went up.
it's not just
Good. Oh, God. My man, Mikey. Dude, 003. We were talking about 003, dog. Really? Oh, Mikey is like 003. Really? He's like, if you had like all the guys in the fucking
new car, it had a nominal car payment.
James Bond, Mikey be like 003 right now. He's getting $003. Oh, for sure, dog.
And also
For sure.
my little gas Honda Civic. I have Oh, say the Honda Civic in a minute. Look, in a minute, and by in a minute, I mean in the next 25 years, it's not going to be a gas station out here. But that's how we are. But my Honda won't be driving in 25 years. I promise you. That's awful. For any reason, I hope it's not still on the road.
My name is Joe.
48.
Yo,
Yeah, it's not going to be a collector's item. I just don't think so. I mean, there's some sentimental value to it.
Are you done?
But I'm not
Hey,
driving
Rabbi,
a car for 30 plus years. If it was 2015, yeah, it would be 35 years old at that point. If I'm still driving a car with a manual transmission, you probably want to make the transmission to that point. You feel the fine parts for it.
So cool.
Just something
I remember when it was 8415.
I love the car. Hopefully I've moved on at that
You
point.
need a pair of product.
$2,000 away, and I'm off to I can get 2,000 resale value. I can get more than 2,000. I think it's much more. Yeah, and I can have it put down on my next car, which is probably going to be an EV. So why would I spend 30,000 as opposed to getting the 2,000 from the car I have? What they're missing is what really wants. That is you getting when I say you want to EV. Yeah, I just really excited about all of it. This is good. This is not an easier path to get to EV. You see, and now you're still just going to just do it. You just laid out the plan. You're going to go on and trade in your car, take that down, and put it on this nice TV. Right. I don't have to do it now. I don't have to do it. My car one time. My car, it is time. But I'm not forced to get me another car payment. I don't feel like having a car payment. I like not having bills. I don't have any credit cards yet. I don't have a car payment. I don't have any real devices. Like I don't have any clothes that I use. I don't have prostitutes. I don't have where are we going?
Oh, he's got two. Okay, well, first, he's so fucking interesting. But on top of that,
I don't know. I'm not going to know.
he has to do something like
I don't have that issue. Oh, never mind. No. I was just talking about oh my goodness, y'all think it's funny. Hereby every 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Let's look at the by 24-hour news. LAPD was the driver who caused the crash of 2 people during the police chase in Panorama City last week was admitted to injecting heroin and taking fentanyl. And when the sold was driven by that is arrested, he owned the Honda Civic. They got sold in the earthquake in Turkey and Syria, burned more than 15,000, 12,000 of them in Turkey, tens of thousands more are injured. 3 Americans are among those killed. Rents have declined for a 5th straight month in big cities in California, including LA, Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, and San Jose. Rents are down a 0.5%.
I had it. People get
$2,000 a month. Street tonight goes in the 40s to low 50s. It's turning the times in the 70s to low 80s tomorrow. This report brought to you by ROTHSCHILD. Outside the central, looks like it's the right lane blocked and delayed away from reservoirs. You see something different. Counties of 60 would pay Rabbi traffic. Simon bars to another wreck. 57 northbound right at the 60. Left lane of the connector is off limits. That's where the freeway gets really wide. Right at the merge of the 57 and the 50 is kind of an orange spot to begin with. So that's where the very slow down here that's backing up on a Florida, getting away from Imperial Highway. And Aaron knows 91 eastbound, slowing down at Imperial Highway. That traffic slow ahead to Green River. KFI in the south. Let's get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Get ready for spring into warmer weather with Almaty RV Spring Special. With your next open road adventure by March 31st and take 10% off of your night rate from the 200 miles to travel between now and May 15th. The promo code SPRING13. For more information, visit AlmatyRV.com or call 800-337-2149. This report is sponsored by CalHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope free and secure mental health service. 317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Live from Radio Row, it's Super Bowl week, and there's no better way to stay up to speed than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hanford, and my buds, Mark Steffler, and Greg. The latest football news with Justice Dr. Murray. We've got the #1 football podcast in the world, and Rihanna is playing the Apple Music halftime show. It doesn't get much better than that.
Hang out with us live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs? Like putting food on the table
Told you,
or
like,
paying the
he had a
rent?
scene.
Cooking
I
your
was like,
home
no,
meal
I had
and
a scene.
lifestyle.
Really?
Find
Yeah.
new foods for growing food. Your
Okay,
health
now
is
it's
medical
gonna
needs.
be
Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low,
Mikey.
and you are 65 or older,
Mikey.
or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayers Tax.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell and Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell and Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you. Contact Cordell and Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1-455-500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.